Olga Romanoff, or the Syren of the Skies, George Griffith, chatterating a momentous commission. 12 hours after they had left the Sultan on the terrace of his palace, the Ithuriel and the Vindaya dropped through the clouds onto the snow-covered surface of Kerguelen Island, and within an hour the dispatch vessel Vega was speeding away northwestward to Area with a full account of the results achieved by the first cruise of the Ithuriel. The 24 hours which would have to elapse before the reply of the council could be received were employed in repairing the damage done to the Vindaya and in renewing the motive power and ammunition of both vessels. Sundry small but effective improvements in the mechanism and appointments of the Vindaya were also made, and last, but by no means least important, the name of the prize was changed. "You are henceforth her commander, old fellow," said Alan to Alexis when the question of the new name came up, "and therefore it is for you to say what her name shall be." "I knew you would say that," replied Alexis, his grave, thoughtful face lighting up with a quick flush and an almost boyish smile, "and, of course, I needn't tell you what name I should like above all things to give her, but, then, you see I see nothing but a quite unaccountable embarrassment written largely upon those ingenuous features of yours." "My blushing achates," interrupted Alan, with a laugh that deepened the color on his friend's cheeks. "Well, you see, I'm not quite sure whether she would like it under the circumstances," said Alexis hesitatingly. "I didn't know that airships had any choice in the question of their names any more than children have," said Alan, gravely stroking his beard and looking at his friend with a laugh in his eyes. "Don't assume a density that the gods have not given you," laughed Alexis in return. "You know very well who the she is to whom I refer. Now, suppose you were going to name and command the Vindaya, what would you call her?" "I would do as you want to do, my friend," said Alan, laughing outright now, "although, I fear, with more chance of getting snubbed for my temerity, and trust to winning forgiveness from the lips of her name mother by good service and hard-hitting." "Perfectly reasoned," exclaimed Alexis, "and so henceforth, until I have express orders to call her something else, the Forlorn Hope, for instance, she shall be the Isma, and on her decks I will win the right to ask Hyamine to wear the golden wings again, or else she will never cross the confines of Area." "You will win more than the golden wings, I hope and believe," said Alan, now very serious again, "for you evidently have a better chance of forgiveness than I have, though I don't despair, mind you, for I am determined never to go back to Area unless I feel that I can fairly ask Alma to forgive what is past. And if she refuses I will hunt Olga Romanoff to the ends of the earth till I take her alive, and then I will carry her to Area, and at Alma's feet I will strike her dead with my own hand so that she may know the truth." "Amen," said Alexis, striding forward and taking his hand. "And if Alma says no to you I will never see Isma's face again till I have helped you to clip the Syren's wings, and take her to meet her just reward. It is a bargain. Between us we will bring these proud damosels to sweet reasonableness. Now let us go and get a bottle of sparkling Arian, and rename the Vindaya in proper form." Thus it came to pass that when the Ithuriel next took the air her consort bore the name that was dearest to her commander's heart. The anxiously expected Vega did not return till nearly 30 hours after her departure. The delay proved that the council had considered the tidings that she had brought of great importance, and had therefore taken some time to deliberate over them. This turned out to be the case, and the decision arrived at by the rulers of Area showed that they looked upon the crisis as grave in the last degree. The return dispatch stated that within 24 hours after the arrival of the Vega at Kerguelen a fleet of 50 airships would be at the disposal of Alan and Alexis, who were ordered to place themselves at the head of it and proceed with all speed to Alexandria, taking Olaf Losensky and the other Russian prisoners with them. Alan was to be the bearer of an ultimatum to the Sultan confirming, in the name of the President and Council of Area, the provisional declaration of war which he had threatened as the result of an alliance with Olga Romanoff, and stating that at sunrise on the 16th of May in the following year, hostilities would be commenced against him, and continued to the point of extermination so far as all men who bore arms were concerned. He was also called upon to order the Russian squadron to leave his capital, should it still be within 2 hours. If he refused, or if Olga declined to remove her ships, they were to be engaged there and then, and, if possible, destroyed at all costs. This latter part of the message was to be conveyed to Olga in a different form by the hands of Losensky, who was then to be set at liberty with his fellow prisoners. If Olga consented to go within the given time, it would be necessary to allow her to depart unmolested, as the superior speed of her ships would place the bulk of the Aryan fleet at a hopeless disadvantage in a pursuit, and expose it to certain destruction. If she insisted on fighting, then, of course, the hazard of battle must be taken, and the council relied upon the commanders of its fleet to do their duty as their judgment should point it out to them. No specific terms were to be made with Olga and her adherents, but hostilities were, if possible, to be avoided until the Sultan's year of truce had expired, and the new Aryan fleet was ready to take the air. If no fighting took place, Alan was to proceed with his squadron to London with a third dispatch to the King of Britain, as head of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, advising him, in the face of the threatening danger, to call together the rulers of Anglo-Saxondom and take immediate measures for mutual defense against the Muslims in case they should invade Europe when the year of truce was up. For this purpose arms in any quantities that might be needed would be sent out from Aria, and the Aryans would undertake the task of drilling the newly formed armies and instructing them in the use of the weapons. In addition to this, the necessary works and power stations for building and equipping at least 1,000 of the largest airships were to be established under Aryan control in England, and at the same time dockyards were to be set up for the construction of an equal number of submarine vessels of the Nile type. It was, however, to be made an absolute condition of this assistance and protection that the armies and aerial and sea navies were to be entirely issued by Aryans, and were to be under the unquestioned control of the President of Aria. This condition was, for obvious reasons, held by the Council to be absolutely essential to success. Divided commands in the face of a foe which would obey blindly the orders of a single chief who had already shown that he could create armies and fleets of high efficiency, would mean inevitable failure and disaster. Therefore the absolute control of Anglo-Saxondom must once more be placed in the hands of the Supreme Council until the danger was past and peace was restored, or Aria would fight the battle alone and leave the nations of Anglo-Saxondom to their fate. The immediate effect of the orders brought by the Vega was to throw the station of Kerguelen into a state of the most intense activity. Alan at once assumed command by common consent, and, assisted by Alexis, Admiral Forrest, and Captain Ernstein, got everything in readiness for the reception of the coming squadron from Aria. All the defenses of the station were also thoroughly inspected, from the airships floating above the clouds to the submarine mines which guarded the entrances to the harbors, and a general plan of the now inevitable campaign was sketched out at a council of war held on the evening of the Vega's return. It is scarcely necessary to say that the orders from headquarters put both Alan and Alexis into the highest spirits. They had already vindicated their claim to the confidence of the council and their fellow countrymen, and the claim had been allowed without stint or hesitation. Though their year of probation had only just begun, they found themselves entrusted with a mission, dangerous it is true, but also of the most supreme importance, and Alan in particular felt his pulses thrill with justifiable pride when he found himself charged with the glorious task of doing almost exactly what his great ancestor, Alan Tremaine, had done 130 years before, when he marshaled the millions of Anglo-Saxondom against the leagued despotisms of Europe and overthrew them in the mighty conflict which had given peace on earth for nearly 5 generations. Whether he would succeed as the chief of the terror had done depended not upon himself so much as on Anglo-Saxondom itself. If the once conquering race of earth had kept intact its old martial strength and imperial spirit through the long years of peace and prosperity as its kindred in Aria had done, all would be well, and the disturbers of the welfare of humanity would pay dearly and bitterly for their tremendous crime. But if, like the Romans of old, they had allowed the tropical atmosphere of material luxury to relax the fibers of their once sturdy nature and weaken the arms which had once enclosed the world in their embrace, then his mission would fail, however eloquently he might urge it. A desolation infinitely greater than that which overwhelmed Rome or Byzantium would fall upon Anglo-Saxondom, and its name would be the only monument of its vanished glory. But the Vega brought something more to Alan and Alexis than the dispatches and orders of the council. This was a letter from Esme to Alan, filled with the tenderest expressions of delight at the triumphs which he and his companion in arms had already achieved, and of brave and hopeful confidence in them, despite the terrible dangers that they were going forth to confront. The letter concluded with the significant sentence, "When you come back in triumph, as I know you will, there will not be one heart in Aria that will not beat more gladly for your sakes, not one hand that will not be stretched out to greet you either in friendship or in love. Remember this against the day of battle, and in the day of peace you shall see how true my words are." Although the letter made no mention of Alma, save as one of the intimate friends who sent their loving greetings to the two men who were going to lead the navy of Aria to what might be the first battle of a war that would be the most colossal and unsparing struggle ever waged on earth, Alan was able to read enough between the lines to give him hope. He knew enough of Alma's proud and sensitive nature to fully understand why no word had come directly from her to him, and also to recognize that the task of winning her back from her estrangement would be no light one. Indeed, of the two tasks which lay before him, the conquest of the world and the reconquest of Alma's heart, he looked with less misgiving upon the former than he did upon the latter. Still he by no means despaired, and what he had said to Alexis was justified in his mind by the belief that in Izmir he had the most eloquent of advocates always at Alma's side, pleading his cause even better than he could do it himself, at any rate for the present. As for Alexis, his lover's eyes and the more sanguine temperament found in the letter ample justification for the renaming of the Vindaya, and if he forgot to return the precious sheet of paper to Alan after he had read its contents, it was because he honestly felt that he had the better right to it, and his companion in love and war apparently recognized this, for he carefully refrained from asking him for it. Thus well comforted with newborn hope, and impatiently longing to begin the momentous work in hand, whether it was to be war or diplomacy, they awaited the arrival of the promised fleet from Area, which was expected to alight on the surface of Kerguelen about noon on the day after the arrival of the Vega. A few minutes before 12 o'clock on the 19th of May, one of the lookout vessels floating 5,000 feet above the clouds which overhung Desolation Land telephoned, "Fleet from Area in sight," and half an hour after the receipt of the anxiously expected news at headquarters, the 50 airships were grouped round the power station at the head of Christmas Harbor, renewing the motive power which had been expended on the voyage from Area. When this operation was completed, the fleet was equipped for a voyage of 30,000 miles if necessary. As every vessel was completely furnished with all stores and munitions of war, no further preparations had been made, and Alan was able to give the signal for the flotilla to take the air in little more than an hour after its arrival at Kerguelen. It was divided into 2 divisions of 25 ships, each one led by the Ithuriel and the other by the Izmir, and these rose into the air, formed in 2 straight lines each about a quarter of a mile long. The 2 flagships flew one on either flank, and slightly ahead and above the main body. This formation enabled any signals made from either of them to be instantly seen by every ship in the fleet. The distance to be traversed was 5,800 geographical miles, and the voyage was performed at a speed of 400 miles an hour without incident. At daybreak on the 20th, the 2 divisions were floating in a wide circle 6,000 feet above Alexandria at a sufficient distance to be practically invisible from the city, which nevertheless lay completely at the mercy of the 400 guns which were trained upon it, and which, if the terms of the council's ultimatum were not accepted by the Sultan and Olga, would reduce it to a wilderness of ruins within an hour from the signal to fire being given. That the Russians were still the guests of the Sultan was made apparent as soon as their light became strong enough for their squadron to be seen resting on the earth in the gardens of the palace, with one lookout ship stationed about 1,500 feet above the roof of the palace. When all the ships were in their stations, the Ithuriel and the Izmir ran up close to each other, and Alexis boarded the flagship to receive his final instructions from Alan, who had undertaken the perilous duty of conveying the ultimatum to the Sultan and his possible ally. Olaf Losinsky was on board the Ithuriel, and Alan requested him to be present when Alexis received his orders. As he shook hands with the Vice Admiral, Alan said, "I have asked Olaf Losinsky to hear our last arrangements made so that he may recognize as well as we do that this is a matter of life and death for all of us. For my own part, I am determined that the wishes of the council shall be obeyed, or the Ithuriel and her crew shall be buried with our enemies in the ruins of Alexandria. We have not been seen yet from the Russian lookout ship, but they will of course see the Ithuriel going down. I shall descend flying a flag of truce, and I feel certain that the Sultan will recognize it himself and compel his allies to do so. But if not, if a single shot is fired, or if the Russian squadron attempts to rise in the air until my return, you are to give the signal to open fire upon the city, and the fleet is not to cease firing until it is destroyed. You are to forget that you are destroying friends as well as foes, for I and all on board the Ithuriel recognize that the honor of Area and the safety of the world demand the sacrifice, and we are resolved to make it. I not only order this as your superior in command, I ask it as a friend and brother in arms. I know you would gladly die in the same cause if necessary, and so you must not hesitate to kill me and destroy the Ithuriel if the fortune of war compels you to do so." Alan's speech, spoken with the perfect steadiness of an unalterable resolve, found a fitting response in the breast of his companion in arms. Still holding his friend's hand in what might be a farewell clasp, Alexis simply replied, "I see the necessity, and I will obey to the letter. God grant that you may all return safe and sound, but if you don't, you shall have such a tomb as no man ever had before." "Goodbye, goodbye," said Alan in the same steady tone, and then their hands parted, and Alexis returned to his ship. "Now, Olaf Losinsky," said Alan, turning to the Russian, "you have heard my instructions, and you know that they will be obeyed. Neither you nor your mistress have any right to expect mercy at my hands, and you shall have none. Obey my orders to the letter, and see that your mistress does the same, or Alexandria will be in ruins before that sun reaches the zenith. I have heard and I will obey, for the fortune of war is with you." "And I must," replied Losinsky, completely overmastered by the heroic devotion displayed by Alan in what bade fair to be a crisis in the fate of the world. A broad white flag of truce was now flown from the aftermast of the Ithuriel. At the fore flew as a greeting to the Sultan the star and crescent of Islam, while above both at the main floated the sky-blue banner of Aria, emblazoned with the golden wings united by a mailed hand armed with a dagger. With every man at his station and every gun ready for instant use, the flagship dropped swiftly down towards the Russian vessel floating over the palace. Within a mile of her the signal, "We bring dispatches to the Sultan," flew from the signal staff at the stern. The captain of the Russian scout ship read the signal and at once telephoned to the palace, with which his ship was connected by an electric thread, for instructions. The Ithuriel then flew a second signal, "If you rise we shall fire," and this he was forced to obey as the Aryan vessel was too far above him for his guns to come into play. He therefore replied with a signal, "I have asked for instructions. Wait for reply." A few minutes later Alan, keeping the Russian well under his guns, saw her drop down to the earth and alight on the flat roof of the palace, on which several figures could be seen moving about and scanning the skies with glasses, which were speedily centered on the Ithuriel. Then a white flag was run up to the top of a flagstaff on one of the minarets of the palace. A similar one was hoisted by the Russian airship, and she rose towards the Ithuriel. Alan, feeling now sure that the flag of truce would be respected for the Sultan's sake, allowed the ship to come stern onto the Ithuriel until the two were within speaking distance. As she approached, the Russian swung her stern guns out laterally, and Alan did the same with his, so that for the time being neither ship could injure the other. The stern doors were then opened, and the Russian captain delivered a message to the effect that the Sultan had just risen for morning prayers, and would receive the captain of the Ithuriel in whole an hour. The Aryan vessel could therefore descend without fear. "There is no question of fear," replied Alan shortly. "I have not come alone. Use your glasses and you will see that the city is surrounded, but we shall respect the truce if you do." The Russian stepped back with a hurried gesture and seized his glasses. It was now quite light enough for him to see at that elevation a wide circle of points of flashing blue light reflected from the hulls of the Aryan fleet. He put down his glasses and replied, "So I see. You would not have got here if patrols had been sent out as I advised, or else your patrols would not have come back," said Alan, turning on his heel and walking forward. Half an hour later the white flag on the minaret was dipped 3 times as an invitation for the Ithuriel to descend, and Alan, determined to guard against any possible treachery on the part of the Russian scout ship, signaled to it to precede him, and so the two vessels sank down and alighted almost together on the roof of the palace. The Sultan, surrounded by his ministers, was awaiting them, and as soon as salutes had been exchanged Alan handed him the ultimatum of the council. As Khalid read the brief but pregnant message his brows contracted, and an angry flush showed through the bronze of his skin. He read it twice over, stroking his beard slowly and deliberately as he did so. Then he looked up and said to Alan in a tone from which he made no effort to banish the accents of anger, "Was not my word enough? Have I not promised that I would make no war for a year? By what right do you order me to compel my friend and ally to leave my city within 2 hours?" At the word ally Alan's face assumed an expression of wrathful sternness, and he replied, "By the right which has always governed the issues of war, the power to compel obedience." "To compel?" cried the Sultan, in a still angrier tone. "What? With 1 airship against 20? Not even a prince of the air could do that." "No prince of the air would be mad enough to make the attempt," replied Alan coldly. "Ask the captain of your scout ship, and Bill will tell you that your city is surrounded, and I can tell you that 400 guns are trained upon it at this moment, and that the firing of a shot, or the rising of any airship but my own from the ground, will be the signal for them all to be discharged. I need not tell your majesty what the result of that would be." Khalid recoiled with a cry that was almost one of fear. He knew instinctively that Alan was speaking the literal truth, without the confirmation given by the captain of the scout ship. He saw, too, that Olga had deceived him, or at any rate had been grievously mistaken, when she had said that the Aryans would not send a fleet after her squadron. They had done so, and so skillfully had its movements been ordered, that the city had been taken by surprise, and lay at its mercy. Brave as he was, the strange terrors of the situation sent a thrill of fear through his soul. There he stood, the proudest king on earth, on the roof of his palace, beneath the smiling sky of an Egyptian summer morning, and yet that smiling sky was charged with death and destruction 100-fold greater than if the thunderclouds were lowering on it, ready to hurl their lightnings upon the earth. He could see nothing but the blue heavens and the eastern sunlight shining over the roofs of his capital, and yet he knew that the man standing before him could, with a single signal, reduce the splendid city to heaps of shattered, shapeless ruins and bury its inhabitants and its guests in one common tomb. Then what seemed to be a saving thought flashed through his mind, and he said, almost in a tone of banter, "But in that case we should not die alone, unless you have taught those unsparing guns of yours to distinguish between friend and foe. The signal for our destruction would be the signal for yours as well." "Even so," replied Alan gravely. "That is a contingency which I have foreseen. Olaf Losensky, tell His Majesty what my last orders to the fleet were." The Russian stepped forward, and after saluting the Sultan said, "I heard the orders given, Majesty, and they were to that effect. Friends and foes are to be destroyed alike, and nothing is to be left of Alexandria but its ruins. I am also charged with a message to my mistress, the Tsarina, which tells her that if she does not leave within 2 hours her ships will be attacked in the city, and that, too, would be disaster, and if my words have still any weight with her I shall advise compliance with the order of the council. Will your Majesty permit me to be conducted to my mistress in order that I may deliver my message in due form?" The Sultan did not seem to hear the request at all. The idea that Alan and his crew should thus deliberately devote themselves and their beautiful vessel to annihilation in the event of their orders being disobeyed appalled and unnerved him. He knew nothing, save by tradition, of the heights of heroism to which men can rise under the stimulus of war, and he looked upon the man who had so calmly pronounced the provisional death sentence of himself and his companions as something more than human, as beings of a higher order, to fight against whom would be impious rashness rather than courage. It was a situation that would have shaken the nerves of the sternest and the most experienced soldier of the 19th century, and so it was no wonder that his spirit, unbraced by the discipline of war, shrank from facing its terrors. He saw, too, that there was literally no choice save between submission and destruction. To save, not only the lives of himself and his people, but also those of his guests and allies. He and they must submit and obey this imperious mandate. "It is the will of God," he said, bowing his head slightly towards Alan as he spoke. "They who cannot fight must yield. Hereafter we may meet upon more equal terms, and then today's humiliation shall not be forgotten." Alan inclined his head in reply, and said, "So be it. As your Majesty has seemingly decided to involve the world in the horrors of war, it is not for me to say any more. When the day of battle comes, let the fortune of war decide between us. Meanwhile, Olaf Losensky, it is time that you took the council's message to your mistress." "Give it to me," said the Sultan, stepping forward with outstretched hands, "and I will take it to her, if she has risen yet." "There is no need for that," said a voice a few yards beyond Alan. "I am here, and I will take it." As the sweet, low, even tones, now so hatefully familiar, reached Alan's ears he turned sharply round, with a blaze of ungovernable anger in his eyes, and saw Olga, calm and self-possessed in all the pride of her imperial beauty, walking towards the group from an arched doorway that led up from the interior of the palace. Chapter 19. Face to face again. Smiling and self-possessed as Olga appeared when she gained the roof of the palace, she had passed through a perfect purgatory of conflicting and agonizing emotions since the news of the arrival of the ethereal had reached her in her room. Her tremendous and, but for the fact of her strange, hopeless love, incomprehensible blunder in setting Alan and Alexis free, instead of either killing them or keeping them in lifelong captivity, had already borne terrible fruit, but this visit, made at the very moment when her plans were apparently crowned with success, seemed to threaten nothing less than the complete ruin of all her schemes. She knew instinctively that the city must be surrounded by an overwhelming force of Aryan ships, for a single one to venture thus into the midst of her own squadron, and, judging by her own tactics, she expected nothing less than immediate annihilation as the alternative to surrender. But even more bitter than this was the thought of meeting, not only as a freeman, but as the commander of the Aryan navy, the man who but a few days ago had been her docile, unresisting slave, robbed of the highest attribute of his manhood by the curse spell that she had cast over him, and which she now knew was broken forever. And, more than this, she must now meet as an implacable enemy the man whom, in spite of herself, she still loved with all the passion of her fiery nature, and who, now that he was free again, could but look upon her not only with hatred, but with disgust. This, so far as her own feelings were concerned, was the miserable end of her scheming, but there was no help for it. She had deliberately sown the wind, and now the time was approaching for her to reap the whirlwind. She thought of her dream in St. Petersburg, and a new and awful meaning was made apparent to her in those few minutes of mental torture before she went to meet her well-beloved enemy face to face. She saw herself mistress of a conquered world, seated on a lonely throne, wailing over her own broken heart in the midst of a desolation that she had brought upon the earth for nothing. This, it seemed, was to be the penalty of the unspeakable crime she had committed to gain possession of the airship, a hopeless love that should turn all the fruits of conquest, if she ever won them, into the bitter ashes of the Dead Sea apples in her mouth, a love not only unrequited, but repaid with righteous horror and almost divine disgust. And yet, despite all this, her marvelous fortitude and royal pride came to her aid to help her to bear herself bravely before her enemies, and so, with a smile on her lips and a hell of raging passions in her bosom, she ascended to take her part in the debate, big with the destiny of a world, that was being held on the palace roof. As Alan turned and confronted her in all the strength and splendor of the manhood that not even her almost superhuman art had been able to tarnish or weaken, and looked at her with a stern, steady gaze without one sign of recognition in the eyes that shone blue-black beneath his straight-drawn brows, her heart stood still and seemed turned to ice in her breast, and for one brief moment her foot faltered and the light died out of her eyes and the color from her cheeks. Then she caught the Sultan's gaze turned inquiringly upon her, her indomitable spirit rose to the emergency, and her self-possession returned. Passing Alan by with a slight inclination of her head which did not conceal a mocking smile which curled her dainty lips, she went to Khalid and, holding out her hand, said in steady, musical tones which, do what he would to resist it, sent a thrill to Alan's heart, "Where is the message that my faithless servant brings from the tyrants of the world?" The Sultan gave it to her, and as she read it Losensky stood silent like the rest, but with head bowed down in shame and sorrow. When she reached the last word of the dispatch the crimson deepened on her cheeks and her hands closed convulsively on the paper. Then with a quick movement she tore it in twain, flung the 2 fragments to the ground, and then, looking up with eyes blazing with passion, she cried, "I should be a slave to obey. Losensky, signal to the squadron to rise. Boris, train a gun on that ship and blow her to pieces if a man moves on board of her. Out of the way there, Alan Arnold. If you lift a hand I will shoot you like a dog." As she spoke she snatched a pistol out of her belt and had almost leveled it at Alan's heart, when, like a flash of lightning, his rapier leapt from its sheath, and as the pistol came up it was dashed from her hand. "I could have killed you with less trouble," he said, in quick stern accents, raising the glittering blue blade to a level with her eyes, and keeping it outstretched towards her. "Have you forgotten what I told you, or that I am no longer under your vile spell? If those orders are obeyed I will kill you now, though you do wear a woman's shape. The city is surrounded, and if one vessel rises from the earth, Alexandria will be in ruins in an hour. Now, give the signal for its destruction if you dare, and let the earth be rid of you, and of you, my gallant knight of the air, who draws his sword upon a woman." She almost hissed at him in her fury. "Yes, I dare and I will." Losensky dash. In another moment the fate of the world would have been changed, but, before the order could be repeated, the Sultan strode forward and placed himself between Alan and Olga with outstretched arms. "No, Tsarina. That order shall not be given on my palace or in my hearing. You have forgotten our agreement and my oath. I have sworn on the Quran that there shall be no war between Islam and Arya for a year, and by the glory of Allah there shall be none. What have I and my people done that you should bring this destruction upon them? Your servant shall be shot if he opens his lips, and if you must fight, go into the desert and do it, but that will end our alliance, for you will have broken the peace to which I have sworn, and made me a liar. It is enough. Let us talk like reasonable beings, and not quarrel like children." Olga was conquered for the time being, and she saw it. Few as had been the moments of the Sultan's speech, they were enough to allow her agile intellect to get the better of her anger, and to convince her that it would have led her to suicide in another minute. Her manner changed with a swiftness that was almost miraculous. Her long, thick lashes fell, hiding the still burning fires of her eyes. Her attitude changed from one of defiance to one of deference, and as she stepped back a pace or two, she said in a totally altered voice, "Your Majesty has justly rebuked me. My anger overcame my reason for the moment. My hatred of these tyrants of the air is not a thing of today or of yesterday, as you know, but the legacy of generations of wrong and robbery, and the arrogance of this man, who but a few days ago was my slave, and now ventures to dictate terms of war or peace to me, was more than my patience or my temper could bear. I have done wrong, and in atonement I will promise, on the honor of Romanoff, to be bound absolutely by such engagement as your Majesty may make until the period of your truce is expired." So saying, she retired to a distant part of the terrace, beckoning Losensky to follow her. Throwing herself on seat in full view but out of earshot of the group she had left, she bade him tell her the story of the loss of the Vindaya, and how he came to be the bearer of the message of the Council of Arya to her. Losensky told the story simply and truthfully, and as he finished, the Grand Vizier approached, and after an obeisance, made with oriental reverence, said, "Tsarina, my master commands me to inform you that he has settled all matters with the Prince of the Air save one, and to settle that he craves your assistance. Will it please you to come and speak with him? I will come, said Olga, rising and following him with the words of Losensky fresh in her ears. Tsarina Olga, said the Sultan, coming to meet her as she approached the group amidst which Alan was still standing, I have come to an agreement with Alan Arnold upon all points but one, and that one only you can decide. He asserts that 6 years ago he took you and your brother as guests on board the airship, which you now call the Revenge, that you drugged the wine drunk by him and his comrades, and, sparing only him and his friend Alexis Masrov, you poisoned the rest of the crew, and threw them out onto the snows of Norway, after which you kept him and Alexis under your influence by means of a drug, which deprived them of their willpower and forced them to reveal the secrets of the airship to you and assist you in building your fleet. And has your Majesty given credence to such a monstrous story, or do you only wish to hear me give it the contradiction which its absurdity and falsity deserve? If the former, the sooner I and my ships leave your city, never to return save as enemies, the better. If the latter, you shall soon be satisfied. Olga spoke with an air of angered innocence which completely deceived the Sultan, anxious as he was to find the extraordinary story false, and he hastily replied, It is the latter that I desire, of course. I was obliged to say that if you were unable to deny the accusation it would be impossible for me to continue an alliance with one who had been guilty of a crime which my faith and the customs of my race denounces vile beyond all human measure. But I refused to believe it against you until your own lips had confessed it, or undeniable evidence had proved it, and therefore I have asked you to come and let us know the truth. I thank you, Sultan Khalid, for your confidence and your chivalry, she said, looking up into his eyes with a glance that rendered all denial from her once and forever unnecessary. You shall hear me deny the foul falsehood to my traducer's face. Stung to fresh fury by the knowledge that Alan had sought to expose her in her true nature to the man whom she sought to make her slave in his place, she strode forward to within 3 paces of where he was standing, and, drawing herself up to the full height of her royal stature, she faced him with pale cheeks and blazing eyes, her beauty so transfigured by anger that the Muslims standing about her instinctively shrank back, awe-stricken by such an incarnation of wrath and loveliness as no man of them had ever dreamed of before. Even Alan himself forgot his hate and disgust for the moment in the contemplation of her almost miraculous beauty and the indescribable dignity with which her anger invested her, and waited in silence that was almost respectful for the tempest of wrath and reproach which he saw was about to be let loose on him. Her lips trembled mutely for a moment or two before any sound came from them, but when she spoke her tone was low and clear, though almost hoarse with passion, and shaken by the manifest effort she made to keep it under control. So this is the return that your chivalry makes for my generosity in giving you life and liberty when you were lost to the world, when I might have killed you, as I see now that I should have done, without a single soul among your people knowing anything of your fate. I expected that you would force up arms against me, for your people and mine are enemies to the death, and I knew, too, that the love which I had spurned would not be long in turning to active hate. But you excelled my expectations, you, one of the princes of the air, the scion of a race that holds itself above all the other races of the earth, the son of a man who but a few years ago was lord and master of the world. You come in the guise of open and honorable warfare to smirch with your foul lies the fame of a woman for whose sake you made yourself a traitor to your people and a murderer of your own comrades. A pretty story, forsooth, to tell in the ears of my friends and allies. Do you take them for children or fools that you expect them to believe it? Imagine such a miracle, your Majesty, she continued, turning, with the clearing of a mocking laugh in her voice, to the Sultan. Imagine this Alan Arnold, son of the President of Area, with his friend and lieutenant, Alexis Masrov, and a crew of 8 Aryans on board their flagship, armed with the most tremendous means of destruction ever invented by human genius, and each man of them, moreover, possessing in his own person the power of life and death, as he himself has proved before your own eyes. These kings among men invite 2 casual acquaintances for a trip to the clouds, and these 2 guests, a youth of 20 and a girl not 17, unarmed and without assistance, seize their ship, kill 8 of their invincibly armed comrades and lead the captain and his lieutenant away captive. And how? By means of some mysterious drugs, subtle and irresistible poisons, of which such a boy and girl could not possibly have known either the composition or the use, and which they would have been afraid to employ if they had done. But let me come to the facts as they are, she went on, turning again to Alan, who stood literally dumbfounded before her, amazed beyond power of thought or speech by the audacity of her words. It is you who are the liar, the traitor, and the murderer. It is you who killed my brother before my eyes because he sought to protect me from your violence, and it is you and your friend Alexis who, of your own free will, struck your comrades dead, threw them out of the airship upon the Norwegian snows, and then, in the hope of gaining my favor, took the ethereal to Orobivo, near Moscow, and delivered her into the hands of my friends. I have 50 men within call at this moment who will swear that this is true. Olaf Losensky, you are one of them. Were you not at the villa at Vorobivo when these two came with me in the ethereal and delivered her into your hands, and did you not find the corpse of my brother Serge in one of the staterooms with his neck bruised and blackened by the grip of his murderer? Yes, Majesty, replied Losensky, stepping forward as he was addressed. That is true, though they told us at the time that your brother had been killed in a struggle with their comrades. And is it true, continued Olga, that they accompanied me into your villa and had supper with us as friends, and did not I forgive the death of my brother for the sake of the advantages which the possession of the airship, which they consented to surrender to us, would be to the cause of the revolution in Russia to which we were pledged? That is also true, Majesty, and there are several here now with the squadron who can also testify to the fact, and also, interrupted Olga, to the fact that these two traitors worked willingly to help us to secrete the airship, and finally to take her to Mount Terror, and there explained the working of her machinery to us and helped us to build other airships and submarine vessels, and commanded these in their attacks upon the commerce of our enemies. Is that true, also? It is, Majesty, again replied Losensky. Shall I summon the crews of our ships that they also may testify to it lest my word should not be enough? Is it your Majesty's wish that they shall be called? Asked Olga again turning to the Sultan, who all this time had been standing shifting his gaze from her face to Alan's, and from Alan's back again to hers, horrified by the fearful accusations with which she had replied to the story, of the falsity of which he was already thoroughly convinced. They can be called if Alan Arnold desires it, he said, in grave, deliberate tones. But would it not be better that he should speak first? At present we have 2 words against 1. Has he any proof that what you say is false? He continued, looking inquiringly towards Alan. I have none but my own word and that of Alexis, up yonder in the skies, and him I cannot, and if I could, under the circumstances, I would not call, said Alan, who by this time had recovered his self-possession. If your Majesty proposes to judge between us according to spoken testimony, I say at once that I will accept no such tests. For I well know that this woman could produce 100 of her accomplices who would swear anything she bade them swear. She has given me the lie with equal skill and audacity. I can only give her the lie in return, if not as skillfully, at least as boldly, and with a knowledge that I am telling the truth. Your Majesty can believe her story or mine, as you choose. If you believe hers, I am willing to do the justice of confessing that you will be judging according to the weight of testimony, such as it is, for that is certainly against me, and so I must judge, replied the Sultan coldly. I cannot believe your story, for it seems to be impossible, while the Syrena's has every appearance of truth. Into your motives I have neither the right nor the wish to inquire, and all that is left for me to say is that what I have heard has finally decided me to espouse the cause of the Syrena and her friends against those who have wronged and slandered her, be the cost to me and my people what it may. We shall keep the truce if you do, and in the day of strife let the god of battles decide between us. My answer to your council's message shall be ready for you in half an hour. Farewell. So saying, Khalid the Magnificent turned his back upon Alan, and walked, followed by his vizier and his ministers, to the doorway leading to the interior of the palace. Olga, pausing for a moment to cast one glance of triumphant hatred at her discredited foe, beckoned to Losensky, and followed the Sultan without a word. Alan, amazed and enraged beyond measure by the unexpected turn that affairs had taken, and yet confident in his own knowledge of the truth, turned on his heel, and went back on board the Ethereal, where he went into his own cabin and sat down to write his directions for enforcing the order of the council with regard to the evacuation of the city by the Russian squadron. He bitterly regretted that the orders of the council did not permit him to destroy the Russian airships there and then while they lay at his mercy. But the orders were explicit, and forbade him even to pursue them after they had left Alexandria, unless they committed an act of hostility against him. If he could have done so, he would have fought them at all hazards, and then, if he had conquered, he would have been able to enforce the general prohibition of the council against building airships upon the Sultan. But as disobedience was not to be thought of, he could only carry out his orders, and hope that the judgment of the council might prove and the end superior to his own. At the end of the half-hour he was summoned to meet the Grand Vizier, who brought the reply of his master. This ran as follows: In the name of the most merciful God, Khalid, Commander of the Faithful, to Alan Arnold, President of Area, I have received your message from the hands of your son. I shall faithfully observe the terms of the truce I promised to him, and of which he has told you. As my city lies for the time being at the mercy of your fleet, I can only save my people and my guests from destruction by agreeing to your demands. The Russian airships shall leave Alexandria within an hour of the delivery of this to your son. But this is to tell you that I have made alliance with Olga Romanoff, rightful Syren of the Russias, and that when the year of truce has expired, I will no longer be a king merely in name and hold my power and dignity at your pleasure. At the end of the year of truce there shall be war between you and me and your people and mine, unless before then you shall recognize my independence in due form and my right to create such armaments as I think fit for the protection of my dominions against yourself, or any other power, and unless you consent to restore Olga Romanoff to the throne and dignity which is hers by right, and of which your ancestors robbed her in the days of the terror. If you do this there shall be peace between us, but if not, there shall be war, and we will fight until the god of battles has decided between us, and given to you or to me the dominion of the world. Alan's brows contracted slightly as he read this defiant missive, but there was a half-pitying smile on his lips when he said to the vizier as he handed him the instructions he had just written, I am deeply sorry for him and his people, and, indeed, for the whole human race that he has been misled into writing words which in a year's time will set the world in a blaze. Our reply to this will be written in blood and fire, and the smoking ruins of cities throughout the length and breadth of his dominions. But he has chosen, and he and you must abide by his choice. I cannot believe that he knows what he is doing, and if you are a faithful friend and servant you will counsel peace and moderation. My master, said the vizier haughtily, does not seek advice from his enemies. More than ever would it be impossible for him to do so when their lips are fresh stained with lies. Alan's hand instinctively sprang to the hilt of his rapier, and in another moment the vizier's life would have paid for the insult, but when the blade was half out of its sheath his self-control returned, and he thrust it back again, saying, You are an old man and an ambassador, so you are safe. You shall live so that you may some day find out for yourself where the truth in this matter lies. Who knows but that the Syren may before long put you or your master under her spell. If she does you will drink something from her hand, and when you have drunk it you will have no will but hers, you will obey her blindly, and the thoughts that you speak shall be only those she suggests to you. Later on that day, when the excitement of the hour had passed, Musa al-Ghazi remembered these words, and the strange acquiescence which he had given to Olga's plans in the Saloon of the Revenge. If he had remembered it while Alan was speaking, millions of innocent lives might possibly have been saved, and the curse of war averted from the world for many more generations, perhaps forever. But he did not, and so events took their logical course. As it was, he made no direct reply to Alan's words, but handed him another paper, saying, I have been commissioned also to give you this. The instructions agreed upon shall be obeyed, and now I have only to remind you that you are no longer my master's guest. With that he saluted with frigid dignity and turned away towards the palace door. Alan looked after him for a moment with a smile half of contempt and half of pity, then he opened the paper in his hand. As he expected, it was from Olga, and, beginning without any form of address, it ran thus, I shall obey your orders and leave the city, not because I will, but because I must, in order to save the Sultan and his people from destruction. I will also undertake to refrain from hostilities until the Sultan's truce expires, provided you do not molest me. If you do, or if the Sultan is subjected to any unreasonable commands or acts of oppression, I will consider their truce at an end, and I will not only recommence my submarine attacks upon the world's commerce, but I will send out my airships, and scatter death and destruction far and wide over the earth, without mercy and without discrimination between enemies or neutrals. It is therefore for you to choose whether the issue between us shall be fought out when the time comes, and in fair and honorable warfare, or whether the dogs of war shall be let loose at once. I have still 30 airships, and as many submarine cruisers, and I can do what I say. Olga Romanoff, no doubt, said Alan to himself. I'm afraid we shall have to accept your terms. I didn't think that even you would be capable of such a colossal crime as that, but now I know something like the full capacity of your wickedness, and if you threaten it you will do it, with those 30 ships. If you have as many as that, and I suppose you must have 24 or 25 at least, you could wreck half the great cities of the world in 6 months, and we could do little or nothing to stop you. We have only 11 ships equal in speed to yours, and most of those must be kept in call of area. I would give my life and my ship willingly for permission to fight it out here and now, and yet, after all, that would be frightful cruelty and injustice to the unoffending thousands who would lose their lives by the destruction of a city, so I suppose it must be peace for a year, and then what then? His soliloquy began on the terrace and ended on the deck of the Ethereal. He gave the order to rise into the air, and the aerial cruiser soared slowly upwards, still flying the flag of truce as a signal to her consorts that the mission had been successfully accomplished. As he felt certain that the Sultan would carry out the directions agreed upon to the letter, he left the city without any misgivings, and in a few minutes the Ithuriel was floating alongside her consort Yasma, and Alan and Alexis had clasped hands once more. Chapter 20 The Call to ARMS. Within an hour the wondering inhabitants of Alexandria saw the Russian fleet rise 1,000 feet into the air and form in two columns of line ahead. Then the Aryan fleet ranged itself in two long lines 500 feet outside them and 1,000 feet above them. A time shell from the Ithuriel gave the signal to start, and the two fleets leapt forward to the southeast at a speed of 100 miles an hour, and in a few minutes had vanished over the desert. The speed was quickly increased to 200 miles, and so they sped on all day and through the next night, the Russian ships being forced to show their lights while the Aryans remained in darkness until, when morning dawned and Olga and her captains looked for Alan's fleet, they found that it had vanished, and that they were floating alone over the solitudes of the Southern Ocean. They had been escorted like offending schoolchildren out of harm's way, and then left to their own devices. It was a bitterly humiliating ending to an expedition which had really produced such important results, but there was no possibility of present revenge, and so Olga gave the order to proceed straight to Mount Terror, intending to begin there and then the working out of her part of the compact that she had made with the Sultan. This arrangement was briefly to the following effect: Olga placed at Khalid's disposal all the necessary plans for the construction of both airships and submarine vessels, and also supplied members of her own immediate retinue, well skilled in the work, to supervise the building, which was, of course, to be carried out with the utmost secrecy and speed, so as to guard, as far as practicable, against the possible destruction of the factories and dockyards by the Aryans. The Sultan had engaged to find money and material for building 1,000 airships, and the same number of submarine cruisers, within the year, and these were to be supplied with motive power at conversion stations established at the dockyards under the exclusive control of certain of Olga's lieutenants. The secret of this motive power, which was identical save for slight differences in the process of conversion with that possessed by the Aryans, that is to say, electrical energy derived directly from atomized carbon and vaporized petroleum, was retained in her own keeping by Olga, who had simply promised that an unlimited supply of it should be forthcoming as it was wanted. She had insisted on a strict engagement that no one not authorized by her should even approach the conversion stations, and she had given the Sultan and his ministers distinctly to understand that any attempt to discover the secret of the process would terminate the alliance, and expose the cities of the Muslim Empire to destruction. At the expiration of the year of truce, the Sultan's army and navy, supported by the immense aerial fleet that would then be in existence, was to be in complete readiness for any emergencies. Olga was to be proclaimed Tsarina in Moscow, and the house of Romanoff formally restored in her person. If any portions of Russia refused to receive her, they were to be terrorized into submission by the airships. The tribesmen of Western and Central Asia were to be armed as rapidly as possible, so as to be ready to form a reserve force for compelling the submission of the Russians if they resisted the new order of things, and to participate in the invasion of Europe, which was to take place at several points as soon as the Holy War of Islam was proclaimed, and Cross and Crescent once more confronted each other on the battlefield. Meanwhile, too, the resources of the dockyard at Mount Terror were to be strained to the utmost, and the conspiracy in Russia for the restoration of Olga to the throne of the Romanoffs was to be developed by every means that money could purchase or skill dents. The scheme of defense arranged by the Council of Area had already been completed, and it was to execute this that the Aryan fleet had left the Russian squadron during the night. Indeed, the Russians had been traveling southward alone for more than 8 hours before they had discovered the fact. As soon as it became impossible for them to see the Aryan vessels, these had stopped, in accordance with a pre-arranged plan, and had wheeled round and steered for London across the African continent at a height of about 10,000 feet. Flying at the full speed of the smaller vessels, a 20-hour flight carried the fleet over the 8,000 miles which separated its starting point from the capital of the world, and about 6 o'clock in the evening of the 21st of May the 52 vessels, flying the Aryan and British flags, appeared in the air over the open space which is now called Hyde Park, and, to the amazement of the astonished citizens, dropped quietly to the earth and lay open to the unrestricted inspection of the thousands who speedily gathered in the park to avail themselves of the unwonted spectacle, and to learn, if possible, the reason of the unexpected visit. No attempt was made by the crews of the ships to prevent the sightseers from seeing all they could of the exteriors of the vessels, which were arranged on the sward in 2 long lines, so that they could walk down between them and admire their beautiful shape and wonderful construction at their leisure. A sentry was stationed by each vessel to warn the sightseers not to approach too close to the wings and propellers, and that was the only precaution taken. Alan learned soon after landing that King Albert II, the fourth in descent from Edward VII, who was king during the War of the Terror, was at Windsor, and that the House of Commons and the Senate, which for over 100 years had filled the place of the old House of Lords, had dissolved for the spring recess, and would not meet again until after the general election, which was held every 1st of June. He therefore caused a message to be sent to His Majesty at Windsor, requesting him to name a time for an interview on the following day, and then, sufficient watches having been set on all the vessels, he and Alexis, with a majority of the crews, took a few hours' leave, not a little glad of the opportunity of stretching their legs on terra firma, after their 3 days' confinement to the airships. The reply which he received from the king fixed 11 o'clock in the morning of the 22nd as the time of the interview for which he had asked, and, just as the castle clock was beginning to sound the strokes of the hour, the Ithuriel swept up out of the distance towards Windsor Castle, and, after hovering for a moment in mid-air, sank quietly down until she rested on that portion of the terrace which overlooks the home park. Her arrival had been announced to the king as soon as she hove in sight, and he was on the terrace ready to receive his visitors when she alighted. Albert II, King of England, Emperor of Britain, and President of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, was a monarch only in name. Nothing but the trappings of sovereignty remained to himself or his station, and he would not even have retained these had it not been for the fact that, during its 100 years of actual rule, the Supreme Council had insisted upon the maintenance of the monarchical principle in those countries where it had obtained at the end of the 19th century. The first formal greetings over, the king caused Alan to be escorted to his private apartments in the castle, and as soon as they were alone together in the room which he reserved for his own special use, he motioned Alan to a seat and, throwing himself back upon the lounge with an air of weariness which accorded but ill with the hour of the day, he said in a somewhat querulous tone, "We are quite alone now and you can speak with perfect freedom. I am sure it must be important business that has brought you here with a whole fleet of your airships, and I shall be glad if you will tell me at once what it is. I hope nothing has occurred to imperil our peace and safety." "On the contrary, Your Majesty," replied Alan. "I regret to say that my errand is to tell you that, not only is that the case, but that it is a practical certainty that within 12 months from now the whole world will be plunged into war." "What? What?" exclaimed the king, jerking himself up to a sitting posture. "Surely you don't mean that? I thought that no war would be possible without the permission of your council. Surely you would not allow the nations of the world to go to war with each other again, and repeat all the horrors that happened 130 years ago? Your Majesty forgets that when we renounced the control of the world 6 years ago we gave back to the nations the right of making war upon each other, although we hardly believed that they would be foolish enough and wicked enough to exercise it. That, however, is beside the question, because war is now inevitable, and, what is even more important, the Council of Area is unhappily powerless to prevent it." "Eh? What is that?" exclaimed the king, this time rising to his feet and facing Alan with an air of petulant reproach. "Powerless to prevent it? You, with all your fleets of airships and submarine vessels? You, who have called yourselves the masters of the world for nearly a century and a half, you cannot stop war." "We cannot do so, Your Majesty," said Alan, also rising to his feet, "simply because I regret to say that we no longer possess the undisputed empire of the air, and therefore, in a measure at least, we have lost the command of the world. As for the responsibility which your words impute to us, I must tell you at once that it does not exist. The rulers of the world, and yourself among them, voluntarily and with full knowledge accepted perfect freedom, and therefore the individual responsibility that is inseparable from it. You knew that from the time we resigned the world throne you were free to make war upon each other, on land and by sea. It is your fault and not ours that you are now so defenseless that you have cause to fear the war against which you ask us to protect you. You have known for nearly 4 years that the Sultan of Islam has been creating armies and fleets and diligently training millions of his subjects in that art of war which we hoped was to be forgotten forever among men. Did you suppose, you kings and princes of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, that Khalid the Magnificent, a man of boundless ambition, was creating these armies and fleets simply to play with them? Could you not see that nothing but some dream of worldwide conquest could be inspiring him to do this? And do you need to be told that the realms of Christendom offered him the only possible area of conquest in the world? What have you done to defend yourselves, or to prepare against a possible day of battle? You have done nothing. Saving your international police, now little more than an ornamental body of officials, the Federation does not possess a single soldier. You have seen the Sultan building battleships and arming them with the deadliest weapons that skill and science could devise, And you, with all your wealth, and skill, and knowledge, have not built a single vessel that would be of use in time of war. I understand that the council has warned you again and again that the Sultan's designs could not have been peaceable, and yet your parliaments have not voted a single pound for the defense of your homes and your riches. Yes, broke in the king, now in an apologetic tone, for he was completely cowed by the direct, earnest force of Alan's reproving words. That is it. You must not blame myself or my fellow monarchs, you must blame the parliaments. We can do nothing without them. They have usurped all the power that formerly belonged to kings. It is this democracy that has weakened us and left us defenseless. Every man thinks himself a ruler, and so there are no rulers, except in name. Every man has a vote, therefore every man must be consulted about everything, and so nothing can be done but what the multitude wishes. They want only riches, splendid buildings and cities, light work, and comfortable lives. That is all they have cared about, and so that is all they have got. If we, their kings and duly appointed rulers, could have done as we wished to do, affairs would have been very different, but it is impossible to rule where every man fancies himself a king. That is but a poor excuse, King Albert, replied Alan sternly and yet somewhat sadly. It is the old story of Greece and Rome and Byzantium over again. The weakness of the rulers has been the strength of the demagogues, and it has always spelt national decay from the days of Cleon until now. I might ask you how it comes that Sultan Khalid has been able to keep his millions of subjects in hand and to be today the sole actual ruler of the greatest empire the world has ever seen, but neither you nor I have any more time to waste, either in reproaching each other or regretting what cannot now be helped. No, said the king, almost appealingly. That is quite right. Tell me, if you please, what has really happened to bring about this terrible danger which threatens us, and let us see if we cannot yet protect ourselves. You can yet make such preparations as will at least enable you to meet your enemies on equal terms, replied Alan, following the king's example, and seating himself again, and it is to put before you a necessary scheme of defense that I have come here, and when I have described it you will see that we Aryans have not forgotten that our ancestors once led Anglo-Saxondom to the conquest of the world. Pray proceed, said the king, sitting up on his lounge again. I can assure you that I am all attention. Alan then began, and told in detail all that was necessary for the king to know of what had happened during the last 6 years, concluding with a graphic narrative of startling vividness of the marvelous and momentous events that had been crowded so thickly into the last 21 days. It would not be saying too much to state that the close of the recital, which he had listened to with the most anxious attention, left King Albert in a state of nervous excitement that bordered closely upon absolute panic. He had heard enough to show him that the splendid fabric of Anglo-Saxon civilization would, if left in its present defenseless state, totter and fall like a house of cards at the first onslaught of its powerful and disciplined enemies. He saw that its wealth and splendor, like those of the effete empires of old, were a source of weakness and not of strength, a temptation to its foes and an encumbrance to itself. Then, as Alan went on to describe the scheme of defense proposed by the Council of Area, he seemed to find support and consolation in the quiet, masterful tones of the man who, without a tremor in his voice, could calmly discuss the prospect of a war which would involve the whole of humanity in one colossal struggle, which could have no other result than an indescribably appalling loss of human life and the complete subjection, if not destruction, of those who were vanquished in it. Yet when he had finished, King Albert shook his head sadly and doubtfully, and said, Yes, it is a splendid scheme, a scheme worthy of you and your wonderful race, but it can only be accomplished if our parliaments agree together to sanction it and support it. I hope with all my heart that they will do so, but I sadly fear that not even your influence, and the fearful danger which threatens them, will make them agree one with another. Of late years, since the power of the democracy has increased so enormously, they wrangle for weeks over the smallest matters of municipal government. As for national policy, they seem to have forgotten what it means. I may be wrong, and with all my soul I hope I am, but I sadly fear they will never consent to what they will call a military despotism, even to save themselves. The elections take place during the last 4 days of this month, and by that time the news that you have brought me shall be published everywhere, so that the people may know what is before them, but everything will depend upon the men and women whom they return to Parliament. Ah, interrupted Alan, stroking his beard to conceal a smile, I had forgotten for the moment. You have lady legislators now as well as male ones. We were ungallant enough to refuse them admittance to the Parliament during our period of control. Yes, said the king, with a smile that had but little mirth in it. But we have progressed fast since then. In our Parliament men and women were almost equally balanced in both chambers, and scarcely any business was done during the year, which proves, said Alan, that what was called our discourtesy and unfairness was not so very unwise after all. The interview ended shortly after this remark, for the time for action had already arrived. Alan had learnt enough from the king's own lips to see that he was merely a crowned puppet in the hands of the rival parties, which contended in both chambers for the favour of the democracy and the continuance of office. He therefore saw further that, if anything was to be done in working out the scheme of international defence, he would have to take the initiative. As full discretion had been given to him in his commission from the Council of Area, he did not scruple to half persuade and half frighten the king into investing him with such authority as he could give, and, armed with this, he went to work that very day with a vigour and promptness which amazed the feeble monarch, and raised a storm of indignation among the members of the two chambers who were seeking re-election. A very short experience of these people proved to him that nothing must be hoped from them. Day after day he met committees and deputations of them, who argued with him and wrangled among themselves until he was utterly disgusted and out of patience with them. At last, on the evening of the 27th, after he had spent the whole day in striving to convince a joint committee, consisting of 20 members of each chamber, of the tremendous danger which threatened the Federation, and the immediate and urgent necessity of united action in preparing to meet it, he lost the last remnants of his temper, and, springing to his feet, he faced them with anger in his eyes and scorn on his lips, and said, "We have talked enough, ladies and gentlemen. I came here expecting to find the old spirit of Anglo-Saxondom still alive, and so far as you are concerned I find it dead. You are not patriots or competent rulers. You are simply members of a noisy and verbose debating society. When absolute destruction at the hands of a well-armed and implacable foe is threatening your country and your allies, you talk of averting the calamity by discussion and arbitration, instead of armed resistance. By all means discuss and arbitrate, if you can, but also prepare for battle in case it proves, as I am certain it will prove, to be inevitable. Do you suppose that the lamb can argue with the wolf, or that the rich and defenseless man can save his wealth from the armed plunderer by mere force of argument or an appeal to his moral sense? If you do, you are something worse than simple, you are guilty of a folly which is a crime against those who have committed their affairs to your keeping. But I, like most of my people, have Anglo-Saxon blood in my veins, and I will not leave my kindred defenseless. I bear an English name, and that name and my descent shall be my title to do what I now tell you I am going to do. In my own person, and with the full authority and sanction of the Council of Area and your own lawful monarch, I here and now reassert the supremacy over the realms of Anglo-Saxondom which my father resigned in St. Paul's Cathedral 6 years and a half ago. Hold your elections if you choose, and conduct your noisy pretence at government according to your own tastes, but do not expect me to be guided or bound by any enactments that you may choose to make. You may call this a revolution if you will. So it is. But remember that your foolishness has made it necessary. I can make Anglo-Saxondom ready to meet its enemies on equal terms when the day of battle comes, as come it surely will in less than 12 months from now, and, God helping me, I will do it. You either cannot or will not do this, but I will take good care that you do not prevent it being done. I believe that the old spirit which won the Armageddon of 1904 still survives in Anglo-Saxon breasts, and I believe that it will respond to the call to arms which shall be heard throughout the length and breadth of the Federation before another sun has set. Tomorrow I shall take possession of the means of intercommunication, and I warn you that you will oppose me at your peril. You know that I have a force at command before which you are as helpless as the worms that crawl in the earth, and as there is a heaven above me I will use it without ruth or scruple if I see that the interests of Anglo-Saxondom require me to do so. You have your choice, to act with me or to remain neutral. Oppose me, and I will destroy you as traitors and enemies to your country and your race." So saying, Alan turned his back upon the committees, and strode out of the room in which he had met them, leaving them speechless with anger and dismay. Chapter 21 The Homecoming. The eastern mountains were still casting their long shadows over the dawns and fields, the vineyards and the gardens of Area on the morning of the 11th of May, in the year 2037 of the Christian era and the 133rd year of the peace, but the whole population of the lovely valley were already afoot and abroad, for this was the most momentous day that had been in the history of the colony since Richard Arnold had first crossed the northern ridge with Natasha beside him in the conning tower of the little Ariel, in those days the only airship that existed in the world, to lay the foundations of that throne from which their descendants had ruled the nations of the earth for a century and a quarter. Today the year of probation imposed by the council upon Alan Arnoldson and his companion in misfortune, in exile, and in victory, was to expire, and the long-lost wanderers were to return to their home and kindred. Very soon after it became light. Hundreds of aerial boats and yachts of every variety of design and ornamentation that the taste and skill of the most highly cultivated race of people the world had ever seen could devise, came floating in towards the vast city of Aria from the marble palaces and villas which were scattered throughout the length and breadth of the Central African paradise. Along the broad, smooth white roads, too, which led from the southern portions of the valley, round the lake to the northern shore on which the city stood, groups of people, with here and there husbands and wives and pairs of yet unwedded lovers, were gliding in long, swift, easy curves on noiseless wool skates over the polished marble of the pavements. Bright with the gayest and yet most perfectly harmonized colors, blazing with jewels and precious metals, from their gold or crystal-winged coronets to the burnished silver framework of their skates, splendid in stature, and glowing with perfect health. If some man of the present day could have beheld these dwellers in Aria on their way to hold high festival in the capital, he would have thought that he had strayed into some other and higher sphere, inhabited by some glorified race of beings who had left the toils and cares and pollutions of earth far behind them on some lower plane of existence. Doubtless, indeed, from some such sphere the reincarnated spirits of those who, 133 years before, had passed through the tremendous ordeal of the Terror, and in their hour of well-won triumph had made such a splendid future possible for their descendants, looked down with approving eyes, not undarkened by a shade of sorrow for woes to come, upon this glorious scene of the fruition of the harvest that they had sown, this realization of the long-sought ideal of human brotherhood, where there was no evil because men had learned at last that good was better than evil. Vast as was the stately city, which was at once the capital and the only town of Aria, it was soon comfortably filled by the brilliant throngs of visitors that came pouring into it by road and through the air. The broad white streets, lined with their double groves of palms and tree ferns, soon blazed with color, and became vocal with greetings and laughter, and all the houses which lined them were thrown open to all visitors who chose to come and claim hospitality for the day of rejoicing. On the terrace in front of her father's villa, on the slopes that rose to the west of the city, Alma stood with Isma watching the brilliant scene below and around them, and speculating on the coming events of the day which for them had a supreme interest, such as no other inhabitant of the valley could feel. "It will be a right royal homecoming for our two heroes, won't it, Alma?" said Isma, slipping her little hand through her friend's arm, "almost worthy of the great deeds that they have done to regain what will be given back to them today. And yet, alas, there is to be a spot on the sun of happiness for all that. Alma, are you still quite sure that poor Alan will have to come back and not find that which above all other things he comes to seek?" A faint flush rose to Alma's cheeks as she replied, in a low, steady tone, "Yes, Isma, alas. As you say, I am still sure of that, supposing always that he really does come to seek what you mean. I know that no man ever lived more worthy the love of a woman than he is. Yet, God help me, I cannot give mine. I know, too, that he will come back today crowned with more honor than any Aryan, save Alexis, ever won before him since the days of our ancestors. And yet whenever I permit myself even to dream of him as a lover, a dark, beautiful, cruel face looks with black, burning eyes into mine, and two sweet, scornfully smiling lips say in a whisper that sounds almost like a serpent's hiss, 'You may take him now, for I have done with him. Take him and ask him to tell you how well he and I loved when my spell was strong upon him and he forgot both you and all his kindred for sake of me.' It is horrible, horrible beyond all thought or speech, but it is so, Isma, and I, of all the thousands of Aria who will make merry today, shall be sad at heart and praying for the night to come. I don't believe it, Alma, however sincerely you may do so, as, of course, you do," replied Isma impatiently. "It is not your true and loving self that is speaking. It is the woman who has been brooding over a shattered idol that never really was a man of flesh and blood. I tell you again, and before that sun has set, you will confess in your own heart that I am right, that you have never known the Alan who is coming home today any more than I have known the Alexis who is coming home with him. Neither you nor I have ever seen two such men, as they will be men who have passed through such experiences as no other Aryans ever had, who have suffered and conquered, dared and done, like them. You must put away those morbid fancies of yours, dearest. They are not worthy of you any more than Olga Romanoff is worthy to cause you and ours unhappiness. Never mind thinking about Alan as a lover now. I tell you, you have never seen him, therefore it will be time enough for you to begin to do that when you do see him. For my own part, I don't mind telling you, of course strictly between ourselves, that though I can hardly say that I love Alexis as he is now, since I do not know what he is like, I am quite prepared to fall in love with him all over again on the slightest provocation. And now, after that confession, I think we had better close the discussion and get ready to go over to the city. This frank avowal, uttered as it was with a delightful candor quite irresistible in its charm, brought a smile to Alma's lips in spite of her own somber thoughts. She slipped her arm round Isma's waist, and led her towards one of the long windows which opened out onto the terrace under the pillared portico which ran the whole length of the front of the villa. "I quite agree with you," she said. "If that telltale face of yours is no better masked than it is now, when you meet your Alexis I don't think you will have long to wait for the provocation." Well, I suppose in fact, I am sure that you take by far the wiser view, and I would give anything to be able to look upon Alan as you are ready to do on Alexis, but no, it's no use, do what I will I cannot think of him apart from that Syren who has held him in the bondage of her spells all these years. I know it is unreasonable, and yet he seems, even now that he has regained his freedom, to belong to her more than he ever did to me." "That, my dear Alma," replied Isma, half seriously and half in jest, "is as nearly absurd as anything that such a serious and cultivated person as yourself could say. If I could give you a share of my more trivial temperament you would just say that you are still so desperately jealous of Olga Romanoff that you cannot bring yourself to think of Alan as a possible lover until you feel quite sure that he hates her as intensely as you do. That may not be a very heroic way of putting it, but I think we shall find it pretty near the truth before you have known the new Alan very long." Alma laughed more musically than mirthfully at this sally, but made no reply to it in words. There was, perhaps, more truth in the half-bantering, half-reproachful words than she would have cared to admit, even to her best beloved and most confidential friend, and so she took a wise refuge in silence, from which Isma, in the gladness of her own heart, drew her own conclusions. It might have been that there were depths in Alma's nature which not even their lifelong friendship and their common sorrow had enabled her to fathom, but for the present she was quite satisfied that jealousy of Olga and anger at the advantage which Alma believed her to have taken of her power were the sole reasons that prevented her from regarding Alan as she had confessed herself ready and willing to regard Alexis. When they left the terrace the two girls had breakfast together in Alma's own room in a privacy which the other members of the family tacitly respected, knowing as they did that the events of the day would bear a totally different significance for them to that which they would have for all the other inhabitants of the valley. By the time the sun began to show his disk above the ridges of the eastern mountains they were on their way to the city with Alma's mother and father in one of the aerial boats that were used for transit about the interior of the valley. They alighted on the flat roof of the president's official residence, a splendid palace of the purest white marble, which stood on the northern side of the great square, from the center of which rose the golden domed building which served the Aryans as a meeting place on all public occasions. It was here that the decrees of the council were promulgated, and here, too, on every seventh day were held the simply impressive religious services prescribed by the Aryan form of worship. Soon after they had arrived at the president's house a great mellow-toned bell sounded the hour of 6 from the cupola above the dome, and, as the last stroke died away, a chorus of silvery chimes rose up from 100 towers in different parts of the city, and went floating across the lake and down the valley to the southward, caught up and echoed as it went by peals from the 1,000 palaces and villas scattered about the lower slopes of the mountains. This was the signal for the commencement of the first ceremony of the day, and the gaily dressed, smiling throngs of visitors to the city began to file in orderly, leisurely fashion into the 8 wide open doors which led to the interior of the vast temple in the middle of the central square. In the midst of the immense open area under the dome was a space about 20 feet square, enclosed by low railings of massive gold, and in this stood 3 tall pillars of marble without a single flaw or vein to mar their perfect whiteness from base to capital. On each of them stood an urn of exquisite shape, each carved out of a solid block of crystal, and each containing a small quantity of ashes. Each pillar bore an inscription in letters of gold let into the marble. The central one was slightly higher than the other 2, and its inscription consisted of the single word, Knitters. The urns on the other 2 pillars contained a larger quantity of ashes. On the pillar to the right hand, facing the main entrance to the temple, were the words, Richard Arnold, first conqueror of the air, Natasha, the angel of the revolution, and on that to the left, Alan Tremaine, first president of the Anglo-Saxon Federation, Muriel Tremaine, his wife. The square inches which these pillars stood was the most sacred spot on all the earth in the eyes of the Aryans, sanctified as it was by the ashes of those who had made possible the great deliverance, and brought peace on earth after countless ages of strife. Every tongue was silent, and every head was bowed in reverence as those who entered the temple first caught sight of the pillars and their priceless burdens. Then the vast and ever-swelling congregation ranged itself in orderly files, all fronting towards an elevated rostrum which stood at one of the angles of the great square under the dome, formed by the junction of the 4 naves, with their long pillar dials which ran towards the 4 points of the compass. Suddenly all the carillons that were still ringing out over the city ceased, and in the midst of the perfect silence the president ascended the rostrum to address the expectant assembly. Although he spoke but a little above his ordinary tone, every word could be heard with perfect distinctness throughout the immense interior of the building, for a system of electric transmitters, a development of the modern telephone, carried his voice simultaneously to 100 parts of the walls, so that those who were standing farthest from him heard quite as distinctly as those who were close to the rostrum. He began by a brief narration of all that had happened to Area and the world since the fatal day on which Olga Romanoff had set foot on the deck of the Ethereal to the present moment, and made no attempt to conceal or to minimize the tremendous and disastrous consequences that had flowed from that fatal and yet innocent mistake on the part of his son. He confessed that the empire of the air, that priceless legacy which they had received from its first conqueror, had been lost, and that, not only the outside nations of the earth, but even Area itself stood upon the eve of a conflict in comparison with which even the war of the terror itself would prove almost insignificant. All that had been won then had now to be fought for over again, and fought for with weapons the destructiveness of which made impossible any estimate of the carnage and desolation that were about to burst upon the world. Then he described how Alan and Alexis, acting under the orders of the council, had, after vainly trying to arouse the rulers and senates of Anglo-Saxondom to a sense of their danger and responsibility, proclaimed martial law throughout the whole area of the Federation, reasserted the supremacy which the council had resigned nearly 7 years before, and taken the direct conduct of affairs into their own hands. He told how the manhood of Europe, America, Southern Africa, and Australia had, under the influence of their appeals, roused itself from the sloth of prosperity and the vain dreams of democracy, and under their leadership had mustered millions upon millions strong to oppose those who determined to rivet the chains of despotism once more upon the limbs of free men. The energy and devotion of the 2 men whose exile was to end that day had accomplished this miracle in less than a 12-month. All the mechanical resources of the Federation had been simultaneously devoted to the building of an aerial navy, which already numbered nearly 1,000 vessels, and more than 100 dockyards had achieved the construction of a navy of over 1,000 submarine warships, while millions of small arms had been sent out from Area, or manufactured in the arsenals of the Federation for the equipment of the newly created armies. What the issue would be of the mighty struggle which would begin in 6 days, no man could tell, but all that could be done to give the victory to Area and the Federation had been done, and the rest lay in the hands of the God of battles, who had given their ancestors the victory in the days of the terror. The President concluded his address by saying, "Those through whom, if not by whom, this calamity has undoubtedly fallen upon the world, have been recalled to Area by the Council, after nearly 7 years of exile, to receive reinstatement in their long forfeited rights of citizenship, but even now they will not reassume those rights unless their welcome home is unanimous. Therefore, while their ships are still outside our mountains, if any citizen of Area has, even at this 11th hour, any reason to give why they should not be permitted to recross the barriers which separate us from the rest of the world, let him or her come forward now and state it." He ceased, and for a few moments there was perfect silence throughout the vast congregation. Not a man or woman moved or spoke, and all eyes were turned on the President, waiting for him to speak again. In a voice whose now unrestrained emotion contrasted strongly with the former impassiveness of his tones he said, "Then their welcome shall be unmarred by any voice of dissent. As the father of one of the exiles I thank you for endorsing the sanction which, as President of the Council, I have believed it my duty to give to the return of my son Alan and his friend and companion, Alexis Masrov, who fell with him and with him has risen again." Hardly had the last word left his lips when salvo after salvo of aerial artillery roared out from mid-air all round the mountains, and came echoing down the upper gorges and ravines to tell the people of Area that the fleet which had been sent out to escort the returning exiles was already in sight. So spacious were the approaches to the vast building that in less than 10 minutes from the time the President had left the rostrum on hearing the salutes from the sky not a soul remained within its precincts. Outside the council hall the scene was such as to baffle all attempts at adequate description. Hundreds of aerial craft, fashioned in every conceivable variety of design that the educated fancy of their owners could suggest, soared up from various parts of the city and its environs, and made towards the ridge to the north of the valley. The summit was about 4,000 feet above the slope on which the city stood, and it was quite within the capacity of the pleasure craft to scale this height. So their glittering wings beat the cool, fresh air of the morning with rapid strokes, and the whole flotilla of them soared upwards until their occupants were able to see over the mighty rock wall, and the illimitable landscape beyond opened out before their expectant gaze. The President, the Vice President, and the 12 members of the Council with their families had embarked on one of the new aerial battleships, 250 of which had been constructed during the past year, The Avenger, as she had been named, in view of the fact that she was henceforth to be placed under Alan's immediate command as flagship of the combined Aryan and Federation fleets, was the largest aerial cruiser then in existence, and embodied the highest structural skill to which the engineers of Aria had attained. From the stern to the point of her ram she was 275 feet in length, with a midships beam of 30 feet. She was sustained in the air on 2 pairs of wings, one working under the other. Of these, the lower and larger pair measured 200 feet from point to point and 50 feet in their greatest breadth, while the upper pair, working nearly flush with the deck, were 2/3 of their size. She carried 10 guns on each broadside, and 2 bow and 2 stern chasers of a range limited only by the possibility of taking aim at the object to be destroyed, and her propellers were capable of driving her through the air at the hitherto unheard of speed of 600 miles an hour. 1. Those readers who may be inclined to think this speed extravagant or impossible are requested to remember that the most recent experiments in aerodynamics have proved that the higher the speed of an aerial machine the less is the power required to support and propel it, or, to quote the words of Professor Langley, of the Smithsonian Institute, 1 horsepower will transport a larger weight at 20 miles an hour than at 10, still larger at 40 miles an hour than at 20, and so on, with increasing economy of power with each higher speed up to some remote limit not yet attained in experiment. Granted therefore, the practically illimitable energy of the motive power supposed to be at the command of the Aryans, there is no reason why a ship of the dimensions of the Avenger should not be propelled at their enormous speed mentioned in the text. The Avenger, attended by an escort of 50 cruisers of somewhat smaller dimensions than her own, rapidly outdistanced the flotilla of pleasure craft, and passing over the ridge at a speed of 60 miles an hour, stopped at an elevation of 1,000 feet above it. From here those on her deck could see the vast oval of the valley encircled by the sentinel ships which now constantly patrolled the mountain bulwarks of Aria, and which were launching hundreds of time shells up into the air from their outer broadsides and producing the continuous roar of explosions which formed such a greeting salute as had never been heard on earth or in the air before. Presently an answering roar of thunder was heard far away to the north, growing every moment louder and louder. "There they come at last!" cried Isma, who was standing with Alma in the bow of the Avenger, eagerly scanning the northern heavens through a pair of field glasses. "I can see the flashes of the shells quite distinctly." As she spoke she handed the glasses to Alma, and noticed, not without a little smile of satisfaction, that her hands trembled slightly as she raised them to her eyes. "Yes, they are coming," said Alma, in a tone that might have been a good deal steadier than it was. "I can see the sun shining upon the hulls of the ships. They are coming up very fast, evidently." "Of course they are," laughed Isma. "After the poor fellows have been shut out all this time from the delights of Aria, it is only natural that they should hasten their homecoming. Look, look. You can see them without the glasses now. What a swarm of them there seems to be." As she spoke an immense fleet, numbering nearly 500 vessels spread out in the form of a vast crescent, the arc of which was turned towards Aria, swept up out of the blue distance, their polished hulls glittering in the bright sunlight. In the center of the arc and slightly elevated above the rest, shone the blue hull and the white glistening wings of the Ethereal, and close in her wake followed Isma. When the advancing fleet was within 5 miles of the mountains it slowed down from 400 to about 50 miles an hour. At the same instant the other fleet ran up the Aryan and Federation flags and the simply eloquent signal, "Welcome home," flew from the lofty foremast of the Avenger. It was instantly acknowledged by the Ethereal, and then on all the 500 vessels the Aryan and Federation flags were to the mastheads and dipped 3 times in greeting. Then the 2 points of the vast crescent that they formed swung slowly and regularly forward until the arc was inverted and the Ethereal and the Isma came along side by side midway between the 2 horns. When the 2 fleets were within half a mile of each other the Avenger, with 25 of her consorts on each side, swung round into line with their prows pointing towards the mountains, and in this order, at 50 miles an hour and an elevation of 1,000 feet above the ridge, the combined squadron swept across the mountain barrier, and Alan and Alexis, each steering his own vessel in the conning tower, saw for the first time, after nearly 7 years of exile, the incomparable beauties of the Aryan landscape opening out before their eyes. Following the movements of the leading squadron, they dipped as soon as they had passed over the ridge, and were met on their downward flight by the hundreds of pleasure craft which were waiting for them in midair. Thousands of gaily colored handkerchiefs were waved in welcome to them, and many a greeting in the sign language passed from the crews of the warships to the occupants of the pleasure craft and back again, for some of the former had been on foreign service for nearly a year, and there were many pleasant relationships to be renewed which had been interrupted by the calls of duty. Far below the homecomers could see the spacious streets of the great city, brilliant with the gaily-attired throngs who had come to welcome them, and heard the greeting chorus of thousands of bells chiming in gladsome peals from hundreds of towers and minarets scattered over the city and its environs. Signals were now flown from the Avenger directing the whole of Alan's fleet, excepting the Ithuriel and Isma, to alight on a great sloping plain to the northward of the city, where their crews were to disembark and then proceed to the central hall of the temple. Acting on previous orders, the consorts of the Avenger did the same. The pleasure craft putted downwards onto the housetops, and so the three battleships were left alone in the air, the Ithuriel now floating on the right of the Avenger and the Isma on the left. Amid the welcoming cheers of the throngs which now filled the great square, they sank slowly down, and at length alighted on the roof of the President's palace. Then the doors of the deck chambers opened and a last and loudest cheer of all rose up as, in full view of the assembled thousands in the square, the President and Morris Masaroff once more clasped hands with their long exiled sons. Then they descended into the interior of the palace, followed by the council and the other guests on board the Avenger. In the President's room, the same in which he had received Olga Romanoff's challenge from the skies, Alan and Alexis were welcomed home again by those who were nearest and dearest to them. Only their immediate kindred were present, for, in the nature of the case, the occasion could have been nothing but a private one. Nor can mere words of description do justice to the tender pathos of the scene that was enacted in that inner chamber, for but few words were spoken even by the actors in it. The emotions of such a moment were too intense and overpowering for speech, and so heart spoke to heart almost in silence. Alma, who had, of course, remained outside in the reception room of the palace with the council and her parents, felt even more keenly than she had expected the truth of the prophecy that she had uttered to Isma an hour or so before. Amidst all the thousands of Aria she was the only one whose heart was heavy on that day of universal rejoicing. Once, and once only, her eyes had met Alan's, but the single swift glance had been more than enough to tell her how far they now stood apart. She had seen the light of pleasure and triumph suddenly die out of his eyes and the bright flush on his cheek pale as he looked at her. There had not even been a greeting smile on his lips as he bowed his cold, grave salutation to her and then turned away to look down upon the city and the splendid prospect of the valley that was opening before him. This had happened up in mid-air, just as the ships had crossed the ridge in close order, and she had not been able to trust herself to look at him again even when they had disembarked on the roof of the palace. The swift telegraphy of that one glance had been enough to tell her that it was not the fond, light-hearted lover of her girlhood that had come back, but a strong, stern, and prematurely grave man, who knew all and more than she knew of the new relation between them, and who knew also that they could not meet as they had parted, and so accepted the changed conditions with a proud reserve that drew a sharp dividing line between them which, for all she knew, might never be crossed. Though outwardly she was calm and perfectly self-possessed, she waited in a suspense that almost amounted to mental agony for the moment when the greetings in the President's room would be over and Alan and Alexis would be brought out to be formally presented to the council. Then their hands would have to meet and words would have to pass between them. Meet as strangers they could not, for everyone knew, even he knew, why she had refused all these years to wed with any other man, nor yet could they meet as lovers, as Isma and Alexis had perhaps done by this time, for between them the shadow had fallen, and even if there was love in their hearts there could be none upon their lips. If Olga Romanoff could have looked into Alma's soul at that moment, she would have seen something very like a fulfillment of a prophecy she had made on board the old Ithuriel 6 years and a half before to Alan. When she first heard of her rival, by your hand I will wring her heart dry, and cast it aside to wither like an apple shaken from the tree. In those moments of suspense it seemed to Alma that even now her heart was withering under the blight of this great sorrow that had fallen upon her life after all her years of loving and patient waiting. At last she heard footsteps and voices in the corridor that led from the private apartments of the palace. They were coming, and almost mechanically she turned her eyes towards the curtains which screened the doorway through which they would enter. They parted, and Alan came in walking by his father's side and with Isma hanging laughing on his arm. She shrank back a little as she saw Isma look at her for a moment and then say something to Alan. But he appeared to take no notice, and walked forward with his father to where the members of the council were waiting to receive him. She heard the President say the formal words of presentation, and saw the rulers of Area one after another grasp his hands, and then those of Alexis, greeting them heartily as they did so. Then the little group opened, and she saw, as in a waking dream, Alan's tall form striding towards her with both hands outstretched, and heard a voice that was his, and yet not his, so deep a ring of unwonted gravity was there in it, say, "Are you going to be the only one who has no greeting for the prodigal, Alma? Have you forgotten that we were sweethearts once, and therefore surely may be friends now?" There was an emphasis on the word friends that was perhaps imperceptible to all ears but hers, but she caught it, and took her cue from it instantly. With admirable tact he had, in that one word, shown her the only basis on which it would be possible for them to take part together in the society of the valley. As man and woman they must be to one another as friends whose friendship was sweetened by the recollection that long ago, as boy and girl, they had been lovers. She accepted the situation with a sense of thankfulness and infinite relief, and, frankly placing her hands in his and summoning all her self-command to her aid, she looked steadily up into his bronzed bearded face, and said gravely and sweetly, "You know that is not so, Alan, and if my welcome is a little tardy it is none the less sincere for that reason. There were others who had a prior claim, and so I waited, for it is only right that friends should come after kindred. Welcome home. I suppose we are going to the council hall now, to see what we are all longing so much to see, the golden wings once more upon your brows." "Yes," replied Alan, colouring slightly, as he noticed her upward glance at his sable headgear. "We are going there immediately, I believe, but," he continued in a lower tone and still holding her hand in his, "long and anxiously as I have looked forward to today and its promise, half of that promise will be betrayed unless you tell me first that you believe I have fairly won the right to wear the golden wings again. Tell me, now, do you in your heart think so?" "If you have not done so," she replied, only keeping her voice steady by a supreme effort, "then it would be hopeless for any man to look for forgiveness on earth. You have fallen and you have risen again, and today there are no two men in area more worthy of honor than you and Alexis are." He looked down into the clear depths of her soft grey eyes as she spoke, and in another instant he might have forgotten that which sealed his lips to all words of love, and all the reserve to which he had been schooling himself for so long. But at that moment Alma's mother came towards them saying that the president was ready to take Alan to the council hall, and this with a smile that thousands should not be kept waiting for the sake of one. Her words recalled him to himself, and, with an inclination of his black-plumed head, he said, "That is enough, for now I know that I have heard the truth from the lips of my severest judge, and I am well content with it. I have not lost everything if you believe that I have regained my honor." "We all believe that, Alan," said Alma's mother before her daughter could reply, "and, more than that, I know of no one in area who thinks that you ever really lost it. Now go to your father. He is thinking of the thousands who are waiting anxiously for you in the council hall. You can finish this conversation later on." He accepted the dismissal with a smile, and as he went back he saw Esma slip away from Alex's side with a telltale blush on her lovely face, and, giving him a saucy, laughing glance as she passed him, run lightly across the room to Alma's side. "Well," she said, reading too swiftly and not very correctly the altered expression of her friend's face, "have you made friends, then, after all? I thought you would, and oh, Alma, I am so happy." "Yes," replied Alma gravely, though she could not repress a smile at the radiant face that looked up at hers. "We have made friends. But you seem to have done something more than that. Your explanations dash." "There were no explanations at all," interrupted Esma, rosy red from neck to brow. "When we met in the room he picked me up in his arms before everybody and kissed me, and after that of course there was nothing to be said." Chapter 22. The eve of battle. An irregular procession was now formed, at the head of which walked the two returned exiles, each with his father by his side, and followed by the rest of the company. They passed out of the reception room, down the wide entrance hall, and out of the great arched portal which opened onto the square. As they appeared at the top of the spacious flight of marble steps which led from it down to the pavement, a mighty cheer of welcome went up from 100,000 throats. The peals of bells in the four towers which rose from the angles of the council hall sent forth the signal to all the other belfries of the city, and, amidst the jubilant chorus that instantly burst forth, the scene of the reinvestige was reached. Then the great bell in the dome tolled out one sonorous warning note, and instantly there was silence on the earth and in the air. This was at the moment that the procession, after passing half round the square along the broad path left for it by the cheering throng, halted in front of the main entrance to the Temple of Aria, which faced towards the south, in the middle of the magnificent facade fronting a marble-paved avenue of double rows of palms and tree ferns which ran in a straight line for 3 miles down to the shores of the lake. The Aryans had progressed far beyond the stage of semi-barbaric pomp and display, and so the ceremony of restoring to Alan and Alexis the rights of citizenship, of which the golden wings were the symbol, solemn as it was also simple in the extreme. As the vast curtains which hung over the main doors of the temple swung aside to admit them, they fell out of the procession and doffed their sable headgear. The president and his fellow councillors went on and took up their position in front of the 3 pillars under the center of the dome. Then a guard of honor, composed of 100 of their shipmates and companions in arms from Kerguelen, marched up to the door and formed into two files, between which Alan and Alexis walked down the aisle through the space left by the orderly throng that filled the vast building, from the floor to the topmost tier of the rows of seats which rose halfway up the lofty walls, and so came in front of the President and the Council. Here their guard halted and formed a semicircle, leaving them in the open space within it. A breathless silence fell upon the assembled thousands as they dropped on one knee before the President. Then, in a voice whose every accent rang distinctly to the farthest corners of the huge building, he said, "Alan Arnold and Alexis Masroff, the year of your probation ended with the rising of this morning's sun. You have been tried and you have not been found wanting, and that of which the arch-enemy of our race robbed you for a time you have regained by manly valor and patient devotion. Therefore, by command of the Supreme Council, and with the consent of all the citizens of Area, I restore to you the symbols of those rights which you lost and have regained, in the presence of God in this assembly, and on the holy ground that is sanctified by the ashes of those mighty ancestors of ours who bequeathed to us the empire of the world. I replace the golden wings upon your brows, in the full belief that from the higher and happier sphere they now inhabit they are looking down with approval upon the act. Rise now, re-crowned princes of the air, and in the near approaching day of battle go forth with fearless hearts and stainless honor to do that which the voice of duty and the needs of humanity shall bid you do." As he ceased speaking he held out a hand to each of them, and so they rose to their feet again, once more wearing the golden wings, once more free and equal amidst their peers of the royal race of Area. As they did so a burst of jubilant melody rolled out, apparently from all parts of the temple at once. It was the opening chorus of a triumphal march which the greatest living musician of Area, and therefore of the world, had composed in honor of the day and the event, and as its splendid harmonies rolled out from the hidden organ through the vast interior, and through the open portals into the square beyond, the great assembly filed out in 4 streams from the temple, and all Area made ready to give itself up to feasting and merrymaking for the rest of the day. For 3 days Area kept high festival in honor of the homecoming of the son of the President and his companion in exile, but for all that there was sterner business in hand than merrymaking for those in authority. Save in the almost impossible event of overtures of peace being received from the Sultan, war which, in the nature of the circumstances, could hardly fail to be universal, would actually begin at daybreak on the 16th of May, that is to say in 5 days after the return of Alan and Alexis. The greater part, therefore, even of the days of rejoicing was really spent in hard work by those upon whom had devolved the tremendous responsibility of counteracting as far as was possible the designs of conquest and oppression to which Olga Romanoff, by means of her fatal beauty and subtle diplomacy, had succeeded in irrevocably committing Khalid the Magnificent. Early on the morning of the day following the reinvestiture of Alan and Alexis with the symbols of Aryan citizenship a council of war was held in the President's palace, which was attended by all the members of the ruling council, the chief engineers of the settlement, and the admirals in command of the aerial and sea navies and the squadrons posted at the various stations throughout the world. Before this assembly Alan, who had already entered upon the active discharge of his duties as Commander-in-Chief of all the forces of Area and the Federation, laid the details of his plans of attack and defense, and invited criticism upon them. The same day Alan transferred his flag and his crew from the Ithuriel to the Avenger, while Alexis took possession of a splendid vessel of the same type, to which the name Orion had been given, after that of the airship commanded by Alan Tremaine in the Battle of Armageddon. Alexis, however, had very little difficulty in obtaining the consent of the council to his substituting another name for this, with the consequence that the prize taken from the enemy resumed her Russian name, and remained in Area as a trophy of the skill of her captors. Perhaps in his heart Alan would have dearly liked to have made a similar change in the name of the Avenger, but it was impossible for him to propose it, situated as he was with regard to Alma. Alexis and Isma had taken the shortest, and therefore the wisest, course out of the terribly delicate and embarrassing position which had been created by the unholy passions and ruthless treachery of Olga Romanoff. They had tacitly agreed to ignore it in toto, and to begin again where they had left off nearly 7 years before, and thus it came to pass that Isma's own pretty hand spilled the christening wine over the shapely bows of her formidable namesake. The first choose that Alan made of his new ship was to test her immense capabilities to the utmost, so that he might know what demands he might safely make upon her in possible emergencies. He rushed her at full speed round the mountain bulwarks of Area, a distance of 250 miles, and found that she completed the circuit in just 25 minutes, which gave a speed of 600 miles an hour. Alexis followed, and covered the same distance in 27 minutes and a half in Isma. These trials proved that the new Aryan vessels were from 50 to 75 miles an hour faster than the models on which their enemies had been building their new fleets, a fact which, unless Olga and her ally had made a corresponding improvement in their battleships, might be expected to have a considerable effect on the issue of the coming war. After the speed trials, the soaring powers of the two vessels were tried, and it was demonstrated that their machinery was sufficiently powerful to carry them to altitudes beyond which it was not possible for human beings to breathe. After this, all the defenses of Area were visited and examined in detail, and then on the second day after their arrival in the valley, Alan and Alexis divided all the airships at their disposal into two squadrons, each numbering nearly 400 vessels, one of which, commanded by Alan, guarded the valley, while the other, under Alexis, constituted an attacking force, the duty of which was to find out, if possible, any weak point in the defensive organization. From noon to midnight the mimic battle went on in strict accordance with the accepted rules of aerial warfare, but though Alexis and the captains of his fleet tried everything that skill or daring could suggest, the defense proved too strong for them, and during the whole 12 hours they were unable to bring a single vessel into such a position that she could send a shell into Area without previously exposing herself to a fire that must have annihilated her in an instant. This aerial review was the concluding spectacle of the festivities, and it was watched by the occupants of thousands of pleasure craft, whose interest in it was sharpened by the knowledge that before many days a conflict such as it portrayed might be raging in deadly earnest round the mountain bulwarks of their hitherto inviolate domain. So consummate was the skill displayed by Alan in this defense that as soon as the Avenger touched ground after the review was over, he was summoned to the council chamber in the President's palace to receive the thanks of the Senate and cordial expression of the perfect confidence that the people of Area would feel, whatever the magnitude of the war might prove to be, while the conduct of the campaign was in his hands and those of Alexis, whose tactics had also been so perfect that, without once putting a single ship in danger, he had made it impossible for Alan to do anything more than remain strictly on the defensive. On the following day, the 14th, the motive power of all the vessels was renewed, ammunition laid in, and all the guns and engines minutely inspected, so that there might be no chance of failure when the moment of trial came. Then the final arrangements for the defense of Area itself were perfected, and when that was done, the Vale of Paradise, as its inhabitants fondly called their lovely land, was a vast fortress compared with which the strongholds of the present day would be as harmless and defenseless as molehills. 400 aerial battleships of what were now called the first and second classes, ranging in speed from 4 to 550 miles an hour and mounting from 10 to 20 guns each, were to patrol the outer walls of the mountains, at distances of 5 and 10 miles from them and at elevations varying from 2 to 10,000 feet. These were divided into two fleets of 200 each, which relieved each other every 6 hours, so that their supply of motive power might be constantly renewed. In addition to these, 2 squadrons of 25 of the most powerful warships of the newest type alternately kept watch and ward against surprise in the upper regions of the air from 15 to 20,000 feet above the valley, while all round the great circuit of the mountains were planted in the most favorable positions nearly 1,000 land batteries mounting 3, 5, and 10 guns each, which, if necessary, would be able to surround Area with a zone of storm and flame which nothing living could pass and still live. By day the range of vision from the decks of the sentinel ships would make surprise impossible, and at night the great electric suns on the summits of the mountains, aided by hundreds of searchlights flashing through the darkness in every direction, made an attack under cover of the darkness almost equally hopeless. The news of the alliance between Olga and the Sultan had acted like a trumpet call to battle on the proud and martial spirit of the Aryans. Generation after generation their young men had been trained in the arts of war as well as in those of peace, for the wisdom of their ancestors had foreseen that, in the ordinary progress of science, it was impossible for many generations to pass without some independent solution of the problem of aerial navigation, which must, sooner or later, result in a challenge of their supremacy. Consequently, all through the years of profound peace which the outside world had enjoyed under their rule, their vigilance had never slept for a moment, and their men and ships and materials of war were kept in the highest possible state of efficiency. Thus, though the Aryan nation numbered little more than 1 million souls, inhabiting a territory of some 250 square miles, the amount of effective strength that it was able to put forth on an emergency was totally disproportionate to its size. Living in a region of inexhaustible fertility and boundless mineral wealth, with no idle or mere consuming classes, no politics, and no laws that a child of 10 could not understand, they led simple, natural, and busy lives, accumulating immense public and private riches, which were as constantly expended in increasing the splendor and power of the state, which, as a whole, was the expression of the wealth and patriotism of its citizens. No sooner had the alliance of their enemies become an accomplished fact than they devoted the whole of their vast resources to increasing their offensive and defensive armaments to the utmost of their power. Reserves of material that had been stored up year after year had been drawn upon. The mighty natural forces that they had brought into subjection labored night and day for them, and ships and machinery and guns came into existence as though at the bidding of some race of magicians. Magazines were filled with immense stores of ammunition, potential death and destruction such as had never been wielded by human hands before, and commanders and officers for all the battleships of the Federation had been sent out as each squadron of vessels was completed. In a word, Aria had donned her panoply of war, and stood armed at all points, ready to fight the world if necessary in defense of the priceless heritage which its citizens had received from their fathers, the giants who in the days of the Terror had taken despotism and oppression by the throat and flung them headlong out of the world. The defenses of Aria were to be under the immediate command of the President. All the oceanic stations, save Kerguelen, Tenerife, Bermuda, and Hawaii, had been abandoned so as to permit of greater concentration of forces, while 50 new ones had been established in different parts of Europe and the British Islands, for here the brunt of the attack was to be expected, and here the enemy must be met and crushed if Anglo-Saxon civilization was to be saved from a new era of militarism and personal oppression. Alan and Alexis were to take command of the western and eastern fleets into which the aerial forces were to be divided, Alan in the west with Britain as his chief base of operation, and Alexis in the east with the Balkan Peninsula as his base between the Russian and Muslim headquarters. The naval fleets, in 3 divisions, the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Pacific squadrons, had already received their general instructions, and were waiting at their various rendezvous for the outbreak of hostilities. The Atlantic Squadron blocked the Straits of Gibraltar, the narrow seas of Britain, and the approaches to the Baltic. The Mediterranean Division patrolled the inland sea from Gibraltar to Cyprus, and the Pacific Fleet were blockading the southern approach to the Red Sea, ready to operate against any junction of the Indian and African sea forces of the Sultan. At midnight, on the 14th, Alan and Alexis were to set out for their respective fields of operation, and that evening there was a farewell banquet given by the council in the President's palace in honor of them and the commanders of their ships. Many a hearty toast was given and drunk in the sparkling golden wine of Aria, and many a hearty Godspeed and loving farewell passed between those who remained at home and those who were going forth to do battle for them and for the peace of the world in distant skies, and to pass through the fiery storm of such warfare as had never been waged in the world before. Just before 12, when the fleets were ready to take the air, and the last farewells were being said, the Avenger and the Esmo were lying on the roof of the President's palace, and their commanders were standing by the gangway steps which hung down from the deck chambers, the centers of 2 little groups of grave, silent men and sorrowing women, their nearest and dearest in a land where all were friends. The last blessings of fathers and the mothers had been given and taken, and then came the hardest farewells of all. Isma and Alexis parted as declared lovers will part as long as the fates are cruel, but when Alan took Kalma's hands in his for the last time, and looked down upon the pale loveliness of her perfect face and into the clear calm depths of her eyes, the word that he had been longing to say ever since his return died upon his lips. The contrast between her stainless purity and the darkness of the blot that Olga's unholy passion had placed upon his life rose up in all its horror for the 100th time before him, and once more the impassable gulf opened between them. All that he could say was, "Goodbye, Alma. You, too, will wish me Godspeed, won't you?" "With all my heart, yes, Alan," she replied in low, sweet, steady tones. "God guard you in your good work and send you back in safety to us. You will come back rich in honors and followed by the blessings of the world you are going to rescue from the oppressors. Or I shall never come. Goodbye, Alma, goodbye, all," he said, breaking upon her speech, for he could bear to hear no more, and as he spoke he stooped and kissed her forehead as he had kissed Isma's a few moments before. Then he turned and ran up the steps just as Alexis took his last kiss and did the same. As they gained the decks of their ships the great bell in the dome of the temple boomed out the first stroke of 12. At the 6th stroke the electric suns on the summits of the mountains blazed out simultaneously at 100 points. A long, deep roar of thunder rolled round the bulwarks of Aria, and with searchlights flashing out ahead and astern, the 400 battleships of the 2 squadrons rose into the air and swept up towards the ridge. 1,000 feet above it they stopped and hung for a moment motionless in midair. Then the roar of 1,000 shells exploding far up in the quaking sky answered the salutes from the sentinel ships, and then, still signaling farewells with their searchlights, the squadron swept out into the ocean of darkness that loomed round the light-girdled realm of Aria. Chapter 23 The First Blow. The night of the 15th of May 2037 was passed in an agony of apprehension by nearly the whole of civilized humanity. The long-threatened and universally feared thundercloud of war had at last loomed up over the serene horizon of peace in full view of the whole world. Although the events of the last 6 years had to some extent prepared the minds of men for the impending disaster, now that the last hour of the long peace was really about to strike, there were very, very few among the millions of non-combatants who were able to rise superior to the universal panic. The ocean terrorism which had paralyzed the commerce of the world 5 years and a half before, fearful as it had been, was, so far as the bulk of humanity was concerned, a terror of the unseen. Ships had gone out to sea and had vanished into the depths, leaving no trace behind them, but the hand that struck the blow had remained invisible. Now, however, this same terror, magnified 1,000-fold, was to come close up to the shores of lands whose inhabitants had never known what it was for man to raise his hand against his brother. Tomorrow the sun would rise as usual, the earth would smile, the sea would dance, and the air grow bright and warm under his beams, yet air and earth and sea would be wholly strange to the eyes of men, for they would be invested with terrors hitherto only pictured by the fears of panic. The air would be charged with death. Beneath the laughing waves great battleships would be speeding swiftly, silently, and invisibly on their errands of destruction, and the fair face of earth would be scarred by the harrow of battle, and seared with the fires of murderous passion. The ocean traffic of the world had been almost wholly at a standstill for nearly a month. Transports which could complete their voyages before the end of the truce had done so, but since the 1st of May only short voyages had been attempted, for it was known that escape from the attack of a submarine battleship would be absolutely impossible for any vessels that floated on the surface of the water. The immediate results of this had of course been the dislocation of trade and commerce and ever-increasing scarcity of food in the great centers of population. Impossible, absurd even, as it still seemed to those who had not thoroughly recognized the tremendous gravity of the situation, the inhabitants of the magnificent cities of the Old and New Worlds were actually within measurable distance, even before a blow had been struck, of seeing the specter of famine cross the threshold of their palaces. In a few days communications by land would be as difficult and as dangerous as those by sea, for, swift as the trains were, their speed was far excelled by that of the slowest airship, which could wreck them with a single shot. Bridges would be destroyed, stations blown up, and lines cut in 100 places at once, till railway traveling would have to cease all over the world. Thus the most splendid civilization of all the ages stood trembling on the verge of destruction at the moment when the sleepless eyes of the inhabitants of Alexandria saw the first faint glow of the dawn brightening the eastern sky. No one knew where or how the first blow would be struck in the strange and terrible warfare for the commencement of which the rising of that morning's sun gave the signal. There were scarcely any elements in common with the war of the 19th century save the slaughter and destruction that it would entail. There could be no marshalling of fleets or warships on the sea, for to be detected by an enemy would be coming very near to being destroyed. Every blow would have to be struck swiftly, silently, and without warning, for only one could be struck, and to fail would be to be lost. So, too, in the air, as had been proved at Kerguelen and Mantera. Everything would depend upon the supreme strategy which enabled the first fatal shot to be sent home that would decide battle after battle without hype for the vanquished to recover from their defeat. But after all it would be on land that the terrors of the new warfare would be most fearfully manifested. It needed but little effort of the highly strung imaginations of those who were waiting for the world tragedy to begin to picture vast armies, magnificent in their strength and splendid in their equipments, marching to grapple with each other on some field of titanic strife. Suddenly and without warning they would be smitten by an invisible foe floating far above the clouds, or perhaps visible only as a tiny speck of light high in the central blue. Their battalions would be torn to pieces, their regiments decimated and thrown into confusion, their commanders the brains of the huge organisms would have no such protection as they had in the wars of former times, for the aerial artillery would reach everywhere, and the commander-in-chief in his headquarters would be as much exposed as the private in his bivouac. Thus the brain would be destroyed and the body reduced to impotence, disciplined armies would become lawless and unregulated hordes in a few days or weeks, and the organized slaughter of the battlefield would be exchanged for the butchery and plunder of the city carried by assault. It was little wonder, then, that the world watched the ending of its last night of peace and the dawning of its first day of battle with feelings such as men had not felt for 5 generations, if, indeed, ever before in the history of man. It was not a mere war of nations with which men were confronted. The evil genius of a single woman had achieved the unheard-of feat of dividing the human race into 2 hostile forces so nearly balanced in strength that mutual destruction seemed a not improbable issue of what might after all prove to be the death struggle of humanity. the collapse of civilization and the sinking of a remnant of mankind back to the level of barbarians whose children would wander amidst the ruins of their forefathers' habitations, and wonder what race of demigods had created the wondrous fabrics whose very fragments were splendid. As the dawn flew round the world on that momentous morning, every eye was turned towards the heavens, on every lip there was but one question: where will the first blow be struck? And in every heart there was but one thought: will it reach me or my dear ones? The focus of all human interest was for a moment Alexandria, for it was known that from the main expeditionary force was to be sent out to, if possible, effect a landing on the shores of Italy, while other expeditions were to start from Tripoli, Tunis, and Oran to effect landings in France and Spain. The bridge across the Straits of Gibraltar from Point Sires to Guadalmedina was to all intents and purposes neutral, since it would have been madness to send trains conveying troops across it when a single shot from the British battery at Gibraltar would have shattered the bridge to fragments. The forces destined by the Sultan for the invasion of Europe would, therefore, either have to be conveyed in swift transports by sea, protected by squadrons of airships and flotillas of submarine battleships, or else they would have to go by land round the Levant by Syria, and so through Asia Minor to the shores of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. As the European shores of these two straits were known to be defended by concealed batteries mounting guns, a single shot from which would blow the biggest transport afloat out of the water, the Sultan had decided to make the attempt to invade Italy, France, and Spain by sea, while the Russian forces, with their Asiatic allies, were to attack the Central nations from the east. So far, therefore, as could be foreseen, the Mediterranean would once more be the arena of strife, and on some part of its shores or its waters the first blow of the war would be struck. Every possible preparation for the attack upon Europe had been finally completed immediately after the return of Khalid from the coronation of Olga on the 11th, but beyond the fact that the coasts of Europe, from the Straits of Dover to the Golden Horn, were patrolled by Federation battleships, nothing was known of the dispositions which had been made for the defense of Europe. Gibraltar, Minorca, Cape Spartinto, Mount Ida in Candia and Olympus in Cyprus formed a chain of Federation posts which, while they had been made impregnable to all attack save long-sustained bombardment from the air, rendered any attempt on the part of large fleets to cross the Mediterranean an extremely hazardous venture. These stations were connected from Gibraltar to Cyprus by telephonic cables, buried beneath the floor of the sea to hide them from the enemy's cruisers, and also by patrols of battleships constantly moving to and fro in touch with each other along the whole line. And this was the first barrier through which the Muslim Sultan had to force his way before he could land his armies upon the shores of southern Europe. This, too, formed what may be termed the first line of defense of the Federation and of Christendom, and although neither the Sultan nor the Tsarina was wholly aware of the fact, it had been strengthened to such a degree that it was expected to prove unbreakable even under the impact of the immense forces that would be brought to bear upon it. When the sun at last rose over the hills of Syria and Sinai, and the watchers in the streets and on the housetops of Alexandria heard the voice of the muezzin calling the first hour of prayer and the last hour of the world's peace, the bright blue waves of the inland sea lay smiling and sparkling in its earliest beams, betraying not a trace of the hidden forces which waited but for the signal that might come either from land or sea or sky to begin the work of desolation. The harbors of the city were thronged with shipping. Great transports lined the miles of quays whose network fronted the seaward verge of the Muslim capital. Some of the basins swarmed with the half-submerged hulls of scores of battleships waiting to take up their position as convoys to the flotilla which, if the Sultan's plan succeeded, would, within the next 12 hours, land nearly 4 million troops on European soil. In the air, at elevations varying from 500 to 10,000 feet, a squadron of 200 aerial cruisers kept watch and ward against a surprise from the upper regions of the air. By the time the day had fully dawned, land and sea and sky had been scanned in vain for a sign of an enemy's presence. The sailing of the flotilla of transports had been fixed for 6 o'clock by Alexandrian time, and already the battleships were moving out into the open to take up their places in advance of the fleet of transports. 50 airships had ranged themselves in a long line to seaward at an elevation of 2,000 feet to protect the transports from an aerial assault, and the transports themselves were moving out to form in the basin behind the breakwater, whence they were to commence their voyage. Sultan Khalid, on board his aerial flagship Albarak named after the winged steed which, according to the old legend, had borne the Prophet from earth to the threshold of the seventh heaven, superintended in person the last preparations for the departure of his great armament. Flying hither and thither, now soaring and now sinking, he inspected first the cruisers of the air and then the flotillas of the seas, and at last, when all was ready, he took his place by one of the bow guns of the Albarak to fire the shot that was to be the signal for the expedition to start. but a higher intelligence and a greater tactical ability than his had already determined that the signals should be given in very different fashion. 50 miles to the south towards the Libyan desert, high in air, 15,000 feet above the earth, a solitary airship hung suspended in the central blue. As the sun rose she had moved slowly forward towards the city. As she came within sight of it, Alan Arnold standing in her conning tower saw through a telescope that commanded a range of 100 miles the disposition of the aerial fleet above Alexandria. He marked down a group of 5 airships floating some 5,000 feet above the center of the city, and singled them out as the first victims of the war. He was, of course, far out of range of gunfire, and to have gone within range and fired on them would have been to expose his single ship to a concentrated hail of projectiles which would have scattered her in dust through the sky. So he determined to open the game of death and destruction by a stroke as dramatic as it was terrible. He remembered how his ancestor, Richard Arnold, in the first Ithuriel, had rammed the Russian war balloons to the north of Muswell Hill, and resolved to eclipse even that marvelous stroke of tactics. Obeying his will like a living creature, the mighty fabric under his control sank 5,000 feet and then began to gather way on a slanting course towards the Muslim airships. The propellers whirled faster and faster, and the quadruple wings undulated with ever-increasing velocity until the crowds in the streets of Alexandria saw something like a swift flash of blue light stream downward from the southern sky, and heard a long screaming roar as through the firmament was being rent in twain above them. Then 3 of the airships floating in line above their heads seemed to break up and roll over. The crowds held their breath and pointed upwards with one accord in sudden horror, as the crippled airships dropped like stones towards the earth. In another moment they struck it, and then, as through the central fires of the earth had burst through in the heart of the great city, there came a crash and a shock that shook the ground like an earthquake spasm. A vast dazzling volume of flame shot up from amidst a wide circle of blackened ruin. Towers fell and roofs collapsed all round the focus of the explosion. The whole atmosphere above the city was convulsed, and the very sea itself seemed to writhe under the stress of the mighty shock, and so, leaving death and ruin and consternation behind her, the Avenger swept out over the Mediterranean at a speed that the eye could scarcely follow, after striking the first blow in the World War of the 21st century. To say that this sudden and unexpected catastrophe spread panic through the Muslim capital would be but a very inadequate description of the Avenger's first blow in the World War. Consternation, wild and unbounded, blanched every cheek, and made every heart stand still as the mighty roar of the explosion burst upon the deafened ears of the inhabitants and then instantly died into silence, broken only by the crash of falling ruins and the screams and groans of the wounded and dying. The red spectre of war in its most frightful form had suddenly appeared to the terrified and horror-stricken vision of millions of men and women, scarce one of whom had ever seen a deed of violence done. Khalid, like a wise leader, did all he could to prevent the panic spreading to the troops on board the transports by issuing peremptory orders for the expedition to start at once. At the same time he signaled for half a dozen airships to ascend as far as possible and attempt to discover the source from which the inexplicable attack had come, an errand destined to be entirely fruitless. In orderly succession the 100 huge transports, each carrying from 8 to 10,000 men, left the outer basin in 2 long lines in the rear of the 50 airships already in position. 100 submarine battleships took up their stations 500 yards in advance of the first line of transports. 50 of these sank to a depth of 30 feet, and shot 2,000 yards ahead as soon as the whole flotilla was in motion, while the other 50 ran along the surface of the water with their conning towers just showing above the waves, ready to sink in obedience to any signal that their commanders might receive from the airships, which commanded an immense range of vision over the waters. To all appearance the enemy was content with the one terrible blow that had already been struck. The smooth, sunlit sea betrayed no trace of a hostile vessel, and as far as the glasses of those on board the airships could sweep the sky nothing but the blue atmosphere, flecked here and there with white, fleecy clouds, could be seen. But the Muslim commanders were far from being deceived by these peaceful appearances. From Sultan Khalid, who was commanding the expedition in person, to the engineers who worked the transports, all knew that the invisible line of the Federation patrols had to be passed somewhere in the depths of the sea before the shores of Italy could be reached. The speed of the 3 flotillas was limited to 25 miles an hour, in order that there might be no headlong running into danger, and the commander of each of the submerged battleships had orders to rise to the surface the instant that his telltale needle denoted the presence of an enemy, and signal the fact to the rest of the squadron. The transports were then to stop, and were not to resume their passage until the battleships had cleared the way for them. The first division was to engage the enemy, while the second was to remain on the surface ready to defend the transports in case of need. For 6 hours the expedition proceeded on its way northwest by west from Alexandria without interruption. The intention was to pass about 100 miles to the south of the Federation post at Candia, between which island and the Cape Spartiato the ocean patrol would most likely be met with. Soon after 12 those on board the Sultan's flagship detected half a dozen little points of light shining amidst the waves to the northwestward. They could be nothing else but the scout ships of the patrol, and although they were nearly 10 miles away, a couple of shells were discharged at them from the Albarak's bow gun, more as a warning to the Muslim flotilla than in the hope of doing any damage. Whether they did or not was never known, for before the explosion of the shells was seen in the water the points of light had vanished. Signals were at once made from the flagship ordering the transports to stop, and the second division of battleships to stand by to protect them. A dozen remained on the surface of the water, running round and round the now stationary troop ships in concentric circles. The others sank to varying depths, and scattered until the vague fluctuations of their needles showed that they were more than 1,000 yards from each other and the transports. As the first division had orders to keep more than 2 miles in advance as soon as an enemy was discovered, there would be no danger of ramming friend instead of foe. It ran on for 7 miles after the main body stopped. It was moving in a single line, the vessels being at an equal distance apart, so that with the exception of the 2 ships at the extremities of the line, the attraction of the steel hulls on the needles should be neutralized, and therefore only give indications of vessels ahead. At the end of the 7th mile the telltales ceased their wavering motions and began to point steadily, in slightly varying directions, ahead. The moment they did so the engines were stopped and the flotilla rose to the surface of the water. Their commanders found themselves out of sight of the transports, but the Albarak, attended by 10 other airships, was floating about 1,000 feet above them. From the flagship's mainmast head flew the signal fleet 8 miles to the rear. Enemy ahead. Sink and ram. The order was instantly obeyed by the whole division, and the 50 battleships simultaneously sank out of sight to engage the invisible enemy, while the Sultan and his companions on board the airships waited in intense anxiety to see what the next few fateful minutes would bring forth. No human eye could see what work of death might be going on down in the depths of the sea. Even those who took part in it would know it only by its results, and of these only the victors would know anything. They would reappear on the surface of the waves, but the vanquished would never rise again. Minute after minute passed and still the anxious watchers on the airships saw nothing. The bright, sunlit waves rippled on over the abyss in which the conflict must by this time be almost over. 5, 10, 15 minutes passed, and still no sign. Had Khalid been a mile or 2 farther on and closer down to the surface of the sea, he would have seen streams of air bubbles rising swiftly here and there and instantly breaking. But from where he was he could see nothing. 5 more minutes went by and suspense gave place to apprehension. Had the whole of the first division simply sunk to its destruction into some invisible trap that had been laid for it deep down in the watery abyss? If not, how came it that not even one of the battleships had risen to the surface to tell the tale of victory or defeat? Khalid knew that the squadron would obey orders and hurl itself at full speed, that is to say, at some 150 miles an hour, upon the enemy the moment the telltales found their mark. In 2 or 3 minutes 5 at the outside their rams must either have done their work or failed to do it. If they had done it they would have risen to the surface. If they had failed and themselves escaped destruction they would still have risen. Now 20 minutes had passed and not one of the 50 battleships had reappeared. What could this mean but disaster? And disaster it did mean, but great as it was as nothing compared with the frightful catastrophe which followed close upon it. All eyes on board the airships were so intently fixed upon that portion of the sea where the squadron was expected to rise again that no one thought for the moment of looking back towards the transports until the dull rumbling roar of a series of explosions came rolling up out of the distance. Instantly every glass was turned in the direction whence the sound came, and Khalid saw his great fleet of troopships tossing about in the midst of a wild commotion of the waves, out of which vast masses of white water spouted as if from the depths of the sea, and amidst these ship after ship heeled over and sank into the white seething waters. Uttering a cry of rage and despair, he headed the Albarak at full speed towards the scene of the disaster. In 3 minutes he was floating over it, helpless to do anything to avert or even delay the swift destruction that was overwhelming the splendid fleet. Distracted by impotent rage and passionate sorrow for the fate of his soldiers and sailors, who were being slain hopelessly and by wholesale beneath his eyes, he watched the awful submarine storm rage on, wrecking ship after ship and swallowing them up with all the thousands on board in the boiling gulfs which opened ever and anon amidst the waves. When the first panic passed, the transports which were still uninjured scattered and headed away as fast as their engines would drive them to the southward. where the only chance of safety seemed to lie. But there was no escape for them from their invisible and merciless enemies. The fate of one magnificent transport, the flagship of the fleet, may be described as an illustration of the general disaster. She was a vessel of 50,000 tons measurement, and her crew and complement of troops numbered together nearly 25,000. She escaped the first discharge from the submarine torpedoes unharmed, and heading southward with her triple propellers revolving at their utmost velocity, rushed through the water at a speed of more than 40 nautical miles an hour. She had scarcely gained a mile on her course when the glass-domed conning tower of a battleship appeared for an instant above the waves. Before Khalid, not knowing whether it was friend or foe, could make up his mind to fire on it, it disappeared again. A few seconds later the great ship stopped and shuddered with some mighty shock, as though she had run head-on to a sunken reef, and heeled over to one side. Then came a dull roar, a huge column of white foaming water rose up under her side amidships, and she broke in two and vanished in the midst of a white space of swirling eddies. Such scenes as this were occurring simultaneously in 20 different parts of the naval battlefield. The foe never showed himself save for an instant. Then came the blow that meant destruction, and the victim vanished. There was none of the pomp and pageantry of modern naval warfare, no splendid armaments of mighty ironclads and stately cruisers vomiting thunder and flame and storms of shot and shell at each other, nor were there any rolling masses of battle smoke to darken the brightness of the sky. The occupants of an open boat 5 miles away would not have known that the most deadly sea fight ever waged since men had first gone down to the sea in ships was being fought out under that smiling May-Day sky. One after another the flying transports were overtaken, rammed, or blown up and sunk by the pitiless monsters which unceasingly darted hither and thither a few feet below the surface of the water, and in less than 2 hours after the first alarm had been given the last of the 100 transports which had sailed at morning from Alexandria had gone down a shattered wreck into the abysses of the inland sea. There was no chance of saving the drowning wretches who managed to escape from the eddies of the sinking ships, as there would have been in a naval battle of today. The airships could not do so without sinking to the waves, and so making themselves marks for the irresistible rams and torpedoes of their enemies, who themselves could not be merciful, even if they would, shut up as they were in the steel leviathans whose only use was destruction. Khalid the Magnificent, with a heart one-eye breaking with rage and shame and sorrow, watched in passionate helplessness the destruction of his splendid fleet and the drowning, like rats in a pond, of the soldiers who were to have borne the banner of the Crescent over the conquered fields of Christendom. More than 1 million men had perished beneath his eyes, and he had not been able to fire a shot to help them, although he was in command of an aerial fleet which could have dispersed an army or wrecked a city between sunrise and noon. But the strangest part of the strange battle was yet to come. After the last of the transports had disappeared, the attack ceased and the assailants vanished. In a few minutes the sea was as calm and bright as ever, and only a few bits of broken wooden wreckage floating here and there betrayed the fact that anything out of the common had happened. The remnant of the Muslim squadron rose to the surface and signaled for instructions. Only 20 of them remained uninjured out of the 100 that had gone into the fight. Before the signals could be returned there was a loud hiss and a swirling noise as of some huge body rushing at a furious speed through the water, and a great battleship leapt up out of the nether waters, and hurled herself at a speed of nearly 200 miles an hour into the midst of the floating squadron. Her gleaming ram of azurine tore its way through the sides of 3 vessels in such swift succession that, almost before their fragments had time to sink, her huge bulk vanished under the waves again. But hardly was her work done than a second battleship charged into the paralyzed squadron, sending 2 of its members to the bottom and crippling 3 more before she, too, vanished into the safe obscurity of the depths. A third was met by a storm of shells from the airships, which burst round her and under her just as she came to the surface, and blew her out of the water in fragments. Heedless of this, a fourth plunged fiercely through the foaming area of the explosion, and had wrecked 2 more Muslim vessels before a shell smashed her propeller and laid her helpless on the water. 2 of the Muslims instantly backed out and rushed at her, tearing 2 great ragged holes in her side and sinking her instantly, only to be sunk themselves in turn by a 5th charge from below. Scarcely had this last foe disappeared in safety than a swarm of torpedoes, converging from all sides, encircled the remaining Muslim battleships. Some plunged beneath the waves to escape them, but these never reappeared. The remainder, torn and twisted and shattered by a series of explosions that flung the water mountains high all round them, sank like stones, and when the sea once more settled down, the grim work of death had been completed. The fate which had so swiftly overwhelmed the expedition that had set out from Alexandria had almost simultaneously befallen 4 other expeditions which had started at the same hour from Tripoli, Tunis, Algiers, and Oran. The one disaster had been an almost exact reproduction of the others. The same order, formation, and tactics had been observed in each of the 5 cases, and each of the 5 squadrons of transports and fleets of submarine battleships had been overwhelmed and completely destroyed by the same mysterious fate. Of 500 transports and the same number of battleships which Sultan Khalid had possessed at sunrise on that fatal 16th of May, not a single one remained by sundown, and of the more than 3 million souls who had manned the 5 fleets not one man survived. Of the strength or the losses of the enemy that had wrought this appalling and unheard of destruction within such a brief space of time, nothing could, in the nature of the case, be known by those who had seen only some of its effects from the decks of the airships which floated almost helplessly over the waves which were engulfing their naval consorts. The work of annihilation had for the most part been done in the dim and silent depths of the sea, and all that they knew was the number of those of their own comrades who had gone to battle and never returned. And yet to all practical intents and purposes these 5 stupendous blows which had simultaneously crushed the Muslim sea power and half crippled the military strength of the Sultan had been struck by one hand. In other words, the victory of the Mediterranean was due to 2 inventions which had been made and perfected by Max Ernstein, who had been transferred from Kerguelen and appointed admiral in command of the whole Mediterranean forces of the Federation. One of these was a highly improved form of an apparatus which had just come into use on board battleships and cruisers when the War of the Terror broke out. This was an electrical contrivance which gave warning, more or less reliable, of the approach of torpedoes, by translating the aqueous vibrations set up by them into sound waves, which increased in intensity as the hidden destroyer came nearer. This invention had been lost sight of when all the warships of the world were sunk in the South Atlantic after the proclamation of the universal peace. Ernstein's was therefore a new discovery, or rediscovery, but the advantages of his position, far ahead of the scientific skill of the 19th century, had enabled him to produce a much more perfect instrument, and his apparatus, which was attached to all the battleships of the Federation, not only gave warning of the approach of an enemy, but indicated his direction, the number of revolutions at which his propellers were working, and his distance at any given moment. This not only enabled the commander of a Federation battleship to detect the presence of an enemy, but it enabled him to distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as the phonetic indicator showed that another ship was approaching, he stopped his own propellers, started them, and stopped them again. The vibrations thus set up and interrupted would be conveyed to the indicator of the approaching ship. If she had won, then she would at once return the signal. If the signal was not returned, it was safe to conclude that the coming vessel was an enemy and could be rammed accordingly. When this invention replaced the telltale needle that had been in use a year before, an alteration in tactics became necessary, and the fighting order became more extended. A mile instead of 1,000 yards was now the limit within which the Federation battleships were not permitted to approach each other, save under special circumstances. Every vessel acted as an independent unit, subject only to the general instructions. Ernstein's second invention was of a simpler but nonetheless effective character. Knowing that the Muslim and Russian squadrons would be forced to trust entirely to their telltale magnetized needles, he had devised a plan for making these worse than useless. As soon as the phonetic indicator told him that an enemy was coming, the commander of each of his battleships dropped a thin rope of insulated wire down 30 or 40 feet into the water below him. The lower end of this cable was a powerful electromagnet, through which a current of electricity was kept passing along the wires. The attraction of this magnet was far stronger than that of the hull of the vessel, and consequently the needles of the enemy were deflected downwards, and gave a totally erroneous idea as to the depth at which the Federation ship was floating. Thus when the first division of the Muslim submarine squadron charged at what its commanders thought were the hulls of their enemies, their rams passed harmlessly underneath them, merely striking the magnet and knocking it aside. The moment they had passed the magnet, its attraction swung their needles back, and showed that some mysterious mistake had been committed, but before they had time to turn and seek the mark afresh the Federation ships were upon them, and their rams had rent their way into their sides. In this manner every ship of the first division had been destroyed within 3 minutes after it had made its first and last charge. Then the Federationists had risen to the surface for an instant to reconnoiter by means of the arrangement of mirrors previously described, and sinking again had worked their way back towards the transports, formed in a huge circle round them, and had sent torpedo after torpedo into their midst. As soon as the flotilla had been thrown into confusion they had converged until they could communicate with each other by means of their submarine signals, and after that they had attacked the enemy singly. Ship after ship charged into the melee, did her work, and retired, if she escaped destruction, to give place to another. Only 20 Federation ships had been engaged in each of the 5 battles, and of these 40 in all had been destroyed. a loss utterly disproportionate to the gigantic damage that had been done to the enemy. Khalid the Magnificent divined intuitively that the disaster which had overwhelmed the expedition which he had commanded in person was only a portion of a result achieved by some elaborate and consummately conceived scheme of defense which must have been simultaneously put into operation against his other expeditions. What had succeeded against his own might well have been expected to have succeeded against them. He at once dispatched 4 squadrons of 10 airships each to Tripoli and Tunis, Algiers and Oran, with orders to collect all attainable information, and to return to Alexandria as soon after sunset as possible. Then he turned the prows of the remainder of his fleet towards his capital, and gave the signal for full speed ahead. Chapter 24 War at its worst. Without even pausing to see the effects of his charge upon the 3 airships above Alexandria, Alan kept the Avenger going at full speed, soaring up into the higher regions of the atmosphere with her prow pointed to the northeast. About 3 hours later she was floating at an elevation of nearly 5 miles above Moscow, not stationary, but sweeping round and round in vast circles on her quadruple wings after the manner of the condors of the Andes, which thus sustained themselves on almost motionless wings at vast elevations and very small expenditure of force. Below an immense expanse of country lay in unclouded clearness under the glasses of the captain of the ship and George Cosmo, late engineer of the Null, who was now chief engineer of the Aryan flagship. Not only Moscow, but a dozen other towns lay at the mercy of the Avenger's 24 guns, and yet no shot was fired, for Alan, despite the tremendous debt of vengeance that he owed to her who now, at last in very fact crowned Tsarina of the Russias, held her court at Moscow, was yet extremely loath to involve non-combatants in the destruction which he knew must follow the discharge of his guns. Added to this, his present designs were rather to reconnoiter than to destroy. He was in command of the fastest and the most powerful airship in the world, and the task that he had set himself was to supervise the whole of the complicated arrangements that had been made for repelling the coming attack upon the Federation by the Muslims and Russians. Thus he had started soon after midnight from Gibraltar, one of the chief power stations and depots in Europe. Thence he had run along the African coast over Oran, Algiers, Tunis and Tripoli, noting the sleepless activity of the brilliantly lighted towns, the swarming transports and battleships in their harbors, and the crowds of anxious watchers in their streets. Then he had got round to the south of Alexandria, as has been seen, and thus struck the first blow in the war. Now, his object was to discover what disposition of troops were being made for the invasion of Austria and Germany. Another scout ship would be by this time floating over St. Petersburg, and another over Odessa, and these were to report to him at noon. He had kept the Avenger moving with sufficient rapidity to make it extremely difficult for her to be seen from the earth, as he wanted to see without being seen, and he remained undiscovered until nearly noon. All this time trains had been seen running in swift succession into Moscow from the east and out to the west, evidently conveying troops to the frontier. A large fleet of airships, numbering apparently between 200 and 300 vessels, were seen lying in 4 squadrons on the open space about the Kremlin, and others were constantly flying into and out of the city in all directions. A few minutes after 11:30, Cosmo, after a long look through his glasses, called to Alan, who was looking out from the other side of the deck, "I fancy they must have seen us at last. 3 ships are coming up on this side as if they wanted to investigate." Alan crossed over and soon picked out the Russian vessels rising in long spiral sweeps from the earth about 3 miles to the northward and coming up very fast. "They seem to have learned something in tactics during the year," he said. "They evidently know better than to rise perpendicularly while they suspect we are up here. They think they'll be much more difficult to hit coming up like that." "Yes," said Cosmo. "But we can soon show them the mistake in that idea." "What are you going to do with them?" "Destroy them, of course," replied Alan. "It doesn't matter about giving the alarm now. I think it's pretty certain that the Russians are going to concentrate at Kyiv, Vitebsk, Dinaburg, and Vilna, and those 4 squadrons down there are intended to cover them. We'd better let them concentrate, and make the fighting as short and sharp as possible. It would be a waste of time to destroy them here in detail, and the moral effect wouldn't be anything like as good. What do you think?" "I don't think there'll be any fighting," replied Cosmo, "unless between the airships. The most hardened troops of the 19th century would have broken and run like a lot of sheep under our shells, and these poor fellows, who have never seen a battle in their lives, will do the same. I don't believe we shall have any land fighting at all to speak of during the whole war. There will be nothing but massacres from the air on both sides. Still, I think you're both wise and merciful in waiting until you can hit hard, though perhaps from the strictly military point of view we ought to have Moscow in ruins by sundown." "I won't do that," said Alan, shaking his head decisively. There are 3 or 4 millions of women and children in it who have done no harm, and I'll shed no more blood than I'm obliged to. We had better destroy those fellows, however, before they get too close. You know what to do." "Very well," said Cosmo. "You take the deck, I suppose?" Alan nodded, and Cosmo saluted and went into the conning tower. The Avenger now altered her course, so that her circling flight took her to the northward, above the 3 Russian airships that were sweeping round and round so fast that it would have been impossible to train a gun upon them. As soon as she got over them, the Avenger quickened her course until she was flying round in the same circles and at the same speed as the Russians. This, of course, made her relatively stationary with regard to them, and it was now possible to take aim. 2 of the broadside guns, one on each side, were much shorter than the others, and had been specially constructed for firing almost vertically downwards. Alan stood by one of these and trained it on the first of the Russian vessels, which were coming up in a spiral line. At the right moment he pressed a button in the breech and released the projectile. The shot struck the Russian amidships. They saw the glass deck of the roof splinter, then the blaze of the explosion flashed out. The air quaked, and the next moment the fragments of the Russian warship were falling back upon the earth. A second and a third shot followed as the other 2 came into position, and when Alan looked down towards the city again he saw that the 4 squadrons had taken the alarm, and were rising from the earth and scattering in all directions. This was just what he wanted, for it relieved him of the scruples which had prevented him from firing on them while they lay within the precincts of the city. In an instant the crew of the Avenger were at their guns, and shell after shell sped on its downward way after the flying ships. Although, under the circumstances, the aim was necessarily hurried, for the captains of the Russian vessels, seeing the terrible disadvantage at which they were placed, had put on their utmost speed. The guns of the Avenger were so smartly handled that nearly a score of the Russians were either blown to fragments or crippled before the squadron escaped out of range. "Well done," said Alan. "That will teach them to keep a little smarter lookout next time." And then he went on to himself, "I wonder whether she was on board one of those that are lying in little pieces down there? I suppose that would be too good luck to hope for, and yet I don't know. I think her end ought to be something different to that. I wonder what it really will be." He ordered his men to cease firing now, and placed the Avenger once more in her old position over Moscow, keeping her at a great elevation to guard against surprise from the squadron he had scattered. A few minutes later 2 airships were reported coming from the south and north. The flash of the sun on their blue hulls proclaimed them friends. They were the vessels bringing the reports from St. Petersburg and Odessa, and these reports were to the effect that during the whole of the morning trains had been pouring through from the eastward and all the surrounding country towards the Austro-German frontier. Other reports from the westward had been received by the commanders of these 2 vessels to the effect that the Russian troops were massing along the frontier and seemingly preparing to invade the Federation area from the 4 points already selected by Alan. He at once dispatched orders by these 2 courier vessels to the depots at Königsberg, Thorn, Breslau, and Budapest to assemble 4 squadrons of 50 vessels each, which were to be over the points of concentration at daybreak on the following morning. These ships were to maintain their greatest possible elevation, that is to say, about 3.5 miles until the sun rose. Then if the sky were clear they were to bombard the towns at once from that height, if not they were to use all precautions against surprise in passing through the clouds, and then the commanders were to use their own discretion as to the plan of operation. But Odessa, Kyiv, Vitebsk, and Dynaburg were to be destroyed at all hazards as soon as it was certain that the invading forces were concentrated there, and preparing to march eastward. As soon as these orders had been dispatched the Avenger left Moscow, and started at full speed for Gibraltar, where she arrived about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Here Alan, after once more inspecting the land batteries and the aerial defenses of this important outpost of the Federation, received news of the annihilation of the 4 Muslim expeditions, and heartily congratulated Admiral Einstein on the complete success of his operations. It was at once apparent that the Sultan would not risk a second loss so enormous as this even if he had sufficient transports left and could persuade any more of his people to brave the terrors of such another sea fight. This being so, only 2 alternatives would be open to him: either he must give up all idea of invading Europe by land or sea, or else he must attempt to force the bridges across the Dardanelles and the Straits of Gibraltar, and cross into Europe via Turkey and Spain. Both these bridges, the main highways between Europe, Africa, and Asia Minor, were guarded on the European side by batteries of enormous strength, similar to those which guarded the Federation posts in the Mediterranean. They were magnificent structures, each 400 feet broad, carrying 12 lines of railway as well as carriage drives and promenades, and, once in the hands of the enemy, troops could be poured across them in tens of thousands every hour. Alan, after a brief conference with Einstein, decided to pursue the same tactics here as he was going to make use of on the Russian frontier. The bridges were to be left completely open, but their supporting pillars were to be mined with torpedoes, connected by electric wires with the batteries. If the Sultan attempted to force them, his men were to be allowed to concentrate on the African and Asiatic shores and to occupy the bridges. Then the bridges were to be blown up and the forces on the opposite side to be dispersed by the batteries and the airships. The message to the Dardanelles bridge was dispatched by telephone over the cables connecting Gibraltar with Candia and Gallipoli, and similar instructions were sent on from Gallipoli to Constantinople, in case any attempt should be made to force the bridge which spanned the Bosphorus. The Mediterranean patrol was to be maintained as before, and 3 airships were sent out to reconnoiter the African coast from Ceuta to Port Said during the night, and learn what they could of the Sultan's intentions. The rest of the evening and the greater part of the night were spent by Alan receiving and answering reports from the northern coast of the Mediterranean, the Russian frontier, and the principal cities of Europe, and in assuring himself that everything was ready, so far as was possible, to meet the storm that must infallibly burst over the continent within the next few days. What would have been in the 19th century a matter of weeks was now only one of days and hours. The enormously developed system of intercommunication made transit even for very large numbers of men and between very distant points, rapid to a degree undreamt of in the present century. Trains could travel at 200 miles an hour along the hundreds of quadruple lines which covered the continent with their gigantic network. Aerial cruisers could fly at more than twice the speed, and squadrons of submarine battleships could cleave their silent and invisible way through the ocean depths at 150 miles an hour. It was, therefore, almost impossible to tell without certain information where and how the blows of the enemy would be struck, or from how many points the European area of the Federation might be assailed at once, and vast indeed were the responsibilities and anxieties which weighed upon the man whose single brain was the center of this vast and complicated system of defense, and on whose decisions would depend the safety or the destruction of millions of human beings. Alan had managed to get 4 hours sleep in the afternoon between Moscow and Gibraltar, and he snatched 2 hours more before midnight. Then he was called, and the Avenger was just about to take the air to return to the Russian frontier, so that he might supervise the operations there, when the lookout on the summit of the Rock of Gibraltar saw and answered the Aryan private signal from the sky, and a few minutes later a fleet of more than 100 airships dropped down out of the darkness and hovered over what is now called the neutral ground between the Rock and Spain. One of these alighted at the signal station itself. It was the Isma, and within 3 minutes after she had touched the ground Alan was shaking hands with Alexis and asking him what brought him back so soon from the east. "I have come back because there is nothing much more to do there," said Alexis. "Have you had any fighting here?" "Yes," said Alan, "or, at any rate, a big massacre," and then he described what had befallen the Sultan's expeditions. "Horrible but necessary, I suppose," replied Alexis, not without a shudder at the news. "I have been doing my damage on land. I didn't wait for the enemy to begin hostilities, so as soon as day broke we got to work. We have wrecked Ekaterinburg, Slatinsk, Onberg, and Uralsk, and blocked the 4 roads into Russia from Asia. The Syrena's Asiatic forces had concentrated there in large numbers ready to come into Europe. We found some airships intended to cover them, but we had the best of the elevation, and smashed them up. The slaughter has been something perfectly frightful. I had 150 ships in action, and there isn't a man left of the Asiatic troops that is not getting back to where he came from as fast as he can go. The towns are mere heaps of ruins and the railways utterly useless. I left 20 ships to patrol the frontier and stop any further movement into Russia, and 20 more are strung out in a line from the Caspian to the head of the Red Sea to cut communications between Asia and Africa. We came westward over Odessa this afternoon, and had a skirmish, in which, I am sorry to say, I lost 5 ships, but we destroyed 20 Russians, blew up the dockyard, and shelled the city by way of punishment. And now I've got myself and 130 ships to place at your disposal for the present. There is nothing more to be feared from the east, for by tomorrow night, I think, the Asiatics will be thoroughly terrorized. You have done more than I have in the way of slaughter and destruction," said Alan. "But there will be some fearful work along the Russian frontier tomorrow morning. The Tsarina, as you call her, is concentrating her forces at Kyiv, Vitebsk, Dinaburg, and Vilna for a descent upon Germany. I have ordered those 4 places to be destroyed as soon as possible after sunrise, and I am just starting now, so you had better come with me and order your ships to follow us." Both the commanders felt, as their combined squadrons were winging their way towards the Russian frontier, that the events of the next 24 hours or so would go far towards deciding the issues of the war, and therefore the fate of the world. Alexis had given up the command of the Isma for the night to his first lieutenant, and was traveling on board the Avenger, in order that he and Alan might finally arrange their plans for the terrible deeds that were to be done on the following day. Both of them were serious almost to depression, for it must be remembered that neither possessed that love of fighting and slaughter which distinguishes the professional soldier of the 19th century. Armed with the most awful weapons ever wielded by human hands, they had already, within the space of a few hours, hurled millions of their fellow creatures into eternity and made thousands of homes desolate which a couple of days ago were happy. Now they were going to repeat the tragedy, on how vast a scale neither of them knew. Before the next sunset a red line of blood and flame would mark the frontier between Russia and Germany. All the horrors of months of the older warfare would be concentrated into those few fatal hours. Those who were to do battle in the air would hurl their irresistible lightnings at each other more as gods than as men, while on earth the unresisting swarms could only stand in helpless agony of suspense waiting for the death from which there was no possibility of flying. Within 100 miles of the frontier the two fleets stopped, and Alexis went on board his own vessel. It was then a few minutes after 3 in the morning, that is to say, about an hour before sunrise, and the warships were floating in a serene and cloudless atmosphere at an elevation of nearly 4 miles, or about 20,000 feet. It was already quite light enough at that elevation for signals to be plainly seen, and a rapid interchange of these took place, communicating the final instructions from the flagships to the commanders of the smaller squadrons into which the fleets were to be divided. Just as the last signal had been answered, and the vessels were about to separate, a tiny speck of light was seen far away to the westward. 100 powerful field glasses were instantly turned upon it, and soon showed it to be a hostile airship coming up very fast at an elevation of about 3 miles. The silvery sheen of her hull instantly betrayed the fact that she was neither an Aryan nor a Federation vessel, for the former were blue and the latter painted dull grey. A moment's reflection showed that she must have sighted the Aryan fleet, and if she got past would take tidings of its presence to the frontier and destroy all hope of a surprise. Within 20 seconds of her true nature being made out a signal was flying from the mainmast of the Isma, which read, "Shall I stop her?" "Yes. Cripple her if you can. Don't fire unless necessary," came the reply from the Avenger, and the Isma at once darted away on her errand. Alexis, of course, understood that if he struck the enemy with a shell her fragments would fall to the earth, and might probably give the impression that a battle was being fought in the air, and, as they were now so near to the Russian frontier, this was to be avoided if possible. He therefore determined to cripple her without destroying her, and, if he could manage it, to capture her in mid-air, a feat that had never been performed before under similar conditions. He descended until the Isma was only floating about 1,000 feet higher than the enemy, and then began to fly round and round in a wide circle, at a speed which made it practically impossible for her to be hit with a shell, save by the merest chance. The stranger, on sighting the fleet, slowed down and swung round to the northward, so as to have the advantage of being able to present her stern chasers to the enemy. This gave Alexis the opportunity he wanted. The instant that her stern was visible, the Isma swooped down, and rushed at her at such a speed that she looked more like a stream of blue light flashing through the sky than a solid material body. Those on board her saw this flash dart past their stern. Their ship shivered from stem to stern with some shock that came so swiftly that not until the Isma was almost out of sight did they realize the damage that had been done. The ram of the Aryan had cut through the barrels of the 2 stern guns and the shafts of the 3 propellers as cleanly as a razor would have divided so many straws. Sustained and propelled only by her wings, she dropped from 200 miles an hour to about 25, and then the Isma reappeared in the sky above her, flying the signal, "Will you surrender?" Her commander saw that the brilliant and almost miraculous maneuver of the Isma had placed him utterly at her mercy. If he refused, a single shell would send him and his ship and crew in fragments to the earth, while none of his guns could touch the Aryan, floating as she did 1,000 feet above him, so he bowed to necessity and sent the white flag to his masthead. Alexis then signaled again, ordering him to unload all his guns and leave the breaches open, and when he had seen this done he sank down to a level with her, passed a steel wire rope on board her, and towed her away in triumph to the fleet. The brilliant achievement delighted the Aryans as much as it confounded the crew of the captured vessel, especially when it was discovered that she was the Haroun, a Muslim warship taking a message from the Sultan to the Tsarina at Moscow. Khalid's letter, which had been dispatched the night before from Algiers, informed Olga of the disaster that had overtaken the Crescent in the Mediterranean, and of his determination to avenge it by storming the bridges of Gibraltar, the Dardanelles, and the Bosphorus, and pouring his remaining troops over them into Europe as soon as he could concentrate them. Far more important than this, however, was a notification of his intention to at once lead a fleet of 250 airships to the west of Europe, and they destroy city after city on his eastward course until they joined forces and proceeded, if necessary, to devastate the rest of the continent. The Muslims' guns were now rendered useless, and she was left to her own devices to fall an easy prey to the first enemy that might attack her. The Aryan fleet then divided into 50 squadrons of 5 vessels each, and these winged their way towards the Russian frontier, ever soaring higher and higher, until their wings were beating the rarefied air at an altitude of over 3 miles. Odessa, Kyiv, Gomel, Vitebsk, Dinaburg, and Riga were all covered by the time the sun rose. Scores of Russian airships were seen by the various squadrons darting about hither and thither along the frontier at varying elevations, evidently on the lookout for an enemy. It was not many minutes before the Aryan squadrons were discovered by these, and they instantly got away out of range, and then swerving round sought to rise to a similar altitude so as to place themselves on equal terms with the Aryans. But long before this attempt could be made, the work of death had begun, and 2,000 guns were raining their projectiles, charged with inevitable destruction, upon the devoted cities. They were swarming with men who had come through the interior of Russia during the night for the invasion of Europe, but there were no troops on land to oppose them, for Alan had seen that there would be no need for these. Within an hour the 6 cities were so many vast shambles, and still the relentless rain of death kept falling from the skies. Houses and public buildings crumbled into dust under the terrific impact of the explosions. The streets were torn up as if by earthquakes, the railways running in and out were utterly wrecked, and the victims of the pitiless attack, panic-stricken and mad with fear and agony, rushed aimlessly hither and thither through the bloody, fire-scorched streets and amidst the falling ruins until inevitable death overtook them and ended their tortures of mind and body. There was no escape even as there was no mercy. Thousands fled out into the country only to find the same rain of death falling upon the villages. It seemed as though the unclouded heavens of that May morning were raining fire and death from every point upon the devoted earth, and yet no source of destruction was to be seen. But ere long new horrors were added to the desolation which had already befallen the cities. Terrific explosions burst out high up in the air, vast dazzling masses of flame blazed out, mocking the sunlight with their brightness, and then vanishing in an instant, and after them came showers of bits of metal and ragged fragments of human bodies, all that remained of some great cruiser of the air and her crew. The Russian squadrons, numbering in all about 300 warships, by flying several miles to the eastward and then doubling on a constantly ascending course, had by this time gained a sufficient elevation to train their guns upon the Aryans, and as soon as they had done this the aerial battle became general along a curved line more than 1,000 miles in length, extending from Odessa to Riga. George Cosmo had been right when he said that there would be little or no land fighting, for along that line, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, there was scarcely a man left alive by midday who was not mad with fear and horror at the frightful effects of the aerial assault. On land as well as on sea fighting was impossible. Armies and fleet could exist only in the absence of the airships, and they were everywhere. Cities lay utterly at their mercy, and nothing shaped by the hand of man could withstand the impact of their projectiles. But all day long the fight went on in the skies above the Russian frontier, yet not at all after the fashion imagined by the poet of the 19th century, who wrote, as he thought prophetically, of airy navies grappling in the central blue. The first and chief endeavor of the captain of every vessel was to avoid the shots of his opponents and to get his own home. It was brains and machinery pitted against brains and machinery, and grappling was never thought of. The airship which could gain and maintain a greater elevation than her opponent infallibly destroyed her, and so, too, did the one that could fly unhurt at full speed along the line of battle and use her stern guns upon those which became relatively stationary enough for her to take aim at them. It would have been a magnificent spectacle for an observer who could have followed the contending squadrons in their swift and complicated evolutions. He would have seen the blue and the silver hulls flashing to and fro as they were apparently engaged in some harmless trial of speed. Then, without the slightest warning, without a puff of smoke or the faintest sound of a report, the long, deadly guns would do their work. The moment of vantage would come, and the silent and invisible messengers of annihilation would be sped upon their way. Then, with a roar and a shock that convulsed the firmament, a mist of flame would envelop the ship that had been struck, and when it vanished she would have vanished too, falling in a rain of fragments towards the earth nearly 20,000 feet below. It was a battle not so much for victory as for destruction. There could be no victory save to those who survived after having annihilated their enemies, and this was the sole object of the struggle. High in air above the contending squadrons, the Avenger and the Isma swept to and fro along the line, raised by their superior soaring powers beyond the zone of battle, and from their decks the two admirals commanded the fight, and, like very Joves above the tempest, hurled their destroying bolts from their terrible guns far and wide over the scene of strife. From morning to night both Alan and Alexis sought in vain for the blue hull of the Revenge among the Russian squadron. Unless Olga was on board one of the other ships, she was either engaged in some work of destruction elsewhere or was directing the operations of her forces and learning the disasters that had overtaken them in her palace in Moscow or St. Petersburg. It had been previously ordered that, as soon as it became too dark to take accurate aim with the guns, those vessels of the Aryan fleet which had survived the battle were to fly westward and rendezvous at midnight on the summit of the Schneekop, one of the peaks of the giant mountains to the northeast of Bohemia, whence, as soon as the amount of damage had been ascertained, the remainder of it, if strong enough, was to set out and if possible intercept the Muslim fleet before it could form a junction with the Russians. When the last vessel had alighted on the summit of the mountain, it was found that out of a fleet numbering 250 warships only 180 remained. The rest were scattered in undistinguishable fragments along the Russian frontier. As for the amount of damage that had been done to the enemy as a set-off to this heavy loss, the Aryan commanders could form no even approximate estimate of it. All they knew was that the 6 frontier cities, and a score or so of smaller towns and villages, were now mere heaps of ruins, vast charnel houses choked with unnumbered corpses. The Russian army of invasion must have been practically annihilated, and certainly its remnants would be too hopelessly demoralized by the unspeakable horrors it had survived to be of the slightest use for further fighting. As soon as the roll had been called, the fleet, in 2 squadrons of 90 vessels each, took the air and crossed the mountains to Gorlitz, which had been selected a year before as a convenient spot for the establishment of an arsenal and power station, standing as it does at the angle of intersection of 2 great mountains which form the natural bulwarks of Bohemia. Here the stock of motive power and the ammunition of all the vessels were renewed, and at daybreak the squadrons were just about to take the air when a telephonic message was received from Paris that a large fleet of airships had appeared above the city and had begun to bombard it. This message had been sent in compliance with a system of intercommunication which Alan had instituted between all the great cities of Europe, and all the power stations and rendezvous throughout the continent. The moment an enemy appeared over any town, messages were to be sent to all the stations simultaneously, and detachments of warships were to be dispatched to the threatened point as soon as the warning was received. It will be seen that this system will enable a very large force to be concentrated upon any threatened point, and, in fact, before the sun was 2 degrees above the horizon of Paris, 8 squadrons of Federation warships, including the 2 under the command of Alan and Alexis, were flying at full speed from all 4 points of the compass towards the city which for over half a century had been the acknowledged capital of the continent. Little more than an hour sufficed for the Avenger and the Esma to pass over the 600 miles which separated Gorlitz from Paris. Flying at their utmost speed, they left their squadrons to follow the 2 admirals, knowing that every captain could be implicitly trusted to do the work allotted to his ship without further orders. The object of Alan and Alexis was to get first to the scene of action, and to avail themselves of the superior soaring powers of their 2 vessels to deliver an assault upon the Muslims which they could not reply to. A fearful scene unfolded itself before them as they swept up out of the eastward over Paris. The vast and splendid city was surrounded by a huge circle formed of at least 200 Muslim warships floating at an elevation of some 3 miles, and pouring a tempest of projectiles from hundreds of guns indiscriminately into the area crowded with stately buildings and nearly 10 millions of inhabitants. Nearly 3 miles above the center of the city floated a solitary scout ship ready to signal warning of the approach of an enemy. Fires were already raging in hundreds of places all over the city. The streets were swarming with terrified throngs of citizens who had rushed out to escape the flames and the falling buildings, only to meet the hundreds of shells that were constantly bursting among them, rending their bodies to fragments by scores at a time. Such was the beginning of Khalid the Magnificent's revenge for the disaster of the Mediterranean vengeance which proved that, in his breast at least, the savage spirit of the ancient warfare was still untamed. The Avenger and the Esmas gained an altitude of 4 miles above the doomed city. Half a dozen shells from their guns struck the scout ship and reduced her to dust before she had time to make a signal in warning, and then the 44 guns began to send a radiating hail of projectiles upon the Muslim fleet. Shell after shell found its mark in spite of the vast range, and ship after ship collapsed and dropped in fragments or blew up like a huge shell. But before the 5th round had been fired, a strange thing happened. A single Aryan warship rushed up at full speed out of the south, and as soon as she sighted the Avenger signaled, "Orders from the Council. Come alongside." The newcomer soared upwards as they sank to meet her, and the 3 ships met and stopped some 3.5 miles above the earth. The stern of the Israel, as the messenger ship was named, was brought close up to that of the Avenger. The deck doors were opened, a gangway thrown across, and the captain boarded the flagship and placed a sealed dispatch in Alan's hand. He opened it, and to his unspeakable astonishment read, Area, May 16th, 6 p.m. All Arians are to return at once with their ships to Area, and take no further part in the fighting. The Federation fleets may be left in the hands of foreign crews and commanders, to whom their power stations and batteries are to be given up. This order is to be obeyed with the least possible delay. Alan Arnold, President. To the Admirals in command of the Federation fleets, Chapter 25. A message from Mars. In order to adequately explain the origin of the peremptory recall which, although of course he obeyed it without question, seemed so incomprehensible to Alan, it will be necessary to go back to the night of the 12th of May, while all Aria was rejoicing over the return of the exiles and their restoration to the rights or citizenship. There was one of the inhabitants of the valley who took little or no part in the festivities. This was Vasilis Cosmo, a man of between 46 and 47, and elder brother of the George Cosmo who had been chief engineer of the Null, and was now first officer of the Avenger. A striking distinction of personality and temperament had, ever since he had reached a thinking age, marked him as one apart from the rest of his fellow countrymen. He had little or none of the gaiety of disposition and social cordiality that were the salient characteristics of the Aryans as a people. He was serious almost to taciturnity, solitary and studious, and wholly engrossed in a single pursuit, the study of astronomy in its bearing on the great problem of interplanetary communication. After 20 years of constant labor, assisted by all the knowledge and inventive progress which had placed the Aryans so far ahead of the rest of the world, he had at length solved this problem and realized the dream of ages 6 years before Olga Romanoff had dropped her defiance from the skies. As yet, however, his success had been confined to one planet, and this, as will have been learned from the conversation between Alma and Isma on that memorable night on which Alan's letter had been received from the island, was the planet Mars. After infinite toil and innumerable failures, he had at length succeeded in establishing an intelligible system of what may here be described as phototelegraphy, in which the rays of light passing between the Earth and Mars were made to perform the functions of the electric wires in modern telegraphy. His alphabet, so to speak, consisted of 100 great electric suns disposed at equal intervals on the mountain peaks round the great oval of the valley. These were in direct communication with the observatory of Area, which was situated at a height of 16,000 feet on Mount Austral, the highest of the two snow-capped peaks which stood at the southern end of the valley. A single switch key enabled him, when sitting by the huge telescope which embodied all the highest optical science of Area, to light and extinguish these brilliant globes as he chose, and it was by lighting and extinguishing them at certain intervals that he was able to transmit his signals to the Martian astronomer, who was waiting to receive them, and to reply to them by similar means across the gulf of 34 million miles which separates the two planets at their nearest approach to each other. Momentous as were the events of the last few days, they were dwarfed to utter insignificance by the irregular and apparently meaningless recurrences of a tiny point of light in the center of a great concave mirror situated at the base of a huge barrel of the telescope, through the side aperture of which Vasilis Cosmo was looking a few minutes before midnight on that memorable 12th of May. The point of light appeared and vanished, and reappeared again at irregular intervals, which the astronomer noted on an automatic registering instrument beside him. The moment the flash appeared he pressed a button, which he held down till it disappeared, then he released it, waited till the flash reappeared, and repeated the operation so long as the signals came. For nearly 5 hours he received and registered the signals recorded by his reflector in silence, broken only by the monotonous ticking of the clockwork which, working synchronously with the movements of the two orbs, kept the image of Mars exactly in the center of the object glass, and by the soft whirring of the registering instrument. Never before had human eyes read such a message as he read, sitting that night in silence and solitude in his observatory amid the snows, far above the lovely valley in which his countrymen were still holding high revel. Well might his hands tremble and his eyes grow dim with something more than long watching when he reversed the mechanism of the register, and a narrow slip of paper, divided by cross lines into equal spaces 1/10 of an inch long, issued from a slit in one end, and began to run slowly over a revolving drum. On the tape was a series of straight black lines running longitudinally along it. They were of unequal length, and divided from each other by unequal spaces. Before the exact import of the message could be gained, the length of each of these lines, and that of the space which separated it from the next, had to be accurately measured, but Vasilis knew his own code so perfectly that he had been able to read the general drift of the communication that had been sent along the light rays from the sister world by approximately guessing the duration of the flashes and the intervals between them. Day was beginning to dawn by the time the long tape had been unrolled and pinned down in equal lengths on a board for measuring. For more than 5 hours he had not uttered a syllable or even an exclamation, although he had received from another world what appeared to be tantamount, not only to his own death sentence, but to that of the whole human race. But when the slips were at length pinned out and he had run his practiced eye deliberately over the fatal marks, his white lips parted and a deep groan broke from his chest. He was alone in the observatory, or perhaps not even this sign of emotion would have escaped him. With his hands pressed to his temples as though his brain were reeling under the frightful intelligence that had just been conveyed to it, he stood in front of the board and gasped in short, broken sentences, "God of mercy, can that be really true? Has the world only 4 months more to live? Surely I have made some mistake and yet everything has worked as usual. There has been no hitch. It has been a splendid night for transmission and they know, they had not made a mistake for 1,000 years, they are past it. It must but no, I can do nothing more this morning. I should go mad if I did. I must think of it quietly and sleep a little if I can, and then I will transcribe it." He left the telescope tower and went out onto a little platform at the rear of the observatory which commanded a view of the whole valley. He looked out over the lovely landscape lying calm and silent beneath the paling stars, and involuntarily exclaimed aloud, "Is it for this that we have conquered the earth and bridged the abysses of space, for this that we have made ourselves as gods among men, enthroned ourselves here in this lovely land, lords of the world and masters of the nations? How shall I tell them down yonder? And yet, has not the Master told them already, his shape shall be that of a flaming fire? Your children of the 5th generation shall behold his approach. Yes, the 2 exiles we welcomed back last night are the 5th generation from the angel, and that will truly be a flaming fire, and truly it will go hard with this world and the men of it in the hour of its passing, as the Master has said." After a vain attempt to seek refuge from his thoughts in sleep, he boarded his aerial yacht and went to the city to mingle with the merrymakers, more for appearance sake than from inclination, but he kept his own counsel strictly, for more reasons than one. The next night, as soon as Mass was high enough in the heavens, about 10:30, the dwellers in the valley saw the great lights on the mountain tops flash out and darken at irregular intervals time after time and hour after hour, until all but those in the sentinel ships went to rest, saying, "Vasilis is talking to our neighbors in Mars. He will have something to tell us tomorrow." But when the next day came he had nothing to tell. He had spent the night repeating the message, sign for sign and word for word, and asking for confirmation lest he should have made any mistake in receiving it. Then in agonized anxiety he had waited for the reply on which he now felt the fate of mankind depended. It came with a terrible clearness and brevity, which left no room for doubt. Message read correctly. There is no error in our calculations. Terrestrial humanity is doomed, and must prepare to meet its fate. So far as he was concerned he was satisfied. He knew that a mistake was impossible to the finished science of the Martian astronomers, compared with whom he was but as a little child in knowledge. But still he kept his own counsel, for there was no need for him to cast the sudden shadow of death over the rejoicings of his countrymen. At length the fleets departed, and Aria, armed at all points, was awaiting the possible onslaught of her foes. These she would doubtless hurl back in triumphant disdain from her bulwarks, but far, far away in the depths of space, beyond even the range of the great equatorial on Mount Austral, there was approaching an enemy whose assault men could only meet with resignation or despair, as the case might be. Resistance was as much out of the question as escape. Early on the morning of the 16th, soon after the Avenger had struck the first blow in the World War, Vasilis presented himself at the President's palace and asked for an interview with him. The President received him a few minutes later in his private room. It was the first time in his life that the silent, reserved astronomer had ever asked for an official interview, and as the President entered the room he held out his hand, saying, "Good morning, Vasilis. We have seen very little of you lately, even less than usual. Have you come to see me about the work which has kept you from joining in the general rejoicings? I'm sure it must have been very important." "Yes, President, it was the most important that a terrestrial student of astronomy could be engaged upon," replied Vasilis, speaking slowly and very gravely. The President looked curiously for a moment into his clear, thoughtful eyes, and noticed the lines of care on his pale, worn features, so different to those of the rest of his countrymen. Then he said, with an anxious ring in his voice, "What is the matter, Vasilis? You look worn and ill, as though you had just passed through some great sorrow. Have you been keeping too long vigils with the stars? Tell me, what is it?" Vasilis was silent for a moment as though he might have been wondering whether the President, strong as he was, would have strength to bear the blow that he must strike in his next sentence. The awful news had come to him slowly, sign by sign and word by word, and so he had been in a measure prepared for it when its full meaning became clear. But upon Alan Arnold it must fall at a single stroke. Still the words had to be spoken. and after a good minute's pause he said, "President, I bring you the most terrible news that one man can bring to another. The Master's prophecy is about to be fulfilled. 3 nights ago I received through the phototelegraph what I believe to be the death sentence of humanity upon Earth. Here is the transcript of the message." Save for a sudden pallor and a quick uplifting of the eyelids, Alan Arnold betrayed no more emotion as he took the roll of paper which Vasilis handed to him, than he had done when he received his son's letter from the island. "It does not come to me unexpected," he said in his firm quiet tones. "Your children and mine, Vasilis, are of the 5th generation, and it was foretold that they should see the sign in the sky. And so the threatened doom is not to pass us by?" "No," replied Vasilis, "not unless some miracle happens, and there are no miracles in the astronomy or the mathematics of Mars. The Martians are long past the age of miracles or mistakes. These are the data and the calculations upon which the conclusion is based. I have repeated them back to Mars and received confirmation of them. I have also verified the times and distances and velocities myself, and have been unable to find the slightest error. As far as I can see, there is not the remotest chance of escape. The human race has only 4 months, 5 days, and 23 hours to live from midnight to night. It is the will of God," said the President solemnly, slightly bending his head as he spoke. "It is not for us to question the designs of eternal wisdom, save in so far as we may strive to understand them. Death has always been inevitable to all of us, and this will only be dying together instead of alone. Do you wish anything done with these calculations?" "Yes," said Vasilis. "I would suggest that you appoint a committee of our best mathematicians and astronomers to examine and verify them once more, detail by detail, so that assurance may, if possible, be made surer. I shall receive another message from Mars tonight, and it will be well for the committee to be with me in the observatory. With the public aspect of the question I have, of course, nothing to do. That lies in the hands of yourself and the council." "Very well," said the President, "what you wish shall be done at once, and the council will meet this morning to consider what public steps are to be taken." Within half an hour after the conclusion of the momentous interview the council had met, and the most immediate result of its deliberations on the tremendous tidings that had come from the sister world was the issue of the order for the instant return of all Aryans who were abroad, which had been delivered to Alan on the deck of the Avenger on the morning of the 18th. Immediately on receiving his father's letter, Alan signaled, "Cease firing and follow," to the Isma, and the 3 Aryan vessels started southward towards Gibraltar, leaving Paris to its fate. At Gibraltar, which was reached in 2 hours and a half, he found that, in accordance with the orders of the council, messages had already been sent out to all the stations within the European area of the Federation for all Aryans to rendezvous at the Rock as soon as possible. The same orders had been transmitted along the telephonic cables which connected the marine stations of the Mediterranean for all the battleships on service to go into their respective harbors, so that their crews might land and be picked up by airships which had already been dispatched for them. Before the evening, Aryan vessels had begun to come in from all parts of Europe, where they had been stationed, and their crews brought terrible descriptions of the scenes of carnage and destruction they had left to obey the summons. The Federation leaders were in despair at their apparent desertion by their potent allies, while their enemies were already rejoicing at the disappearance of the Aryan warships from all points of the scene of war. By midnight the last Aryan vessel had come in, and, after the command of the Rock, the last station of which the Aryans retained command, had been handed over to the British forces. The flotilla, numbering nearly 400 warships, rose into the air just as 2 large Muslim squadrons, one fresh from the destruction of Paris, and the other from Alexandria and the east of Europe, converged upon the Rock, and, without warning, opened the furious fire of shells upon it. The great guns from the batteries replied, and the fleets, under the command of Alan and Alexis, after sending a rapid hail of shells among the Muslim vessels as a parting salute, soared into the upper regions of the air and headed southward for home, leaving a fiery chaos of death and destruction behind them. 2 hours after daybreak on the 19th the fleet crossed the northern ridge, and sank to earth on a sloping plateau behind the city. Alan at once disembarked, and went to his father's palace to report himself. The sudden and unexpected return of the fleet, which had left to do battle for the empire of the world but 3 days and a half before, filled all the inhabitants of the valley with amazement, for no one outside the council and the committee appointed to verify the message received from Mars yet knew of the doom that was menacing the world. Alan was received at the door of his palace by his father, who, after their greetings had been exchanged, took him at once to the room in which the council were already assembled, and there in the presence of his colleagues made him acquainted with the reason for his recall. Inured as he was to the unsparing warfare in which human life had to be counted as almost a negligible quantity, a warfare in which there was no middle course between life and death, Alan, after the first shock of surprise and horror had passed, faced the tremendous crisis with a calmness and resignation worthy of the traditions of his family and his race. For years he had carried his life in his hands, and now that the end of all things seemed near he was prepared to look inevitable death calmly in the face. He heard the reading of the message in silence, and then, when he saw that they were waiting for him to speak, he said quietly, "What is to be must be. We cannot argue with the workings of the universe." Then he paused for a moment, and went on, "I have come back with my comrades in obedience to orders. May I now ask why, if death is coming to the whole human race, we were not permitted to die in battle for the right against the wrong rather than to wait here in inaction and suspense until we are burned to death on the funeral pyre of the world?" He spoke the last words almost hotly, for the first thought that had risen in his mind after hearing the doom that was about to overtake humanity was that the debt he owed to Olga Romanoff must now forever remain unpaid at his hands. This thought was so unbearable to him that before any reply could be made to his question he broke out again, this time speaking rapidly and almost angrily. "If, as you tell me, the world has only a few weeks to live, why should I wait here for death when I have work to do elsewhere? What does it matter whether I die scorched to a cinder in the fire mist or am blown to pieces by a Russian shell? I have a debt to pay, a stain upon my honor and my manhood to wipe out before I die, and so, too, has Alexis. Will you not give us an airship and let us find a crew of volunteers that we may go back to the war and hunt our enemy, and the enemy of humanity, down, and either destroy her or find an honorable death in the attempt to do so?" As he ended his impassioned appeal his father rose from his seat, and laid his hand upon his shoulder and said gravely, and yet not without a note of admiration in his voice, "My son, those are brave and honorable words, and they prove that you are no unworthy son of the race you belong to. But they are still the words of passion rather than reason. Remember that in the presence of the universal doom that now overhangs the human race not only private vengeance but even the strife of nations sinks into utter insignificance. A heavier hand than yours will punish the sin for which she who has wronged you will soon have to answer at the bar of eternal justice. Remember how it was said of old, 'Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. I will repay.'" "That is true, father," replied Alan, now speaking in his habitual tone of respect. "But why should not the instrument of that vengeance be the hand of him whom she has so bitterly wronged? You know what I mean, and so do all in this room. Has she not so polluted my manhood and stained my honor that I must meet, apart from Alma, the fate that I could have shared with her with no more regret than that we had to die instead of live together? Is it not better that she should know I died in the attempt to wipe that stain away than see me waiting for death with it still upon me?" "That is for Alma as well as for you to decide," said Francis Tremaine, rising from his seat as he spoke. "How do you know that she is unwilling to meet her end hand in hand with you?" "I have looked into her eyes and seen no love in them," replied Alan, flushing to his temples with shame and anger. "Her old love for me is dead, as it may well be. How could I expect her purity to mate with my dash?" "Stop, Alan!" exclaimed his father before he had time to utter the shameful word that was on his lips. "Those are no words for you to speak out for me to hear, especially at such a time as this. If any stain ever rested upon you, you have more than purged it already. The man who is found worthy the confidence of the rulers of Area is worthy the respect, if not the love, of any woman in the state. Whether Alma loves you still or not is a question for her own heart to answer, but you must not call yourself unworthy in my hearing, nor yet in mine," said Alma's further warmly. "If the shadow of death had not fallen across all our life ways as it has done, there is no man who wears the golden wings that I would so willingly see Alma join hands with as yourself. If I, her father, hold you worthy to live with her, surely you cannot hold yourself unworthy to die with her." As he spoke he held out his hand to Alan, and he, unable to find words to answer him, grasped it in silence, broken only by a murmur of approval from the assembled members of the council. "Thank you, my friend, for saying that," said the president to Tremaine. "Alan can ask no better assurance unless he has it from Alma's own lips. But now I have something more to say, something that will give the true reason for my recall of all the Aryans who are beyond our borders. Let the words you are now going to hear be heard with all respect, for they are not mine but those of the master himself." Amidst an expectant silence he now resumed his place at the head of the council table, and bidding Alan and the vice president to be seated, took a long parchment envelope brown with age from the breast of his tunic and said, "This contains the last words of him who prophesied the doom with humanity now stands confronted, and who thus speaks to us from the past, and gives us good counsel and comfort in the hour of our perplexity and sorrow. It has been handed down with its seal unbroken from father to son for 4 generations, and now it has fallen to me to break the seal and read what no eyes but those of knitters and my own have ever seen. This is the endorsement upon the cover, to the son or daughter of my line who shall be the head of their house of Arnold in the 5th generation from me: when the world is threatened with the final ruin that I have foreshadowed. Open this and read my words to all who are then dwelling in area, knitters. The president paused, and everyone waited with most anxious expectation as he opened the envelope and took from it 4 square sheets of parchment. He unfolded them and went on. When Vasilis Cosmo brought me the transcription of the message from Mars, I saw that the time had come to obey the injunction endorsed on this envelope. I opened it, and this is what I read: the interpretation of the prophecy concerning the possible destruction of the world in the 5th generation from now, written by me in the 25th year of the peace, and commanded to be read every 5th year in the ears of the descendants of those now dwelling in area. When the war of the terror was over, and there was peace on earth, I devoted the declining years of my life to the study of that noblest of all sciences which teaches the law of the stars, and the constitution of the universe. In the 15th year of their peace, that is to say, in the year of the Christian era 1920, a new star appeared towards the constellation of Andromeda, which shone with great brilliancy for 35 nights, and then faded gradually away into the abysses of space. Seeking into the causes of this phenomenon, I found that it was due to the collision of 2 opaque bodies beyond the bounds of their solar system, which doubtless had been traveling towards each other for centuries through space. So enormous was the heat evolved by the conversion of the motion of the 2 bodies, that their materials were resolved into their component elements, and what had been 2 bodies as solid as the earth, though immensely larger, now became an enormous fire mist, a chaos of blazing storms and burning billows of incandescent matter. I observed it closely from the time of its first appearance until the most powerful telescope at my command could no longer detect it. I found that vastly remote as it was, the course which it pursued until it was lost to view proved that it was still within the sphere of the sun's attraction, and that therefore a time must come when it would reach its point of greatest distance, and return. Such calculations as I was able to make during the brief period of my observation showed that it would re-enter the confines of the solar system in 112 years from then, and, traveling with constantly accelerated motion, would become visible to the inhabitants of the earth 5 years later. I learnt, too, that unless it should be deflected from its path by the attraction of bodies unknown to terrestrial astronomers, it would cross the orbit of the earth in the month of September in the year 2037, that is to say, in the 5th generation of men from my own day. If my calculations are correct, the earth will during that month pass through an ocean of fire that will destroy all living things upon its surface, both plants and animals, for the space of 10 hours, or, it may well be, more. While their planet is passing through the fire mist, there will be no water upon the face of the earth, but the whole globe will be surrounded with a vast nebulous mantle of steam. At the end of this time it will emerge from the fiery sea. The steam cloud will be recondensed and fall in a deluge upon the land, and the world, with a changed face, with new oceans and new continents, will pursue her impassive way lifeless through space. But even in the face of so tremendous a cataclysm as this, it is not for human genius to despair or human faith to be confounded. The new earth may be repeopled, and you may be the parents of the new humanity. Though innumerable millions shall die, yet the chosen few will be saved if the Master of Destiny shall permit, and from among you the chosen few shall come. The caverns of Mount Austral are deep and cool, and enclosed by walls of living rock, deep-rooted in the foundations of the world. In those days, if you shall have made good use of the heritage we leave you, you shall be almost as gods in skill and knowledge, and you shall find a means to make this a fortress whose strength shall defy the convulsions of the elements and preserve a remnant of human life upon the earth. When you have done this, you that remain shall prepare to meet the inevitable end, for only a few among your many thousands can be saved. Yet, if you have grown in wisdom and faith as well as in knowledge and skill, you shall not disquiet yourselves about this, for sooner or later death is certain to all, and you will but pass together through the shadows instead of singly. When the final hour comes, and the breath of the blazing firmament is hot upon your brows, may he in whose hand the fate of worlds and races lies, give you strength and wisdom to compose yourselves for death as men who know that it is but a dreamless sleep that parts tomorrow from today. Those are the words of the Master, said the president, reverently laying down the parchment sheets on the table before him. "And it is for us to hear and obey. You will now see why it was necessary for all our sons that have gone forth to battle to be recalled, for among them there are many who can justly lay claim to be of the flower of Aryan manhood. Tomorrow I will read the message from Mars and the commands of the Master, in the temple, to a congregation of all the fathers and mothers in Aria, and then it shall be their task to prepare their children for the doom which awaits them in common with the rest of humanity. The remainder of today we will devote to the task of considering how the commands of the Master may be best obeyed." Chapter 26 Sentence of Death. At 10 o'clock on the following morning the great temple of Aria was filled by a congregation of men and matrons who had been summoned together to hear what may, without exaggeration, be described as the death sentence of the world and the funeral oration of the human race, as had been previously decided by the President and Council. Only the heads of families were present. Of these, some had but just welcomed their firstborn into the world, while others, standing almost on the brink of the grave, could see their children of the fourth generation growing up from infancy to youth. When the President commenced his address by reading in solemnly impressive tones the prophecy of Nitters, those present knew instinctively what they had been called together to hear. The possibility of the world being overwhelmed by some tremendous catastrophe in the fifth generation from the year of the peace was no new or unawaited prospect to the Aryans, therefore there was no panic, no sudden outburst of sorrow or dismay, among the grave, earnest congregation assembled in the temple when the President, having read the prophecy, went on to say, "It is now my solemn duty as Chief Magistrate of Aria to tell you, the heads of the families of our race, that, in the mysterious workings of destiny, which we can only accept with reverence and resignation, the time has come for us to prepare to meet, with the fortitude worthy of our position among the races of mankind, the doom which is as inevitable as it is universal. The confirmation of the prophecy of Nitters has come to us across the abysses of space from one of those sister worlds which, as the Master said, should see with fear and trembling the passing of the messenger of fate. On the night of Tuesday last, Vasilis Cosmo received from the planet Mars a photogrammic message, the transcription of which into our language reads thus: a cometary body, primarily formed by the meeting of two extinguished astral spheres at 10 hours, 38 minutes, 42 seconds. On their night of the 13th of October, in the year 1920, terrestrial reckoning, will cross the orbit of the Earth at 11 hours, 55 minutes, 22 seconds. On the night of the 23rd of September next, time corrected, to the meridian of Aria, at this hour the Earth will arrive at the point of intersection, and will pass obliquely through the central portion or nucleus of the body. This portion is composed of incandescent metallic gases, interspersed with semi-fluid masses which on contact with the Earth's atmosphere will probably be vaporized. The constituents of the incandescent nucleus are iron, gold, tellurium, chromium, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon with smaller quantities of many other substances which spectrum analysis will disclose to you on the appearance of the comet, which will become visible from Aria at 8 hours, 13 minutes p.m. on the 15th of July, when its right ascension will be 15 hours, 24 minutes, 17 seconds, and its declination north 10, 42 minutes, 17 seconds. Here follow the detailed calculations upon which the foregoing conclusions are based. With these calculations, continued the President, this is neither the time nor the place to deal, for I know that all here will be satisfied when I say that for the last 3 days they have been submitted to the critical examination of our best astronomers and mathematicians, and that not the slightest flaw has been found in them. This being so, the only course left open to us as reasonable beings is to prepare to look the inevitable in the face, and to play our part in the closing scene of the life drama of humanity as men and women who believe that the life we are living here is but a stage on our journey through infinity, and that the fiery sign which will soon appear in the heavens will be to us but a beacon light on the ultimate shore of time, casting a guiding ray over the ocean of eternity. He paused for a moment and looked down upon the hushed throng at his feet. The instantaneous silence was broken by a long, low, inarticulate murmur. Thousands of pale faces were upturned towards him. From thousands of eyes there came one appealing upward glance, and then every head in the great assembly was bowed in silence and resignation. The death sentence had been passed. There was no appeal from it, and there was no rebellion against it. The voice of fate had spoken, and it was not for such men as the Aryans to sacrifice their reason or their dignity by cavilling at it. The President bent his head with the rest, and for several moments there was silence throughout the vast area of the temple. Then he took up from the desk in front of the rostrum the 4 sheets of parchment which contained the last message and commands of Nitters, and read them out to the assembly. The perusal was listened to in breathless silence. It was like his voice speaking across the generations from the urn containing his ashes and standing there in their midst. When the president had finished, he laid the sheets down again and said, "Thus is the eye of the master, looking across the years which separated his day from ours, has seen one gleam of light, one ray of hope piercing the black pall of desolation which is about to fall upon the world, and it is for us to follow where he has pointed the way. I have now discharged the first part of the solemn and terrible duty which has devolved upon me. It is now for you to communicate the tidings you have heard to your families, a task which, however awful it may be for loving parents to be charged with, you will yet find strength to perform, even as your children shall find strength to hear their inevitable doom from those lips which will best know how to soften the tidings of death to them. When you have done this we will set about making the choice of those who, if it shall please the Master of Destiny, shall be the children of deliverance and the parents of the new race that shall repeople the earth when Cosmos once more succeeds to chaos. If that shall be permitted, then we, who shall never see the new world, may yet go down to the grave knowing that we shall live again in our children, for these will be the children, not only of a few families among us, but sons and daughters of Aria, the most perfect flower of our race, and in them, if we choose them wisely, the world, purged by fire of the dross of human wickedness, will find a new destiny, and the golden age shall return to earth once more." As the president finished speaking, he held up his hands as though in blessing, and once more every head was bent. Then the great doors of the temple swung open, the assembly divided into 4 streams, and passed silently as a congregation of shadows out of the building. That night the story of the world's approaching doom was told in every home in Aria. Children on the threshold of youth learned that for them youth would never come. Youths and maidens on the verge of manhood and womanhood learned that the bright promise of their lives could now never be fulfilled, and lovers just about to join hands for life saw the grave opening at their feet, and parting them in their earthly personalities forever. That they would meet again upon a higher plane of existence was the first and the most firmly held article of their faith, but so far as the affairs of this world were concerned the end was in sight. In a less highly developed, a less perfectly organized, state of society, the almost immediate result would have been the end of all control, and the dissolution of all but the most elementary bonds of interest or affection that exist between men and men. But in Aria this was not possible. The firm belief, ingrained into the very being of all who had reached the age of thought, that where men left off here, whether in good or evil, they would begin their lives again hereafter, precluded even the thought of such a lapse into social anarchy and individual sin. For, happily for them, the union of true religion with true philosophy had now been accomplished in a national faith, and the result was that even the terrors of the universal end which was so near failed to shake the fortitude that was founded on a basis firmer than that of the world itself. Though every home in the valley had its tragedy that night, a tragedy too sacred in its unspeakable solemnity for any mere words to describe it, when the next morning came the first bitterness of death had already passed, saving only the little children, who, too young to understand, laughed and played and sang in the sunlight as usual, in happy unconsciousness of their coming fate. The dwellers in Aria rose with the next sunrise from their sleepless couches and went about their daily associations much as they had done the day before. They did so rather as a matter of routine and discipline than of necessity, for now nothing more was necessary on earth. They had ample supplies of food to last them beyond the time when they would have no more need of it. It was of no use to dress the gardens and vineyards, or to till the fields that would be blasted into wildernesses before the harvest could be reaped. There was no need to pursue further the triumphs of creative art and science which had transfigured Aria into a paradise and a fairyland, for in a few weeks all these would be crumbled to dust with their own sepulchres, and yet they took up the work that lay nearest to their hands and went on with it as though they believed that there were still ages of life before humanity, and that the empire of Aria was to endure forever. They knew that in work only lay the refuge from the torment of apprehension which might in the end drive even their highly disciplined minds into the delirium of despair and transform their orderly paradise into a pandemonium of anarchy and terror. As soon as the first shock of inevitable horror had passed, as it did during that first terrible night when the death sentence went from lip to lip throughout the land, their proud spirits rose superior to their physical fears and conquered them, and they resolved that, until the fatal hour came, nothing short of the dissolution of the world should put an end to social order in Aria. They were the royal race of earth, and when death came they would meet it crowned and sceptered in the gates of their palaces, and die as men who had solved the secret of life and death and so had no fear. With the war that was raging beyond their borders they had now no personal concern. The quarrels of men and nations were as the bickerings of children in the presence of the fate that would so soon involve the world in ruin. And yet the rulers of Aria were not willing that this fate should overtake their fellow men in the delirium of blood drunkenness. They recognized that their duty to the nations bade them send the warning of the world's approaching fate far and wide through the earth and call for the cessation of strife, so that humanity might set its house in order and prepare to meet its end. Whether the warning would be received or not was another matter. It was possible that both the Syren and the Sultan would laugh it to scorn, and pursue their path of now certain conquest through carnage and devastation to the end. That, however, was their concern. As soon as the council decided to dispatch an envoy to summon the warring nations to cease their strife for the now more than ever worthless prizes of earthly empire, and to prepare for the cataclysm which would so soon dissolve all empires and kingdoms to nothing in the fiery crucible of the coming chaos, Alan at once renewed his petition and asked to be allowed to man the Avenger with a crew of volunteers and convey the warning to the Sultan and the Syren. Since his second return to Area, no word of love had passed between him and Alma. He was still too proud to become a suitor even to her, knowing as he did that she had looked upon him as polluted by his involuntary relations with Olga. As before, they had met as friends whose friendship was warmed by the memory of an early but bygone love. They had talked calmly and dispassionately of the coming end of earthly things, but neither of them had let fall any hint of a desire to meet it hand in hand with the other. His lips were sealed by the pride and anger of humiliation, and hers by a spiritual exaltation which in the presence of approaching death raised her above the consideration of earthly love to the contemplation of even more solemn and holier things. Then there happened an entirely unexpected event, which completely changed their relationship in an instant. On the third day after the delivery of the message in the temple, a company composed of 20 old men, the heads of the noblest families in Area, presented to the president in council a petition, signed by every father and mother in the nation, praying that all in whose veins flowed the blood of Knitters Richard Arnold and Alan Tremaine should, irrespective of all other considerations, be included among those who were destined to seek in the caverns of Mount Austral the one chance of escape from the universal doom. So obvious and so weighty were the reasons advanced in support of the petition that when, like all other matters of state, it was put to the vote of the council, the only dissentient voices were those of the president and the vice president. The immediate effect of this decision, from which, by the laws of Area, there was no appeal, was that Alma, Isma, and Alan were exempted from the ordeal of selection and numbered beforehand among the children of deliverance. The president took upon himself the duty of communicating this decision to those whom it so deeply concerned. He told Alan first, and this was the half-expected reply that he received: "No, father, I have never disobeyed you or the council, as you know, but I tell you now frankly that I will not take advantage of what is after all only the accident of birth to save my life in such a crisis as this. Not only are there thousands of others in Area as good as I am, but I have already told you that, save under one condition, which you know as well as I do can never be realized, I have not the slightest desire to survive the ruin of the world. You may call this disobedience, rebellion, if you will, but it is my last resolve, and in such a time as this one does not make resolves lightly." Alan said this standing facing his father in his private study. The president looked at him for a moment or two with eyes which, though grave, were neither approving nor reproachful. Then he said with the shadow of a smile upon his lips, "It is both disobedience and rebellion, my son, but though the chief magistrate must condemn it, your father cannot. I know, too, that not even the council of Area can now enforce its commands. After all, the last penalty is but death, and that is a mockery now. I fully understand, too, the spirit in which you refuse the reprieve from the general doom, and prefer instead a mission which can scarcely end save in honorable death. It is the most noble one that you can choose, and you of all other men are the man to perform it. You have shown our enemies that you can strike hard in battle, so if they believe anyone they will believe you when you go to them with a message of peace enforced by such a solemn warning as you will take." "Thank you, father," replied Alan simply, "not for what you say of me, but for the consent that your words imply. But what about the airship and her crew? I can do nothing without them, yet I cannot have them without the consent of the council." "Can you get that for me?" "I believe so," said the president. "And if I can I will, since you are resolved to go, and since the honor of our name compels me to consent. But I must tell you that I feel sure that it will only be given conditionally." "And what will the condition be?" "That if you survive your mission you will return to Area before the end comes. They will have a right to demand that, for it is no part of your duty to deprive your companions of the chance of life, slender though it may be, that will remain for those who may be among the chosen." "That is true," replied Alan, bending his head in acquiescence. "If we escape with our lives they shall return, though I shall not dash." "You will not return, Alan? Why, where are you going? Surely you are not going to leave Area again, and at such a time as this, you, who are already one of the chosen, a firstborn son of the Master's line." It was Alan's mother who spoke. She had entered the room just as he had uttered the last sentence, and the ominous words struck a sudden chill to her heart. She came towards him with her eyes full of tears of apprehension and her hands stretched out pleadingly towards him, now that the first terror of the crisis was past. And there was one definite, however slender, hope of safety. She clung to it passionately for Alan's sake with a faith that made light of all the fearful difficulties which lay in the way of its realization. In the sublime egotism of her mother love, the fate of the world shrank into insignificance in comparison with the one chance of safety for her only son. "Yes, mother," replied Alan, taking her hands in his and bending down until his lips touched her upturned brow. "I am going to leave Area again to proclaim the truce of God against the hour of his judgment, and I have just told my father that I shall not return. No, no, my boy, you must not say that. You must not rob us of the one ray of light in this awful darkness that is falling upon us, of our one hope in all the world's despair," cried his mother, letting go his hands and laying her own upon his shoulders as she looked up into his face with eyes that were now overflowing with tears. "You will not leave us now, surely, for if we lost you we could not even take the chance of life ourselves, for it would not be worth having. Nor would it be worth having, my mother, either to you or to me," he replied, gently laying his hand on hers. "If I lived and left untried the attempt that it is my plain duty to make, you would see me a lonely and unmated man among the parents of the new race, a man with a shadow upon his name, and the memory of an unfulfilled duty behind him. Remember that it is I who have brought the guilt of blood back again upon earth. Would you have me outlive all the millions of my fellow creatures with the knowledge that I had not made one effort to bring back the peace on earth which was lost through me before the last summons comes to all humanity?" "Alan is right, wife," interrupted the president, before she could make any reply to her son's appeal. "It is his duty to save, if he can, his fellow creatures from being overwhelmed in the midst of their madness and their sin. Remember that according to our faith, as all these millions, who are now drunk with battle and slaughter, and mad with the rage of conquest and revenge, and this life, so they must begin the next. There is time for him to speak and for them to hear, but whether they hear him or not, if he has spoken he has done his duty. Is it not better that if needs be he should die doing it than live and leave it undone?" The weighty words, spoken as they were in a tone of blended affection and authority, found a fitting echo in his wife's breast. She stood for a moment between her husband and her son, looking from the one to the other. Then she dried her tears, and replied in a tone of gentle dignity and resignation, "Yes, I see. You're right and I was wrong. It is his duty to go, and he must go. But," she continued, turning to Alan with a sudden light of a new hope in her eyes, "if I bid you Godspeed, my son, you will promise one thing, won't you?" "Yes, mother, I will, whatever it is." "Then promise me that if it shall be proved possible for you to live in happiness as well as in honor, you will come back." "Yes," he replied, smiling gravely as he once more took her outstretched hands. "I will promise that as gladly as I would promise to enter heaven if I saw the gates open before me." "Then you shall go, and God go with you and bring you back in safety to us," she said. Then, turning abruptly, she went out of the room, leaving them both wondering at her words. This took place early on the morning of the 21st of May. An hour later the president had applied in Alan's name for the permission of the council for him to select a crew of 20 volunteers and to take the Avenger to Europe on his mission to the warring peoples and to proclaim peace on earth and breathing space for humanity to prepare for its end. But then a new difficulty presented itself. Alexis, in spite of all Alan's remonstrances to the contrary, declared that he should never leave Area without him. "I have shared in your exile and your return," he said, in answer to all arguments, "and, by the honor of the golden rings, I swear that I will either go with you now or you shall see me fall dead the moment that you leave the earth." This was the only oath that ever was heard upon the lips of an Aryan, and it was irrevocable. So, as there was no choice, Alan was forced to consent, and Alexis made ready to bid a last farewell to Area and all its dear associations. Chapter 27 Alma speaks. That night Alan, with his heart too full even for the society of his own home, went out of the city a little before midnight and walked down towards the western shore of the lake, where there still stood the same grove of palms in which, more than 130 years before, Natasha and Richard Arnold had plighted their despairing troth, and under the shadow of what threatened to be an eternal separation spoken the first words of love that had ever passed their lips. It was not altogether accident that guided his steps in this direction, for all day he had been reviewing the strange chain of events which united the fate of his ancestors with his own, and it was natural that the most romantic episode in their lives should inspire him with a desire to see the scene of it once more. So it came about that he stood, on what he believed to be his last night in Area. beneath the selfsame ancient palms which 5 generations before had heard Natasha confess her love for the man who had sworn to give her in exchange for it that empire of peace which he, their descendant, has been the means of losing. The story was, of course, familiar to him in its minutest details, and as he stood there, his own heart heavy with a hopeless sorrow, he pictured his great ancestor standing on the same spot, holding the means of universal conquest in his hands, and yet accounting all things as worthless because the empire within his grasp must lack the supreme crown of a woman's love. Then, looking back through the mists of the years that had gone by since then, he seemed to see the very shape of the angel moving over the soft green sward where now the broad marble-paved roadway gleamed white beneath the trees, and to hear the musical murmur of her voice even as Richard Arnold had heard it on that eventful night. Alan, was he dreaming, or was it the voice of his ancestor speaking to his soul in that hour of his lonely sorrow? A pale, shimmering, ghostly shape flitted across the quivering plumes of the palm trees, dropped softly to the ground, and Alma stood before him in the well of her aerial boat. Before his amazement had permitted him to utter a word she had stepped out and was coming towards him with outstretched hands, saying, "They told me I should find you here. Alan, I have come to ask you to forgive me if you before you go upon this mission of yours, if go you must, to forgive you, Alma," he exclaimed, recoiling a pace in sheer astonishment at her presence and her words. "What can I have to forgive you? Is it not rather dash?" "No, Alan, it is not," she said quickly, still holding out her hands to him and looking up at him with faintly flushed cheeks and shining eyes. "I see it all clearly now. Isma was right. It is I who have sinned against you, and it is for me to ask forgiveness." "How can you ask that of me, Alma? How have you harmed me?" he asked, still bewildered by her beauty and the enigmas that she spoke in, yet taking her hands, and, as if by instinct, drawing her towards him. "I will answer that afterwards," she said quickly, as though inspired by some sudden thought. "But tell me, first, are you quite resolved to go upon this mission?" "Yes," he said with an almost imperceptible quiver in his voice. "Have I not had a great, if not a guilty, share in bringing this curse upon the world, and is it not fitting that I should give my last days to the task, however hopeless, of bringing back peace on earth so that men may die sane and not mad? But, Alan, is that a high duty that you owe to your family and your people? You know that in you center all their hopes for the future, if there is to be one. With you would die the name of Arnold, and the direct line of Natas and Natasha, and with me they would die even if I went with the children of deliverance into the caverns of Mount Austral and survived the ruin of the world. How can you mock me like that, Alma? Have I not suffered enough for my weakness and my folly that you would condemn me to wander an exile in the wilderness that the world will be when it has passed through its baptism of fire? What is the swift death of battle or the short agony of the conflagration of the world compared with the long death in life that I should drag out alone in the new world that may arise from the ruins of this one? And why alone, Alan, why alone? Can you ask me that, Alma? Surely you are mocking me now. Can you ask why I should be alone if I survived with the remnant of our people? Do you not even yet know why I choose the certainty of death rather than the chance of life? But, Alan, what if I were to tell you that you would not go alone to the caverns, and that if the chosen few survive you will not wander alone on the wilderness of the new world? I should tell you, Alma, that you meant to sacrifice yourself to save me, and that I could not accept the sacrifice even at your hands. Sacrifice? No, Alan, I would not outlive the world, even with you, on those terms. A woman of Aria does not sell herself even for sentiment. This is no time for secrets or false shame, and I tell you frankly that if you had accepted the order of the council, you should have lived and I would have died. But your rebellion proved to me that Isma was right when she rebuked my false pride by saying that the man who has fallen and risen again is better and stronger than he who has never suffered. But, Alma, remember. No, you must not interrupt me now, or what ought to be said may never be spoken. I know what you were going to say. You were going to tell me to remember that Olga Romanoff is still alive. Let her live and let God judge her for her sins in the judgment that is so soon to come. What have we to do with her? Nothing, Alma, after you have said that, for it tells me that in your eyes the stain is purged and the fault forgiven. I will take the message to her as to the rest of the world. If she receives it in peace then there shall be peace, and God shall judge between us. And if not, then I will pit any single ship against hers and her fleet and only one of us, if either, shall see the end. And if that is you want then it will be for you under heaven to speak the words of life or death, for only you can bid me live, Alma. As he spoke the great lights on the mountain tops suddenly blazed out, shone for a few moments, and were extinguished again. It was the answering signal to one from Mars, but it joined two souls as well as two worlds, for by its light Alan saw on Alma's face and in her eyes the one reprieve from death that honor would permit him to accept. Without waiting for the words that her now smiling lips were opening to utter, he took her unresisting in his arms. Then her proudly carried, wing-crowned head drooped at last in sweet submission, and rested on his heart, and as he turned her face up to his to take his kiss of re-betrothal, he said, "That tells me that I may live. Now we are immortal, you and I, for this kiss is our eternity." Then their lips met, and for the instant time had no more beginning or end. The impending ruin of the world was forgotten, for love had spoken, and the very voice of doom itself was silent amidst the happiness of their heedless souls. Chapter 28 The Sign in the Sky. When the news of what had happened at midnight in the palm grove was published the next morning far and wide through the valley of Aria, it would have been impossible to imagine that an irrevocable sentence of death was overhanging the land and all its inhabitants, save those who were to be selected to take the one chance that remained of surviving the chaos that was to come. There was no one in the valley to whom Alan's story was not familiar in all its details. There was not a single heart that had not in the midst of its own happiness sympathized with him and Alma in their sorrow, and so, when that sorrow was at last turned into joy, everyone forgot for the moment the fate whose approach was so near and so certain, and rejoiced with them in a happiness that was great enough to raise them above the gloom that was already stealing over the world. But in the midst of the general rejoicing came the decision of the council upon the request which Alan had submitted to his father, and this, though he was forced to confess it wise and just, was by no means what, in his enthusiasm, he could have wished. The rulers of Aria absolutely refused to permit any of the airships to leave the valley for at least 2 months to come. They recognized with perfect approval the nobility of the resolve which Alan had taken to carry the message of the world's approaching end to those nations which he had been partially at least responsible for plunging into the horrors of war, but they insisted that the concerns of Aria must, in their eyes, take precedence of those of the outside world. There was much to do, and the time for doing it was short. What was perhaps the greatest engineering task in the history of the world had to be conceived and completed within the next 4 months, and as Alan and Alexis were admittedly the two most skillful practical engineers in the state, the council declined to allow them to run the almost certain risk of death at the hands of their enemies when their knowledge and skill ought to be devoted to the work of ensuring, as far as possible, the preservation of that remnant of the human race who should be destined to seek safety in the caverns of Mount Austral. When the completion of that work was made certain, then permission would be freely given to them and their companions to go forth and proclaim their warning to the world, subject only to the condition that they were to take every precaution consistent with the honor of their race to return while there was yet time for them to take their places among the children of deliverance should the selection fall upon them. Meanwhile, telephonic messages were to be sent to all those portions of the world with which Aria was still in communication, conveying the exact terms of the warning that had been received from Mars, and calling upon the astronomers in all the observatories on the globe to verify the calculations for themselves, and publish their conclusions to their respective nations as quickly as possible. With these terms Alan was of necessity obliged to be content. Indeed, when he came to review them in sober thought, he saw that, while nothing was to be lost, much was to be gained by submission to them. Though he still refused, even in spite of the knowledge that he would share with Alma the future if there was to be one, to obey the order of the council which exempted him from the ordeal of selection. He thought and worked with just as much ardor as through the safety of the whole of the dwellers in Aria, as well as his own, hung upon his efforts. The caverns of Mount Austral, like those of other limestone formations in various parts of the world, had been formed in some remote geological period by the solvent action of water charged with carbonic gas upon the limestone rocks. The entrance to them, discovered very soon after the valley had been colonized by the terrorists in the first decade of the 20th century, was situated on the inner slopes of the mountain about 800 feet above the level of the lake, which occupied the central portion of the valley. This lake, although fed by hundreds of streams from the surrounding mountains, always preserved the same level, in spite of the fact that it had no visible outlet. Those who first explored the caverns found the explanation of this phenomenon. Below the floors of the vast chambers which penetrated the heart of the mountain for a distance of nearly 3 miles there ran a deep chasm, through which rushed in a black, swift, silent stream the surplus waters of the lake. This stream was nearly 1,000 feet below the entrance to the caverns and half the distance below the floor of the lowest chambers and galleries. The scheme conceived by Alan and Alexis and their fellow workers was in fact nothing less than the damming of this subterranean stream by a mighty sluice gate composed of one huge sheet of metal which, running down into grooves cut in a solid rock and metal sheathed, should completely close the inner mouth of the tunnel by which the waters entered the caverns. This, once successfully fixed in its place, would deprive the lake of its only known outlet. The streams would go on flowing from the mountains and the waters of the lake would rise. The upper entrance would, when the fatal moment came, also be closed, not by one such door, but by three that would slide down one behind the other in the upper tunnel, which, with a diameter of about 30 feet and a height of almost 50, ran for nearly a quarter of a mile from the side of the mountain to the first of the chambers. The spaces between these doors would be filled with ice artificially frozen, and shafts to allow for expansion should the ice melt and the water boil would run from them vertically, piercing the mountainside. When the waters rose to the level of the entrance, the doors would be lowered and the space filled with water and frozen. Then the waters would go on rising, the entrance would be submerged, and the defenses of the fortress in which the remnant of humanity was to make its last stand for life would be complete. But in addition to these outer defenses, there was an enormous amount of work to be done in fitting the interior of the caverns to receive those for whom they were to form an asylum. They were already lighted by myriads of electric lamps, but the source of light was outside, and this had to be replaced by power stations inside. Provision had to be made for keeping the air pure and vital, for supplying food and drink for an almost indefinite time, and for storing up a sufficiency of seeds and roots and treasures of art and creative skill, so that the new world might be clothed again with verdure and nothing essential of the splendid civilization of Aria be lost. Such, in the briefest outline, was the momentous task to which the Aryans devoted all their splendid genius and unconquerable energies, and day by day and week by week they toiled at it, while the fatal hour which was to witness the last agony of man upon earth swiftly drew nearer and nearer. The messages to the outside world had been sent and replied to. Those to the astronomers and to the governments of the Federation had been acknowledged in formal terms which thinly concealed the incredulity with which they had been received. Olga had treated the message with the silent disdain of a conquering autocrat, such, as in sober truth, she now was. The Sultan had replied to it in a dispatch in which the dignity of a victorious despot and the fatalism of the religious fanatic were characteristically blended. Then one by one the telephonic communications with the various parts of the world ceased, messages were sent out and repeated, but no answer came back. First Europe, then Britain, then South Africa, America, and Australia, ceased to respond to the signals, and by the beginning of July Aria was completely isolated from the rest of the world, probably the only stronghold that now remained unsubdued by the conquering fleets of the Sultan and the Tsarina. Still the sentinel ships, hanging high in air over the valley, and constantly patrolling the outer slopes of the mountains, saw no sign of hostile approach. The last messages that had been received from the great cities of the Federation had told brief but fearful stories of the desolation that was following in the path of Muslim and Russian conquest. The bridges of Gibraltar and the Bosphorus had been forced, and thousands after thousands of Muslim troops had been poured into Europe. Frenzied by fanaticism and the newborn lust of battle and conquest, the hordes of Asiatic tribesmen who had escaped the one terrific onslaught of the fleet under the command of Alexis had, now that the Guardian ships were withdrawn, been hurried through Russia, and hurled upon the wealthy and almost defenseless cities of Western Europe. The Federation was on the point of utter collapse, divided in its councils, confused in its plans of defense, its armies undisciplined, and its fleets disorganized and daily diminishing in number and effectiveness. In America, Australia, and Southern Africa there was anarchy on earth and terror in the air. Cities had been terrorized into capitulation by aerial squadrons, and then looted and burnt, and their ruins given up to be the miserable prey of the revolutionaries who now, as ever, had taken advantage of the universal panic to revolt against all government, and deny all rights but that which they claimed to prey upon the helpless, all liberty that was not license, and all property that was not plunder. The last tidings of all that came from Europe were received from Britain, and, after recounting the destruction of London and the collapse of the government, concluded with the news that Olga had publicly embraced the faith of Islam, and, in conjunction with the Sultan, whom she was to marry as soon as the conquest of Europe was finally complete, was forcibly converting her Russian subjects to the creed of the Quran. So the affairs of the world stood when the sun went down on the 15th of July. On the meridian of Aria it set at 9 minutes to 8, at 13 minutes past 8, according to the calculations made by the Martian and verified by the Aryan astronomers, the herald of fate would approach within the range of terrestrial vision. Before the brief period of tropical twilight had passed, every telescope in the valley was turned to that spot in the constellation of Andromeda at which it was predicted to become visible. As the revolving earth swept Aria into the shadow of night, every light was extinguished, for it was known that the astronomers of Mars would be anxiously watching for a signal that would announce the correctness or the error of their calculations. Vasilis Cosmo, seated at the eyepiece of the great equatorial telescope on Mount Austral, with his hand on the switch which controlled the electric currents that were waiting to do his bidding, watched the fields of space darken, and the stars of Andromeda shine out. Just a little below the line which joins the square of Pegasus with the constellation of Cassiopeia, he saw, as usual, the oval, luminous cloud of the great nebula in Andromeda, 4 degrees towards the zenith, above the center of the star cloud. A tiny fan-shaped spray, faint and pale as a dissolving puff of white smoke, was floating in the black abyss of space. Precisely at the 13th minute of the hour he turned the switch, and the great suns on the mountain tops blazed out and flashed the signal to the sister world to tell its inhabitants that their prediction had been fulfilled to the second. Chapter 29 The Truce of God. By the 30th of July the work in the caverns was so far advanced that the council was able to authorize the departure of Alan and his companions for the outside world. The great vertical sluice door, a huge sheet of steel 40 feet long, 20 wide, and 18 inches thick, and footed with a great indiarubber pad, was in its place, suspended at the top of the steel-lined grooves, which had been sunk 3 feet into each of the rock walls of the chasm into which the water tunnel from the lake opened. On the morning of the 30th it was sent down into its final position. The momentous experiment proved completely successful. The huge mass of metal descended slowly over the mouth of the tunnel into the black, swift stream at the bottom of the chasm. As its enormous weight crushed the indiarubber pad down into all the inequalities of the floor, the outrush of the waters instantly stopped, and the channel ran dry save for the fierce jets of water which spouted out over the top of the plate. The crevices through which these came were easily plugged, and when this was done it was found that the waters of the lake were rising at the rate of 3 feet an hour. This proved that, whether the lake had another outlet or not, the damming of the subterranean channels would be quite sufficient to flood the whole valley. The gate was then raised again, and the waters permitted to flow as before. The triple doors at the entrance to the cavern were already in position when this was done, as the task of placing them had necessarily been much easier than the construction of the water gate. Nothing but details now remained to be completed, and there was therefore no reason for any further postponement of Alan's mission. Alexis had also succeeded in carrying his point, and getting permission to accompany Alan in the Isma. He had had no difficulty in satisfying the council that the risk would be enormously diminished by sending 2 airships instead of 1, for while Alan descended to the earth to convey his message to a hostile city, he would be able to remain in the air, dominating it with his guns, and ready to lay it in ruins if the flag of truce were not respected. But the 2 friends had gained even more than this, for in answer to their earnest pleadings, in which it may be suspected they were not altogether unsupported by those as vitally concerned as themselves, a joint family council had decided that, under the unparalleled circumstances of the case, there was no valid reason for refusing consent to their immediate union with the 2 faithful brides who had waited so long and so patiently for their lords. Therefore, on the morning of the 31st, it came to pass that they stood upon the spot sanctified by the ashes of their great ancestors, and took each other for man and wife, for life or death, as the hazard of the world's fate might decide, in the presence of a vast congregation of those who stood with feet already touching the brink of the valley of the shadow of death. No bridal so strange or solemn had ever been celebrated in the world before. It was human love and hope and genius, serene and confident in the presence of the most awful catastrophe that had ever befallen humanity, defying the fate that was about to overwhelm a world in destruction. That evening, as the sun was touching the tops of the western mountains, the last preparations for the voyage were completed, the last farewells exchanged, and the Isma and the Avenger, now renamed the Alma by the hands of her name-mother, rose into the air amid salvos of aerial artillery, and winged their way northward over the ridge. As they sped out over the plains of northern Africa the sun sank, and out of the northwestern heavens shone the luminous haze of the fire cloud, which had now grown in visible magnitude until the 2 fan-like wings which spread out from its central nucleus spanned an arc of 20 degrees in the heavens. As the 2 airships sped on their northward course towards Alexandria, where Alan had decided to make his first attempt to stay the progress of the World War, the 2 pairs of new-wedded lovers watched with anxious eyes from the decks of their flying craft the terrible portent in the skies whose meaning they above all others on earth were so well qualified to read. There could be no doubt now, even apart from all the elaborate calculations which had been made, that the prediction of the Martian astronomers was far more likely to be fulfilled than contradicted by the event. Yet, so great was the happiness they found in this strange fulfillment of the faint hopes of years of almost hopeless waiting that, even as they journeyed on through the night with this threatening sign of approaching ruin pouring its angry light out of the skies, their talk was still rather of love and life and hope than of the death and desolation which they knew to be overhanging their race with such remorseless certainty. They had lived and loved, and their love had found fruition. What more could they have asked of fate than this, even if they could have prolonged their lives indefinitely by a mere effort of will? As Alan had said to Alma at the moment of their re-betrayal in the palm grove, they were immortal now, and for them the death of a world was but an accident on the onward progress of an evolution in which such souls as theirs, veritable sparks of the divine fire itself, were the dominating factors. As the fire cloud paled in the west, and the eastern heavens brightened with the full glow of the coming dawn, the captains of the two vessels were roused by the signals from the conning towers which told them that Alexandria was in sight. As soon as he got on deck, Alan signaled to the Esma to come close alongside. As she did so and the morning greetings were exchanged, Alma appeared on deck, and suggested that Alexis and Esma should come and have breakfast on board the flagship, so that the two captains could discuss their final plans before descending to the city. The invitation was of course accepted, and an hour later the Alma commenced her descent towards the Sultan's palace, above which, from a lofty flagstaff, the banner of Islam was floating lazily in the early morning breeze. She flew no other ensign save a broad white flag of truce that streamed out from the signal mast at her stern. The whole city seemed asleep, secure in the conquests that had already been won. A single airship floated 2,000 feet above the palace, and as he approached her, Alan, keeping her well under his guns, flew from his mainmast the signal, "We come in peace. Will you respect the flag?" The Muslim captain saw at a glance that a single shell would annihilate his vessel, and that the Alma was perfectly protected by her consort, circling 2,000 feet above him, so he signaled, "Yes, come alongside." The Alma descended and swung round until she came on a level with the Muslim vessel, then she ran alongside within speaking distance. The doors of the deck chambers were opened, and Alan, after exchanging salutes, asked her captain whether the Sultan was in his capital. "Yes," replied the Muslim. "He is down yonder in his palace awaiting the coming of the Tsarina, for they are to join hands today and reign lord and mistress of the world they have conquered." "Is the world, then, conquered?" asked Alan, with a smile on his lips and a note of scornful pity in his voice. "Yes," said the Muslim. "East and west, north and south, the world is ours, saving only your own little land, and for that, I suppose, you have come to make terms of peace." "I have not come to make terms of peace for Area, but for the world," replied Alan gravely. "But of that I must speak with your master. When will he be able to give me an audience?" "That I cannot say," was the reply, "or even that he will hear you at all. But, pardon. I did not know that the angels of paradise accompanied the Aryans on their voyages." "Descend in peace, my master will receive you." As he was speaking, Alma, crowned with her crystal wings, and radiant with a beauty which, to the Muslim's eyes, seemed something superhuman, had come from the after part of the vessel to Alan's side. It was the first time that he had ever seen a woman of Area, and, with the innate chivalry of his race, he paid his involuntary homage to her as he would have done to an incarnation of one of the poetic dreams of his faith. Then salutes were exchanged again between the two captains, and the Alma sank swiftly downwards until she hovered 20 feet above the terrace on which Alan had first spoken with the Sultan on the night that he captured the Vindaya. The approach of the Aryan warship had already summoned a party of guards to the roof, and after a brief parley a message was carried to the Sultan from Alan. A few minutes later Khalid stepped out of a doorway leading from the interior of the palace, magnificently attired as though for some great ceremonial. He looked up and saw Alan standing with Alma by his side on the afterdeck of his ship. He saw, too, that the flag of truce was flying from the stern and that the guns were laid alongside instead of being pointed down upon the city. He raised his hand in salute and said, "I see you come in the guise of peace. If that is so, you are welcome." "It is peace if your majesty will have it so," replied Alan, returning his salute, and at the same time making a sign for the Alma to descend to the roof of the palace. As her keels touched the floor of the terrace, the steps fell from the after doorway, and he came down, leaving Alma standing on deck by the open door. "Will not your companion honor my palace by touching its roof with her foot?" said Khalid, looking up at Alma as he exchanged greetings with Alan. "My companion, Sultan, is the wife of the man whom you turned your back upon on this very spot as a liar, a traitor, and a murderer," said Alan, looking him straight in the eyes. "How, then, could she honor your palace by setting foot on its roof?" For a moment the Sultan was abashed into silence by the directness of the rebuke, and then his oriental subtlety and quickness of thought came to his aid, and, bending his head with royal dignity, he said, "The angels do not mate with such men as that. The Tsarina must have been misled by appearances, perhaps, indeed, carried away by her hereditary hatred of your people. It is impossible that any but a true man could have won the love of such a woman. You tell me that you come as friends and not as enemies, so, for the hour, let there be peace, not war, between us. While you are my guests, my city is yours, and all that it contains. I pledge my honor for your safety, So let the daughter of the air descend that I may hear from her lips the music of her voice. Turning aside, half to hide a smile at the oriental metaphor of the Sultan's speech, Alan went to the foot of the steps and held out his hand to Alma. As she alighted on the terrace he led her towards him, saying, "This is my wife. Yesterday morning she was Alma Tremaine, a daughter in the 5th generation of the first president of the Federation. Her ancestor and yours made terms of peace after the War of the Terror. It is, therefore, more fitting that you should hear from her lips than from mine the message that we bring." "My ears are waiting," said Khalid, bending low over the hand that Alma held out to him as Alan spoke. It would be a strange message that would not be welcome from such lips, from one whom she could have looked upon as an equal. Such language as this would have jarred sorely upon Alma, accustomed as she was to the frank directness of her own people's speech. But from Khalid she tolerated it as she would have tolerated the extravagance of a child, and as he raised his head again she looked at him with eyes that dazzled him afresh, intoxicated as he already was with her, to him, strange and almost unearthly beauty, and said in a voice such as he had never heard before, "Thank you, Sultan, for your welcome, but surely there is little need for me to tell you what message we bring. Last night you saw it written in letters of fire across the heavens. Has not the voice of God spoken bidding you and your people to cease the cruel warfare that you are waging upon the world and to prepare for the end of which that is a sign?" As she spoke she raised her hand and pointed to where the shape of the fire cloud now hung in the sky like a white mist paling before the light of the rising sun. "You rejected our first warning, as perhaps was natural, but now that you have seen the confirmation of it shining among the stars, surely you will no longer reject it." The last words were spoken in a gentle, pleading tone, which no man could have heard without being moved by them. "Daughter of the air," replied the Sultan, following her hand with his eyes, "I have seen, and in a measure I believe, your message, though my interpretation of it may be other than yours. If the end of the world is at hand, the commander of the faithful will know how to meet it as a true believer should. It is not impossible that there may be peace between us yet in the last hours of earthly life, for I would not willingly make war on a people that has daughters such as you. Not for our sake, Sultan, but for the sake of all who have survived this terrible warfare of yours we are come to plead with you for peace," said Alma. "This is no time for hate and strife and bloodshed. There will be horrors enough upon earth before long without any made by the fury of man. It is in your power to give peace to the world and breathing space to meet its end. Why will you not give? You forget it is not I alone who can give peace," replied Khalid. "If that were so dash." Before he could speak another word a salvo of aerial artillery shook the air above the city. All looked up towards the northern sky, whence the sound proceeded, and saw a squadron of 20 silvery-hulled airships flying the Muslim and Russian flags, and escorting in 2 divisions a warship, from whose flagstaff flew the imperial standard of Russia, and whose shining hull of azurine proclaimed her the lost Ithuriel. Alan grasped the perilous situation in an instant, and was just about to tell Alma to go back on board their own ship when the Sultan, divining his intention, took a step forward and said, "Do you think that Khalid cannot protect his guests or that his ally will not respect the hospitality of his house? You are safe. If a hair of your head were harmed the Syrena and I would be enemies and she would come to her death instead of her bridal, for that is what brings her here. There is truce between us for this day at least, and she shall not break it." As he ceased speaking the 20 airships opened out into a long line and remained suspended 500 feet above the palace, while the Revenge continued her downward flight and alighted at the farther end of the terrace from where they were standing. The after door of the deck chamber opened as she touched the marble pavement, the steps dropped down, and Olga descended, attired as usual in a plain robe of royal purple, over which hung a traveling mantle of pearl grey cloth as fine and soft as silk and lined with the then almost priceless flair of the silver fox. Her head was uncovered save for a plain golden fillet, from which rose a pair of slender silver wings so thickly encrusted with diamonds that they seemed entirely fashioned of the flashing gems. The golden fillet shone out brightly yellow against the lustrous black of her thickly coiled hair, and the diamond wings blazed and scintillated in the sunlight with every movement of her head. As she descended the steps she was followed by Olaf Losinski and a guard of honor of 12 of her officers, splendidly dressed and armed to the teeth, who, as soon as they landed, drew their swords, which were now only used as ornamental insignia of rank, and ranged themselves in 2 lines, one on either side of her. Before the Revenge had alighted the Sultan had made a sign to one of the sentries, who blew a long, clear blast on a silver bugle, which was instantly answered by 100 others from various parts of the city. At the sound the Muslim metropolis seemed to wake from sleep into universal activity. Thousands of soldiers in brilliant uniforms poured into the empty streets. The Muslim and Russian flags ran up to 1,000 flagstaffs, Squadron after squadron of aerial cruisers soared up from the earth and saluted with salvos of artillery, which shook the very firmament and brought Alexis down to within 3,000 feet of the palace roof in the belief that Alan and Alma had fallen victims to some treachery, and that the time had come for him to avenge them by laying the city in ruins, as he had promised to do in such an event. A single glance through his field glasses showed him the true state of affairs, so he contented himself with keeping his crew at quarters with every gun trained on a Russian or a Muslim airship and ready to spread death and ruin far and wide should any harm happen to the Alma or her crew. While this was taking place, the Sultan's bodyguard had filed out onto the terrace resplendent with gorgeous uniforms and glittering weapons, and between the two long lines that they formed Khalid advanced to meet his bride, leaving Alan and Alma interested and not unanxious spectators of the strange and unexpected scene. They met halfway down the double line, and as Olga held out the hand over which Khalid bowed low as he raised it to his lips, she said, with a glance of undisguised hate towards Alan and Alma and a mocking smile on her lips, "Your Majesty's generosity is unbounded. I see that you have invited to our wedding feast the only enemies with whom we have yet to measure swords." "They have not come as enemies, Sirena," replied Khalid, as he raised his head and looked with but half-restrained ardor on the beauty that was so soon to be his. "Nor yet have they come at my invitation." Alan Arnold and his wife his what? Interrupted Olga, her cheeks burning and her eyes flashing with a sudden blaze of uncontrollable anger. "His wife, Sirena," replied Khalid, somewhat coldly. "The son of Natasha and Richard Arnold has mated with the daughter of Alan Tremaine, and they have come in the 5th generation to warn you, the daughter of the house of Romanoff, and me, the son of the line of Muhammad Rishad, to cease our warfare upon the nations and prepare for the universal end which, they tell us, is at hand." Khalid spoke, as Olga thought, half in jest and half in earnest, so she continued in the same mocking tone in which she had first spoken. "Then if that is so, if all human enmities are soon to be purged by the all-destroying fires, we may as well meet in peace for the moment. Will your Majesty honor me by presenting me to your uninvited guests?" "Uninvited, but still my guests, Sirena," replied Khalid gravely, "and therefore I need not ask you." "No, Sultan," said Olga, interrupting him, "you need ask me nothing. You need not fear that I shall not respect the hospitality of your house, even when extended to them." As she spoke she gave him her hand again and he led her between the silent, rigid ranks of his guards to where Alan and Alma were standing. Since men and women had learned to love and hate, there had been no such strange meeting between two women as that which now took place between Alma and Olga. It was the first time that Olga had ever seen a woman of the race to which Alan belonged, and Alma, for the first time confronted with a daughter of the earth folk, saw in Olga Romanoff at once the most beautiful woman outside the confines of area and the incarnation of everything that she had been trained to look upon as evil. While the Sultan was speaking the words of presentation their eyes met, and Alma thought of that sentence in Alan's letter to his father, "She is as beautiful as an angel and as merciless as a fiend," while Olga looked back to the time when she first heard Alma's name and hated her for the sake of him who now stood beside her. Her lover and her husband, the man she had held in bondage for years without winning one voluntary caress from him. Alma's first emotion was one of wonder. Hitherto, she had seen nothing beautiful that was not at the same time good, for in area the conceptions of beauty and goodness were inseparable. But here was a woman of almost perfect physical loveliness, after her own type, who was beyond all doubt guilty of the most colossal crime that a human soul had conceived or a human hand had carried out since men first learned to sin. The world, which 10 years before had been a paradise of peace, prosperity, and enlightened progress, was now a wilderness of misery and an inferno of strife, fast lapsing back into barbarism, and all this was her doing. As this thought came to Alma's mind, standing out distinct among all the others that were forcing themselves upon her, wonder gave place to unspeakable horror, and as Olga approached, with the light of hate still burning in her eyes and the same mocking smile upon her lips, she instinctively shrank back as though to avoid contact with some unclean thing. As she did so her hand slipped through Alan's arm and a visible shudder ran through her form. Marvelous as Olga's power of self-control and dissimulation was, she failed entirely to restrain the passion which such a reception aroused within her. It was the first time in her life that she had ever stood in the presence of a woman untainted by a spot of sin or shame, and this woman recoiled from her invisible loathing, beautiful and mighty as she was, at the very zenith of her conquering career and on the morning of her promised union with the man who, as she believed, would before many days share the empire of the world with her. Hardened as she was, the mute rebuke cut her to the quick. The flush on her cheeks died out and left her so pale for the moment that her face looked almost ghastly with its grey lips and black burning eyes. This daughter of a higher race had at a single glance pierced the splendid mask which covered the fearful deformity of her true nature. She thought of the night long ago in the bedroom at St. Petersburg when by the light of the unearthly flame hovering above her poisons till she had seen her image in the mirror. Then pride and anger came to her rescue. The blood returned to her cheeks and lips, she drew herself up to the full height of her queenly stature, and as the Sultan spoke the words of presentation she slightly inclined her head, and then raising it again said, in low, even tones, whose wonderful music sent a chill to Alma's heart. "This is a pleasant surprise, Alan Arnold. I little thought that after our last parting we should meet again, save in battle, much less did I think that you would honor my bridal by bringing your own bride to it. Still, as the Sultan tells me, there is truce for today, and, so far as to my enemy, you are welcome. We have not come as guests to your bridal, Tsarina," said Alan coldly and gravely, "nor have we come to make truce as between mortal enemies. The enmities of men and nations are but as child's play now. We have come to proclaim the truce of God against the hour of his final judgment." Chapter 30 The Shadow of Death. "Ah, I see," said Olga. "You have come to tell us this wonderful story about the comet, and the message you say you have received from Mars, over again. You are not the first who have prophesied the end of the world by such means, nor will you be the last to be discredited by the event, once for all. Then, let me save misunderstanding by telling you that I don't believe a word of it, and therefore nothing that you can say will have any effect on the course of action that I have determined upon. You are of course at liberty to preach your truth elsewhere and at your own risk, though I fear it will be but the voice of one crying in the wilderness." "Yes, truly in the wilderness," said Alma before Alan could reply, "but a wilderness that you have made with your own hand, Tsarina. You who have been the evil genius of the world, have you not done harm enough, now that the world has only a few more weeks to live? According to the idle tale you bring us," interrupted Olga, repressing with a barely successful effort the anger aroused afresh within her by the serene tone in which Alma spoke. It sounded rather like the voice of an angel speaking to a mortal than of one woman addressing another, and even to herself Olga was forced to admit that there could be no question of equality between this daughter of the air and herself. "It is no idle tale," replied Alma, almost in the same tone which she might have used in reproving a wayward child. "It is not even a prophecy, it is a mathematical certainty, and if you understood you would believe." "You are wasting time and your own breath," said Olga scornfully. "You are not my guests but the Sultan's, yet he may allow me to say that we have other demands upon our attention more important than listening to such sentimentalism as this." Before Alma could answer, Alan turned to the Sultan as though not deigning to reply to Olga's insulting speech. "Your Majesty, I see that this is no time to perform the mission upon which I came. We did not expect the presence of the Tsarina here. Had we done so we should not have come, for I know how vain it would be to reason with her. I came prepared to satisfy the most skillful astronomers in your kingdom that what I say is absolutely true, and I venture to hope that you, if satisfied by their assurances, would give peace to the world for the remnant of its days. But even so it is not for us to interrupt or even to introduce an unpleasant element into the doings of today, so, with your Majesty's permission, I will leave the calculations with your minister and relieve you and the Tsarina of our unwelcome presence." All this time the Grand Vizier, Musa al-Ghazi, had been standing a little to the rear of the group stroking his beard nervously and looking anxiously from one to the other. He seemed about to speak, when Khalid said to Alan with a courtesy which contrasted strongly with Olga's contemptuous demeanor, "I thank you, Prince of the Air. As matters stand I think that will be the most reasonable as well as the most convenient course. Though I am far from convinced that you are not mistaken, yet I can assure you that the best skill in my domains shall examine what you leave us. Musa." The old man turned pale as his master pronounced his name, and stepped forward with a visible agitation, which was by no means accounted for by the circumstances of the strange situation. Instead of waiting for Khalid's commands he said as he made his obeisance before him, "Commander of the Faithful, I am here, but before your Majesty bids me take these papers from the hands of Alan Arnold I would ask permission to say a word that must be said in private." "In private, Musa?" said Khalid, frowning slightly and passing his hand down his beard. "This is hardly a time for state secrets, it is but my duty to my master that bids me speak," replied the old man, again bending before him. "A moment will suffice for the speaking of what I have to say." Musa's tone was so earnest and his anxiety so palpable that Khalid without more ado made his excuses to the Tsarina and his unexpected guests and stepped aside out of earshot with his vizier. "Well, Musa, what is it that is so pressing and yet so private?" he asked, a trifle impatiently. "My master," replied the old minister, in a voice that now trembled with emotion, "there is no need to examine the calculations from area. An hour before daybreak Hakon Benamru, your chief astronomer at the observatory of Memphis, came to me and told me that he had completed his own calculations of the curve and period of the comet and that, allowing for difference in longitude between our meridian and that of area, the prediction from Mars will be fulfilled beyond all doubt at midnight on the 23rd of September. This was testimony which it was impossible for Khalid to question. Musa's sincerity was beyond all question, and Hakon Benamru was the most renowned astronomer in the world outside area. Khalid recoiled a pace as though he had been struck, and said in a voice hoarse with sudden emotion, "Why did you not tell me this before, Musa?" "Because I would not mar my master's happiness for this day at least," replied Musa. "If it be true that the end of earthly things is at hand, a day is of but small account. To tell you would neither hasten nor delay the end." But Alan Arnold's words forced me to speak, for I knew that Hakon would speak if I did not. Khalid laid his hand upon the old man's shoulder and said gravely but kindly, "It was well thought, Musa, and I thank you for your consideration, evil as your news is. It is Kismet, and thy will of Allah must be done." So saying he turned away and walked with slow steps and downcast eyes to where Olga was standing talking to Olaf Losensky with her back turned in open contempt upon Alma and Alan. A single glance at his face told her that Musa had had no pleasant tidings to impart. "Your Majesty looks grave," she said. "Has Musa given you news of some disaster to our forces?" "More than that, Tsarina," replied Khalid. "He has brought me confirmation that I cannot doubt of the truth of the message from Aria." "What?" exclaimed Olga in a quick passionate tone that all standing near could hear. "The confirmation of that thrice-told tale with which these people are trying to impose on our fears." "Surely your Majesty is jesting now?" "No, Tsarina, it is no subject for jesting but only for earnest and solemn thought," answered Khalid seriously. "I neither can nor will believe it," cried Olga passionately, her long-restrained anger completely overcoming her prudence and her whole soul rising in ungovernable revolt. "Believe or not as you will, I will not. It cannot be possible, it is too monstrous for all credence. Why, one would think the very fates themselves were fighting against us if that were true, and were bringing the world to an end just as we have conquered it for our own. As for these Aryans," she continued, turning upon Alan and Alma and taking a couple of steps towards them, "they have come here with this wild story to cover an attempt to make terms with us before it is too late. It is a trick to deceive you, but it shall not succeed in my presence. Do you not remember how, upon this very spot little more than a year ago, I showed you this same Alan Arnold, who now comes preaching about his truce of God, as the shameless liar and traitor that he is?" She had thrown off all disguise and all restraint now. Hatred was shining out of her eyes and open scorn was upon her lips. She waved her hand with a contemptuous gesture towards them and went on, "If you have come to ask for terms of peace, be honest and say so. You need not fear to speak, for there may be conditions on which we will let you live." Khalid was about to utter some reproof, and Alan's hand had gone instinctively to the hilt of his rapier, when Alma stepped forward and faced Olga, her own eyes now burning dark with anger and her cheeks flushed with the hot blood which Olga's insult had called to them. "Make terms with you," she said, looking down upon her from the height of her splendid stature. "With you, who have laid the earth waste and made the habitations of men desolate, with you, whom I could strike dead at my feet without staining my hand by laying it upon you. It is for you to make terms, if you can, not with us but with the heaven whose justice you have outraged and whose patience you have scorned. Cease this idle talk of battle and conquest, this impious defiance of the decrees of fate. Can you make terms with God? If so, then when you see his sign blazing in the heavens tonight, cause it to change its path and pass aside from the earth. If not, kneel down and pray, not for your life, for that will be useless, but for strength to meet your end in the midst of the desolation that you have created." Olga heard her in silence to the end, her whole being shaken with the tempest of passion that Alma's words set raging in her breast. For a moment she stood speechless, white to the lips, and trembling in every limb from very rage. Then she suddenly stepped back a pace, and cried in a voice more like the cry of a wild animal in pain than human speech, "Whether the world lives or not, you shall not, whatever comes." And as she spoke she snatched a pistol out of her girdle and leveled it at Alma's heart. Before she could spring the lock, Alan had snatched Alma up in his arms, and Khalid, with a cry of horror and anger, had sprung forward and grasped Olga's wrist. The bullet flew high, cutting one of the wings off Alan's coronet in its flight. Half a dozen strides took him alongside his ship, and in another instant he was standing on her deck, his left arm round Alma's waist holding her behind him and his right hand grasping one of his pistols. He raised his arm and the pistol flashed. At the same moment he stamped on the deck and the Alma leapt 1,000 feet obliquely into the air. The second before the pistol flashed, Olga turned her head as though she were going to fire again, and the motion saved her life, for Alan's bullet, instead of piercing her brain, as it was meant to do, cut a straight red gash across her forehead from temple to temple and buried itself in the breast of Orloff Losensky as he sprang forward to snatch his mistress out of the line of fire. He pitched forward and dropped, and Khalid, forgetting everything else in the horror of the moment, caught Olga in his arms as a rain of blood streamed down over her face and a shrill scream of pain and rage burst from her lips. Although there were nearly 300 warships floating in the air above Alexandria, and though the rapidly enacted tragedy on the roof of the palace could be distinctly seen from their decks, the Alma escaped scatheless, for the simple reason that, so terrible was the energy developed by the projectiles in use, that had once struck her as she left the terrace, the palace itself would have been wrecked, and every living being within a radius of 200 yards from the focus of the explosion would have been instantly killed. Consequently, the captains of the Russian and Muslim ships had to look on in angry impotence as she leapt out of range, joined her consort, and with her soared away westward until a height of 15,000 feet was reached, and so vanished from the sight of their discomfited enemies. From Alexandria they crossed the Mediterranean and Europe to Britain by way of Italy, the valley of the Rhone, and Paris, at a height of some 5,000 feet from the land. What they saw more than justified the reports which had reached area. The fairest countries of Europe were now only blackened deserts and wasted wildernesses. They flew all day over deserted fields and towns and cities that were little better than heaps of blackened ruins, and when night fell and the fire cloud blazed out of the sky, its glare was answered by flames rising from the earth, and huge patches of mingled smoke and flame which marked the sites of other towns which were only now falling victims to the destroyers. Society had practically come to an end. People who a few weeks before had been wealthy watched almost with apathy the plunder of their homes and the burning of their palaces by the armed bands of robbers which sprang up everywhere. There was no longer any protection for life and property. If anarchists on the earth did not burn and slay and plunder their enemies in the air would, and even if they did not, what did it matter if friends and foes, plunderers and plundered were to be consumed together in the fire that was about to fall from heaven? Amidst the universal terror, Alma, with her almost unearthly beauty, the calm dignity of her bearing, and the sweetness and gentleness of her loving counsels, passed through the devastated lands rather like an angel of mercy than a woman of the same flesh and blood as the distracted panic-stricken crowds through which she moved by Alan's side, speaking her message in a voice that seemed to be an echo from some other world. When the Alma and the Isma reached London 10 days after leaving Alexandria, they found the vast and once splendid metropolis of the world a wide waste of broken, blackened, and in some places still smoking ruins. Of its 15 millions of inhabitants, barely 3 millions remained to people as fragments. All the rest had either fled soon after the first assault, or had fallen in the pitiless carnage that had been let loose upon them. They remained 3 days amidst the ruins of London, listening to the most heartrending tales of suffering and cruelty, and giving in return such consolation as they could. Then they took the air again, and journeyed on westward over the once fair and smiling English land that was now a wilderness amidst which plague and famine, anarchy and destruction, stalked triumphant, while the few who listened to their message waited in despairing terror for the fate that could hardly be worse than what they had passed through since the fatal 16th of May. From England they crossed the Atlantic to America, and from America they sped over the Pacific to Australia, finding everywhere the same desolation upon the face of the earth, and the same terror and despair in the minds of men. But for the awful reality before their eyes, it would have been impossible for them to believe that the civilization which had seemed so strong and splendid 4 months before, could have collapsed as it had done into such utter chaos. In those 4 short months the whole tragedy of human life on earth seemed to have been reenacted. The frenzy and panic of war had degenerated into a universal delirium. Men, women, and children had gone mad by millions. Religious fanatics, impostors, and enthusiasts, if possible more insane than their hearers, preached the wildest and the most blasphemous doctrines, and uttered the most hideous prophecies, not only as to the approaching end of the world, but of the imaginary eternal horrors that were to follow it. The art and science and culture of 500 years had been forgotten in those few weeks of madness, and mankind had sunk back wholesale into the grossest superstitions of the Dark Ages. Every night, when the flaming shape of the fire cloud blazed out the stars, millions fell down on their knees and greeted it with prayers and invocations, as savages had once been wont to worship their fetishes. By the end of August, when the fiery arc overarched more than 2/3 of the heavens and rivaled the sunlight itself in brightness, the degeneration of humanity had advanced to such a fearful stage of intellectual and moral depravity, that even human sacrifices were offered to appease the wrath of the deity who was believed to have taken the shape of the fire cloud. Under the influence of delirium the human mind had gone back through 25 centuries, and the worship of Baal and Moloch had returned upon earth. Only a small minority of men and women preserved their senses amidst the universal madness. These greeted the Aryans as friends, and heard their message, and promised to remain steadfast to the end. But as day after day went by and the terror grew and the nations plunged deeper and deeper into the Saturnalia of frenzy and despair, the task undertaken by Alan and Almas grew more and more hopeless, and when the last day of August came, they at length confessed to themselves that it was useless to pursue it any further. This, too, was the day on which the term of absence granted by the council expired, and so at nightfall, after having carried their message round the whole world and passed it, by the mouths of those who were willing to listen, through many lands, they at length reluctantly turned their prows homeward, and, with hearts sickened by all the unspeakable horrors they had witnessed, soared upward into the luridly lighted heavens, leaving the world to the fate which in 23 days more would overwhelm the conquerors and the conquered, the few sane and the many mad, in universal and inevitable destruction. Alan timed his arrival so that the Alma and her consort crossed the ridge a few minutes after sunrise on the 1st of September. As they alighted in the central square of the city and disembarked to greet the group of friends and kindred who were waiting to receive them, a strange stillness struck their ears and sent a mysterious chill to their hearts. The splendid capital of Aria seemed like a city of the dead. Its broad white streets and squares were empty. There were no boats on the lake, and no aerial yachts in the air as there were wont to be at sunrise. The gardens were deserted and silent. Even the songs of birds which had welled up from them in a chorus of greeting to the coming sun were now hushed, and the birds themselves were flying restlessly from branch to branch, twittering and calling to each other, frightened sharers in the universal fear. It was not long before Alan learnt from his father the explanation of this strange and mournful change in the life of the valley. A few days after their departure a mysterious epidemic had appeared among the people of Aria. First the old, then the middle-aged, and then the young had been silently and swiftly stricken down, first in hundreds and then in thousands. There was no sign of physical disease, no apparent source of physical infection, and none of the horrors which characterized the plagues that were decimating the outside world. Those attacked by it went to bed in apparently robust health, and in the morning they were found dead with an expression of perfect peace upon their features and no marks of disease upon their bodies. That was all that was publicly known. There had been, and, as the president told his son, there would be no inquiry into the cause or origin of the epidemic. Whether those who died voluntarily, or whether the visitation was a merciful release from the torment and terror of the general doom, it was not for those who survived to ask. It was enough for them that the shadow of death had begun to steal silently and swiftly over the land of the royal race who had raised the dignity of humanity to a height untouched before in the story of man. They were content to know that their friends and kindred were permitted to die in painless peace rather than forced to ride out their last hours in torture amidst the conflagration of the world. All day and all night for nearly a month the fires of 100 crematoria had burned, and day and night the funeral processions had never ceased passing through their gates. The population of Aria, which had been over 1 million at the end of July, was now little more than 100,000, and these were hourly dwindling under the mysterious epidemic. Those who had returned in the Alma and the Isma accepted all without question and applied themselves with all their energy to the performance of the solemn duties that remained to them. The work in the caverns of Mount Austral was now almost completed, and the minute calculations which had been made had shown that it would be possible for 250 souls to find a refuge in them for 10 days if necessary. Sufficient supplies of food had been already stored, the machinery for lighting the caverns was complete, and solid oxygen had been enclosed in steel reservoirs to supply what would be consumed by respiration, while provision had also been made for continually abstracting the carbonic acid and other injurious constituents from the respired air. Everything that human genius and skill at their best could do to ensure the preservation of this remnant of humanity, has been done, and by the 15th of September the caverns were finally ready for occupation. Only one more task now remained to be completed, and this was the selection of those who were to survive, provided that the precautions taken proved adequate. Unspeakably pathetic as this work of selection was, it was performed with a calm and apparently passionless precision worthy of the unparalleled solemnity of the occasion and the splendid traditions of those who accomplished it. The field of selection was first narrowed by confining it to those who had been regularly betrothed when the first message was received from Mars. From these first the physically perfect were chosen, then the strongest and the fairest of these, and finally those who to their physical perfections added the highest intellectual and moral qualities. The work was performed by the ruling council assisted by a council of an equal number of matrons who had what had once been accounted the misfortune to be childless. Neither joy nor sorrow was shown, at least in public. either by those who were chosen or by those upon whom the joint council was forced to pronounce sentence of death by rejecting them. The natural joy of the chosen was lost in the universal sorrow of the now inevitable parting, and those who were destined not to survive, satisfied with the perfect justice with which the selection had been made, consoled each other with the knowledge that they would die hand in hand and be spared the sorrow of surviving all who were nearest and dearest to them. On the morning of the 18th, the temple of Varia witnessed the last ceremony that would ever take place within its walls. This was the marriage of those who, unless their last refuge shared in the destruction that was about to bring chaos upon earth, were to be the parents of the new race that was to repeople the world. The survivors of the whole nation now barely filled the vast interior of the temple. The solemn words which bound youth and May together as man and wife to face side by side the last ordeal that humanity would ever have to pass through were spoken in the midst of a silence which reigned not only in the temple but now throughout the whole valley. All the sentinel ships had now been withdrawn save one, which, from a height of 15,000 feet, still kept watch and ward against the coming of the foe that was even yet expected. But this was the only sign of life within the confines of Varia, and when the solemn ceremony was ended and the assembly filed out of the doors, the members of it betook themselves almost in silence to their homes, there to make their final preparations for life or death, as destiny had selected them to live or die. Chapter 31 The Last Battle. At sunset on the 15th the sluice door had been finally lowered into its place and the pent-up waters of the lake of Varia had risen nearly 40 feet by the next morning. Only the upper parts of the villas on its banks were visible and its area was so enormously increased that the whole appearance of the valley was altered, rising at first at the rate of 3 feet an hour, a rate which of course decreased as the area became greater. The waters would reach the entrance to the caverns soon after sunset on the evening of the fatal 23rd. A little before midnight on the 21st the Orion, the sentinel ship that was on guard at the time, sank swiftly down with the news that she had made out by the light of the fire cloud which, lurid and ghastly as it was as brilliant and penetrating as that of the sun at noonday, a large fleet of airships approaching from the northwards. The city was by this time almost entirely submerged. Only a few minarets and towers and the top of the great golden dome of the temple surmounted by its crystal-winged figure, showed above the surface. The remnant of the people of Varia, now reduced to less than 7,000 souls, including those chosen to take refuge in the caverns, were occupying the villas on the slopes of Mount Austral about the entrance to the caverns. 6,000 of them were men who had lived solely in the hope of such an attack as was now about to be made and which would enable them to die fighting the common enemy of mankind to the last in defense of their beloved native land. Not even now, when the hand of destiny had set a definite limit to all human hopes and fears, and when the remainder of their own lives could be counted by hours, could this faithful remnant of the Aryans endure thought that what had been their paradise and their home should be violated and polluted by the appearance of their foes. Therefore they had lived for this last battle, and 500 airships were waiting to carry them into the air to engage in the last fight that ever would be fought on earth. All their friends and kindred, saving only the children of deliverance, as in fond fancy they had called the little band of the chosen ones, were now dead, and the few hours of life that were left to them had nothing more to give them. So they received with a grim joy the summons to battle which had been so long expected. 4,000 of them manned the airships, the rest occupied the mountain batteries, and within a quarter of an hour of the bringing of the news the warships had mounted into the air, and the great guns of the batteries were ready to hurl their projectiles upon the advancing foe. It was a spectacle to make angels weep and devils laugh, this last marshalling of the forces of human hate and hostility in the closing hours of the life of humanity and on the threshold of eternity. It seemed that the tragedy of man was to be played out to the bitter end, and that human strife was only to cease on earth with the destruction of the world. This, too, was the work of a single woman inspired by quenchless hatred and insatiable ambition and a pride of spirit which, in its haughty incredulity, still refused to believe that the end of her conquering career had come. Pitiless and without scruple to the end, Olga, while she was recovering from her wound under the shelter of the Sultan's roof, had managed, with the aid of her waiting woman Anna, not only to poison the Grand Vizier Musa and Hakan the astronomer, but also to bring Khalid himself into the same state of moral slavery in which she had so long held Alan and Alexis. It was she who had brought this fleet from Alexandria to Aria. Once under the fatal spell of her will poison, she had commanded Khalid to revoke the orders that he had given for peace, and he had obeyed. A fleet of more than 500 airships had been collected, and, taking Khalid with her on board the Revenge, so that there should be no chance of his recovering his volition, she had come to fulfill the prophecy which Paul Romanoff uttered when in the last hour of his life he had declared that one day the eagle of Russia should fly over the battlements of Aria. All the materials for constructing 10 airships had been taken into the caverns, so that in the event of the remnant surviving, the empire of the air should still be theirs, but the Alma and the Isma still lay outside the entrance when the other ships had risen into the air. At the supreme moment a controversy had arisen as to whether or not Alan and Alexis, the latter of whom had been placed without question among the chosen, not only because of his unequaled engineering skill, but also because without him a daughter of the House of Arnold would have died of her own will, should or should not take part with their companions in the near-approaching conflict. This dispute was brought to a sudden close by Alan, who, with a sudden inspiration, cut short all the loving entreaties that were being made to him to take refuge in the caverns and avoid the chance which in the heat of the conflict might destroy with him the male line of the descendants of the first conqueror of the air. "Do you not see," he said, "that it is quite possible that their fleet may be twice as strong as ours, and that in spite of all our gallant forlorn hope can do, they may cross the mountains and send their shells into the valley? What if one of them exploded here and wrecked the outworks and the entrance to the caverns? All hope, even for us, would then be lost. The doors could not be lowered, and we should either have to let the waters of the lake flow out, or they would flow into the caverns by the upper entrance and ruin all our labors. We have proved that the Alma and the Isma are the two best airships in existence. They can soar higher and travel faster than any others. Would it not be madness to deprive our defending force of them, and would it not be cowardice in us not to do all we can to save all that is left for us to hope for on earth? I for one shall go, and I don't believe that I shall go alone. If the Alma goes, the Isma goes too," said Alexis. "Alan is right. We should be cowards to turn our backs on the enemy at the last moment, and if you go, we go," said Alma and Isma in a breath. "If you live, we will live with you. But we will not live without you." There was no answer to such reasoning as this, nor was there any longer any law on earth save that of individual will. The first motive power that had swayed the world was the last that survived and would be the last to die. Those of the old crews of the two airships who were found among the chosen at once came forward to take their places, and with them came too those who had elected to take the hazard of life or death with them. "There shall be no widows in the new world," said they. And so every man who rose into the air on board the two great warships carried with him the woman without whom the one last chance of life would not have been worth taking. As they left the earth, the remainder of the little company retired into the caverns, leaving 2 sentinels posted at the outer door ready to give the alarm in case it should be necessary to lower the doors. As they did so, a long, dull, distant roar came from the northward, telling that the last battle of man with man had begun. In accordance with a plan hastily arranged before they rose, the Alma was to guard the northern end of the valley, while the Isma kept watch over the southern. They soared up and up until the peaks of the mountains were a good 5,000 feet below them. From this elevation those on board the Alma could see the enemy's fleet stretching out in a huge crescent, made up of tiny points of light which shone in the unnatural glare that illumined the earth and sky, and ever and anon they saw enormous spheres of flame blaze out along the line as the projectiles from the land batteries burst in front of them. The gunners were only trying their range and the enemy was still beyond it. The explosion of the projectiles told the assailants that area was on the alert, still prepared for battle and still, for all they knew, as impregnable as ever. Seeing this, they ceased their advance and a battle of tactics preceded the pitiless struggle which only the victors would survive. Hour after hour the Muslim and Russian airships strove to outsoar the Aryans, or to make a rush in 2s and 3s that would bring them within range of the charmed circle of the mountains. But no sooner did one of them sweep up at full speed out of the distance and slow down sufficiently to train her guns than the atmosphere about her was convulsed with a mighty shock and changed instantly into a mist of fire, and when this vanished she had vanished too, shattered to fragments which dropped in a rain of molten metal thousands of feet to the earth below. Morning came, the flaming arch of the fire cloud sank lower and lower in the heavens until it stretched a broad band of lurid light round the western horizon, and an unclouded sun brought the last dawn but one that the terror-maddened myriads of Earth would ever see. Still the fight went on at long ranges, still ship after ship of the hostile fleet made its desperate effort to cross the invisible barrier which was drawn all round area by the range of its protecting guns, only to be overturned and hurled to the earth by the shock of an exploding projectile or to be fairly struck and dissolved to dust. No matter how high they attempted to soar, the Alma and the Isma were still above them, and if the shells from the land batteries failed to do their work the guns of the airships did it for them and the result was the same annihilation. The night of the 22nd was spent in incessant attack and defense. The crews of the Aryan ships, grown desperate in their supreme despair, now left the mountains and sallied forth into the open, engaging the enemy ship for ship and gun for gun in a last determined effort to destroy them, or be destroyed, and far out from the still untouched battlements of area the fight raged fast and furious. There now was no thought of safety in the hearts of the Aryans. They had come forth to kill and be killed. The rules of aerial tactics were utterly neglected. They laid their guns alongside and, rushing through the air at their utmost speed, they hurled themselves with the ram upon every Muslim or Russian vessel that they could meet or overtake, crashing into her with irresistible force and going with her into annihilation as their 2 cargoes of shells exploded under the shock. The last sun rose and saw the fight still going on. What had begun as the greatest battle in the history of war had now dwindled down to a series of single combats. At length the end came. It was a few minutes after midday that the last blow in the battle was struck. 10 Russian and Muslim airships, all that remained of the great fleet that Olga had brought against Arya, formed in line 10 miles from the ridge and made a last attempt to break through the defenses. Flying through a storm of shells from the land batteries, 7 of them were torn to pieces and the other 3, just as they reached the ridge, were met obliquely by the 5 remaining vessels of the Aryan fleet. The same moment the Alma's broadside was discharged upon them, friend and foe vanished together in a mist of flame, and so ended the assault and defense of Arya. "We can go down now," said Alan in a broken voice to Alma, who was standing white and speechless with horror at his side in the bows of the airship. "It is all over. God rest their gallant souls, for they left the world like brave men and true Aryans. Amen," sighed Alma. Then, after a brief pause, she said, "I wonder whether Olga Romanoff is alive or dead." The 2 airships now sank together and alighted close to the entrance to the caverns. There the splendid fabrics were reluctantly abandoned, their crews disembarked, taking with them everything they wished to preserve, and a minute inspection was made for the last time of the triple doors and the machinery for lowering them and filling the spaces between them with water to be frozen as soon as they were in their places. This occupied the time until the evening, and then all went once more into the open air to take what might be their last look at the sun. The waters of the lake were now within a few feet of the entrance, creeping more and more slowly upwards, and across the vast expanse of water, lying unruffled by the lightest breeze, fell the mingled rays of the sinking sun and the brightening fire cloud. There was not a cloud in the heavens, and no breath of wind relieved the almost suffocating heat of the inert and sultry air. It seemed as though all terrestrial nature lay paralyzed in a stupor of terror, waiting for the fire blast that would wither it into death and ruin. As the sun sank down behind the veil of flame, his disk gleamed redly and dully through it. Long streams of fire, blue and green and orange, darted across the disk and leapt and played round its circumference until it sank finally out of sight. The little group on the shore of the lake gazed at each other in silence as it disappeared. Their faces looked wan and ghastly in the awful light that now reigned supreme in the heavens. Most of them turned away in grief and horror too deep for words, and with one last look at earth and sky, crept into the caverns, unable any longer to support the terror of the scene. But a few remained, determined to see the fearful drama played out to the end, if they could, and among these were Alan and Alexis, whose duty kept them by the doors, the President and Francis Tremaine, and Alma and Elsma, whom nothing could persuade to leave their husbands' sides. No human eyes had ever beheld so magnificent or so awful a display of celestial splendors as they beheld during the 3 hours that they stood in the doorway after sunset. The fire cloud now covered almost the whole heavens, and its enormous nucleus blazed like a gigantic sun down out of the zenith with a heat and radiance that were almost insupportable. Huge masses of flame leapt out continuously, as though hurled from its fiery heart, and were projected far beyond its circumference, while the incandescent cloud mass which surrounded it was torn and convulsed by internal commotions which spread out and out in enormous waves of many-colored fires until they disappeared below the horizon. Still there was neither sound nor breath of wind upon earth, only the awful stillness in which the world waited for the hour of its doom to strike. At last, towards 10 o'clock, the water began to lap the threshold of the entrance, and Alan, pointing to it, said, "Come, we must take our last look at the world. It is time to lower the doors." The words were scarcely out of his mouth before a low dull booming sound came echoing down the gorges of Mount Austral. They looked up and saw huge masses of snow and ice loosened from its upper heights gliding, at first slowly and then more and more swiftly, down towards the valley beneath, a mighty avalanche which in a few minutes more would carry irresistible ruin in its path. "In with you all!" cried Alan. "Quick! That is the beginning of the end. The snows are melting and the waters will be over us in another hour." All but he and Alexis hurried in, and they, grasping the levers on either side of the door, pulled them, and the enormous sheet of steel descended quickly along its grooves and shut them in from the outer world, upon which chaos was about to fall. Chapter 32 The SHE Wolf to her lair. In the mysterious revolution of human things it came about that the only spectator of the closing scene of the tragedy of humanity who endured and survived its final terrors was the woman to whom it had been due that the fire from heaven had fallen upon a world mad with the frenzy and agony of war instead of sane and calm with the sanity and calmness of peace and reason. On the issue of the Battle of Area, Olga and, under her unnaturally acquired influence, the Sultan, had staked the empire of the world and lost it. Before the fight had been raging a many hours even she was forced to admit that Area was impregnable to any assault that she could deliver. But when the Aryans began to practice the desperate tactics of the second day it became manifest that nothing but annihilation awaited the invading fleet, outmatched as it was in speed and gunpower by the new Aryan warships and the land batteries. With eyes burning with rage and envy she had watched through her glasses the incomparable Alma floating serenely at her unattainable altitude far above the battle's storm, and she had pictured Alan, her former slave, standing upon her deck perhaps bitterest thought of all with his wedded love beside him, and like a very arbiter of war hurling his destroying lightnings far and wide upon her ships until the supreme moment came in which he would descend like a very god from the upper air, and, hand in hand with Alma, strike the last terrible blow which would end the last conflict of man with man and leave neither friend nor foe alive to tell what the issue had been. It would be a glorious end, worthy of him and the splendid traditions of his race, and she loathed herself for the craven fear that had seized upon her in the fateful hour of battle, and made her incapable of challenging the same fate at his hands. Khalid himself would have done so without hesitation, but she had robbed him of his manhood and debased him, as she had debased every other human being that had fallen under her influence. She had spent nearly the whole of the night of the 22nd on deck, and when the awful radiance of the fire cloud was for the last time succeeded by the light of day, even her haughty spirit had at last bowed before the supernatural terrors that were multiplying about her. For the first time since she had brought bloodshed back into the world a thrill of panic shuddered through her soul, and, for the first time, she learned the meaning of fear. Then, too, came a longing which for the time being overmastered all other considerations. The elementary animal instinct of self-preservation rose up within her with irresistible force and conquered the hate and the ambition whose objects would have vanished when another sun had risen. Her thoughts went back to her old stronghold in the snowy solitudes of Antarctica, to the deep dark caverns of Mount Terror. Surely those mighty walls of living rock, shrouded in eternal ice and snow, would give her an asylum in which she could defy the fate that was about to overwhelm humanity. And what then? For a moment an awful vision of the unspeakable loneliness of such a survival amidst the ruins of the world struck such terror to her heart that she almost resolved to head the Revenge into the thick of the fight that was still raging round Area, and die rather than face it. Then the vision passed, and the terrors of the present blotted out the fear of the future. The last sun that the human race would ever see was just rising when she sent for Boris Losensky, who was still commanding the Revenge under her, and said abruptly, and without even consulting Khalid, who was standing by her side, "There is nothing but death to be found here. We will escape if we can. Head the ship for Mount Terror and make her fly as she has never flown before. Don't spare either the engines or the power. We must be there before nightfall if possible." Boris saluted and obeyed in silence, and Olga turned to Khalid and said in a tone of weariness and almost of despair, "It is no use fighting any longer. The fates themselves are against us, and I have been frightened into belief at last." "A shameful confession, is it not?" "Not shameful but only reasonable," he replied. "All I regret is that you did not believe sooner, and save this last slaughter of these gallant people. What is done, she said with a half-regretful glance at the mountains of Area, which were now rapidly fading away into the blue distance. "It is only a question of sooner instead of later. Indeed, it seems hardly worthwhile even for us to attempt to live when, even if we survive, only the ruins of the world can be ours. And yet sweeter would be life with you even in a wilderness of death and destruction that might be eternal parting," replied Khalid in low tones that thrilled with passion. "Nay, what dearer destiny could man desire than to be the Adam of a new world of which you were the Eve?" The words of her husband, for Khalid was her husband now as well as her slave, brought a sudden flush to Olga's face, and this was succeeded by an almost deathly pallor. She put up her hand to the broadened circlet of gold which concealed the terrible scar of the wound made by Alan's bullet, and said almost in a whisper, "You and I, yes, you and I may live. We will. But if we do we must save ourselves alone." And with that she left him abruptly and went to her own room with the plan of her last crime already shaped in her mind. She was the only woman on board the Revenge. Her maid Anna had been left behind at Alexandria, a maniac driven mad by the universal terror. What of Boris and the 25 men who formed the airship's crew? If they were permitted to survive to the time when there would be no law but might, She would be the one woman in the world, one woman, beautiful and almost defenseless, among those who, though now her servants, would then be ready to slay each other in the dispute as to which of them should be her master. Such a thought in such a mind as hers could have but one outcome. When the hour for the midday meal arrived, she bade Boris invite the whole crew into the main saloon, saying that, as this might be the last meal that any of them would eat, they would take it together. Then, as though moved by some sudden gracious fancy, she filled for every man with her own hands a glass of the best and oldest wine that had been reserved for her own use. Khalid, rigid Muslim as he was, refused it, and she only touched it with her lips, but the others drained their glasses and drank death at her hands, even as the Aryans had drunk it in the same fashion and at the same table 7 years before. But this time it was fated that her sin should find her out more quickly. Later on in the afternoon, Boris, to his amazement and alarm, found every man of his crew succumbing to an irresistible drowsiness, and soon this began to affect himself. A terrible thought at once flashed into his ever-suspicious mind. Fighting against the stupor that was stealing over his senses, he took a deep draught of strong spirit. This conquered the poison for a time and cleared his intellect sufficiently for him to see what his pitiless mistress had done, and then there rose up in his mind a desperate longing for vengeance on the murderers who had used him and his companions as long as they were useful and then poisoned them like so many rats. He took out his pistol and examined it to see if it was charged, and then, with the poison and the spirit fighting in his brain for mastery, he made his way from the engine room to the quarter-deck, where Olga and Khalid were standing, watching with strained, fascinated eyes and faces that looked livid and corpse-like in the unnatural light of the fire cloud. The long tongues of many-colored flame that were shooting like so many gigantic serpents down from the zenith, as though they would lick the lifeblood out of the world that now lay panting for breath and paralyzed with fear beneath them. Just as he reached the top of the companionway, a mist swam before Boris's eyes, his brain reeled, and he stumbled forward onto the deck, discharging his pistol aimlessly as he did so. The bullet struck and broke to fragments against the bulwarks. Khalid and Olga turned round to see him lying on his side with savagely gleaming eyes, livid face, and foam-flecked lips, trying to raise himself on one hand and take aim at them with the other. As Khalid sprang forward, Olga's ever-ready pistol came out of her belt. She cried to Khalid to get out of the line of fire, but just as she spoke, Boris made his last effort, and, taking what aim he could, pulled the trigger. Khalid stopped short and clasped his hand to his right side. Then Olga, with a low cry of fury breaking from her white lips through her clenched teeth, sent a bullet through Boris's brain just as he was struggling to bring his pistol up again. "Are you hurt, Khalid?" she asked with a deadly fear at her heart as she crossed the deck to where he was standing with his hand still pressed to his side. "Yes," he gasped. "He has shot me through the lung." Then he coughed, and Olga saw drops of blood on his black beard and moustache. Without wasting any time in useless words, she helped him down into the saloon and set herself at once to examine and dress his wound. The bullet had entered between the 4th and 5th ribs on the right side, drilled a clean hole through the lower lobe of the right lung, and passed out at the back without touching any bone. With perfect rest and quiet, there was nothing to prevent recovery from such a wound. But Olga shuddered as she thought of its consequences in their present situation. If Khalid succumbed, as he well might do under the unknown terrors and dangers of the night that was now so near, she would have to choose between killing herself beside him, or, if the rock chambers of Mount Terror proved a safe asylum, living mateless and alone until she starved to death on the wilderness that the world would be when it had passed through its baptism of fire. She satisfied Khalid's whispered request for an explanation of Boris's attempt on their lives by saying that he had probably made himself drunk in an attempt to fortify himself against the terrors that were multiplying around him. Then she went through the ship and in a few minutes came back and said, "I shall have to take the ship to Mount Terror myself." It was not only Boris, for every man of the crew is dead drunk. Think of them making such brutes of themselves at such a time. "No," she continued, putting her hand on his shoulder as she saw him make an attempt to rise. "You must not move yet. You will want all your strength when we get there, for you will have to regulate the engines while I'm in the conning tower. As for these animals, we will leave them to their fate." A couple of hours later she went on deck to see whether Mount Terror, or at any rate the smoke crest of Mount Erebus, was in sight, for the Revenge had now been flying almost long enough to have reached the confines of Antarctica. The speed was, however, so great that nothing was distinctly visible. There was only the flaming heaven above and a grey blur beneath, so she went to the engine room and slowed down to 100 miles an hour. Then she helped Khalid to the engineer's seat in front of the controlling levers and took her place in the conning tower. She had scarcely been at her post half an hour before she saw the huge white cones of the twin mountains of Antarctica shining against the dull grey sky beyond, One of them crowned as she had last seen it by a long stream of smoke that rose almost vertically in the windless air. She signaled to Khalid to reduce the speed, first to 50 and then to 30 miles an hour, allowing the Revenge at the same time to sink gently down towards the ice-covered continent. She crossed the well-remembered bay in which the Nile had performed her terrible exploit, swept over the ice wall at an elevation of 100 feet, swung the ship round and stopped her in front of the great cleft in the side of Mount Terror. No human foot seemed to have trodden the Antarctic solitude from the day she left it to crown herself Syren of the Russias to this one on which she brought her flagship back with its crew of murdered men to seek her last chance of life amidst the general doom which she could now almost bring herself to believe she had directly brought upon the world. She ran the Revenge slowly into the vast portal that yawned black and deep before her between the snow slopes of the mountain, and then, turning on the searchlight, took her along the great gallery which led to the shore of the subterranean lake, and lowered her for the last time to the earth. Then she and Khalid disembarked, he moving slowly and painfully, and she supporting him as well as she was able, and watching him with the intense anxiety of a supreme selfishness which had now centered itself upon him as the one possibility of making her life endurable. Thus did Syren, Olga and Khalid, the magnificent, conquerors of the earth and sharers of the world throne, come back, one wounded almost to death, and the other half distraught with fear and perplexity, to take refuge at the uttermost ends of the earth from the assault of the foe that had confounded all their schemes of conquest. Leaving the Revenge in the great gallery, she led him to the council chamber and laid him on the cushions of the luxurious divan on which she had been wont to hold her audiences. There she examined and redressed his wound, and then for the next 3 hours she busied herself bringing supplies of food and drink from the ship and preparing for the final siege which their last stronghold would so soon have to endure. Then the fancy took her to go once more into the air to take one more look at the world and the splendors of the fate that was menacing it. 19 hours had passed since she gave the order to head the Revenge for Mount Terror. 16 of these had been consumed in the most rapid flight that the airship had ever accomplished. So fast had the Revenge flown westward and southward that the sun had almost seemed to stand still waiting for her journey to be accomplished, but still it had slowly sunk farther and further down into the luminous mist that now seemed to fill the whole sky. The difference between the longitude of area and Mount Terror had lengthened the last fateful day by nearly 5 hours, but now the end was very near at hand, and here even, on the very confines of the world, life had little more than 4 hours to live. To the north the whole sky was flaming out into indescribable splendors, and the long fire streams radiating from the nucleus now seemed to be literally holding the planet in their clasp. Enormous meteors were bursting out from the heart of the flaming cloud and exploding without a sound in the ever-silent abysses of space. She stood rooted to the spot by the weird and awful glories of the spectacle, and for the time being seemed to forget even Khalid and the indescribable dangers that were threatening them both. Instead of being daunted, her spirit rose as though in response to the splendors before her. She felt that she was standing upon nature's funeral pyre watching the conflagration of the world she had ruined. Saving only Khalid, there was not another human being within thousands of miles of her, and in her loneliness her soul seemed to expand and rise to a nobility that it had never known before. She saw the utter insignificance and contemptibility of the human strife which had been superseded and silenced by this majestic assault of the primal forces of nature, and for the first time in her life she thought of herself and her sins with a disgust and shame that humbled her in her own eyes to the dust. So she stood and watched, oblivious of everything but the celestial glories above and around her, until a rapid series of frightful explosions seemed to run roaring round the whole horizon. She looked up with shaded eyes towards the zenith. The central mass had suddenly become convulsed and expanded until it looked as though the whole sky had been transformed into an ocean of fire torn by incessant storms. Huge masses of many-colored flame were falling from it in all directions on the devoted earth, and as each of these entered the atmosphere it burst into myriads of fragments which fell in swarms until the blazing sky was literally raining fire over sea and land. The fire cloud had at last invaded the outer confines of the Earth's atmosphere. All this while there had been no change in the Antarctic cold of the air, but soon after the first storm of explosions roared out Olga felt a puff of warm tainted air blow across her face. Then came another, and then she heard what had never been heard before on the slopes of Mount Terror, the sound of running water. The snows were melting, and soon there would come avalanche and deluge. She hurried back into the council chamber, convinced that it was no longer safe to remain in the open air. She made the great bronze doors fast and covered them with layer after layer of thick heavy curtains. Every other opening into the chamber she closed up as tightly as possible. In the nature of the case they were compelled to trust to the supply of air already in it to last them through the ordeal. Then she went and sat down on the divan by Khalid's side, and, taking his hand in hers, bent over him and kissed him on the lips, saying, "Now we must wait for life or death together." And so they waited while the ages-old snow and ice melted from the bare black rocks under the fierce breath of the firestorm, while the ocean of flame seethed and roared and eddied about them, licking up the seas and melted snows and fighting with them as fire and water have fought since the world began, while the foundations of the southern pole quivered and rocked beneath their feet, and the walls of their refuge quaked and cracked with the throes of the writhing earth, and cosmos was dissolved into chaos once more. Chapter 33 Epilogue. Vengeance is mine. The temperature has been normal now for 3 hours. Don't you think we may venture to raise the sluice gate? I see nothing against it. If the world is not habitable again now, it never will be. It is a good 2 days since the contact now, and if the atmosphere had been burned up or carried away by the attraction of the comet, it would either be much colder or much hotter than that. Very well then, up it comes, and then we shall get our last question answered. It was Alan who thus questioned and answered his father. All had gone well with the refugees of Mount Austral and the remnant of the Aryan race. Their science and their faith in themselves had been triumphantly justified by the event and had carried them safely through the sternest ordeal that man had ever been called upon to face. And now there was only one more chance to be met, one more problem to be solved. The temperature showed that the Earth still possessed an atmosphere, but was that atmosphere capable of supporting human life? If yes, all would be well and they could go forth into the wasted world and possess and replenish it. If no, then all their labor would have been in vain and they might as well have died in battle or with those friends and kin who had taken their silent and dignified farewell of the world in the last days of the state of Aria. They had a calorimeter and a pressure gauge communicating with the outer world to tell the temperature and the height of the water in the valley. The former, after rising for a few hours to over 1,000 degrees, had now sunk back to normal, while the latter stood at 30 feet above the entrance doors to the cavern. The machinery for raising the sluice gate was put into motion and they watched it with almost breathless anxiety lest the straining or shifting of the rocks, which had been very perceptible during the terrific convulsions which had apparently lasted for nearly 10 hours, should have so dislocated the grooves that the gate could not be raised. There were a few preliminary creaks and groans, a hitch and an increased strain on the lifting chains, and then the great sheet of steel rose easily and smoothly to the top of the channel and the pent-up waters rushed forth in a black buoyant flood through the narrow opening and roared away, foaming and tossing along the bottom of the crevasse, once more on their way to their unknown destination. Very soon after this it was discovered that the waters were subsiding much more rapidly than could be accounted for by the volume that escaped through the subterranean channel. It was therefore necessary to conclude that there must have been some convulsion in another part of the mountains which had opened a fresh channel from the lake to the outer world. The next step was to raise the two inner of the 3 doors which guarded the entrance to the caverns. The raising of the first one showed the ice still intact between it and the second, and this had to be broken up and removed before the second could be reached. Then the middle door was raised an inch or so and the water spurted out from beneath it. Was this the water of the melted ice or was it that which filled the valley? Had their outer door stood firm or had it cracked or shriveled up under the heat of the furnace through which the earth had passed? It flowed for 10 minutes and then slackened and stopped. The outer door had held fast. Then, in case of accidents, the middle one was lowered again and they waited until the waters should have sufficiently subsided to enable them to challenge the last hazard on which their fate depended. The sluice gate had been raised at what would be 4 o'clock on the morning of the 26th of September, if the cataclysm through which the earth had passed had not so far affected the terrestrial economy as to alter the relations of day and night. 12 hours later the pressure gauge ceased to act, showing that the rapidly sinking waters of the lake had reached the threshold of the outer door. The time had now come to ask the question on the answer to which the lives of the remnant of humanity depended: was the atmosphere breathable or not? That was the one question which occupied, to the momentary exclusion of all others, the mind of every Aryan who was in the caverns. The middle gate was lifted, and every heart stood still as Alan and Alexis strode forward into the dark passage and grasped the levers which actuated the lifting mechanism of the outer one. They took one glance back at the anxious faces which showed so white in the gleam of the electric lamps, and then they pulled. The machinery creaked and groaned as the power was applied. Then came a rending sound and a dull crash. The door lifted a little, quivered and dropped again, and remained immovable. "The machinery has broken down," said Alan, going back into the gallery. "There must have been a landslip over the doorway." "What will you do then?" said Alma. "Surely we have not escaped the conflagration of the world to be buried alive after all." "No," he said, looking down at her with a reassuring smile. "It can hardly be as bad as that. Unless a whole mountain has fallen in front of the door, we shall soon find a way out." The first thing to be done was to get rid of the door, and this Alan accomplished in summary fashion by undermining it with drills, and then, after he had sent everyone into the inner recesses of the caverns, tearing it to fragments with a small quantity of the explosive used in the shells. A mass of earth and stones came rolling into the gallery immediately after the explosion. Then an excavating machine was run up on hastily laid rails and was soon boring its way into the obstructing mass. A distance of 10 yards was tunneled, and then there was a rattle and whir in front of the machine, which told that the work was done. There was a cloud of dust from pulverized stones and earth, and then came a rush of fresh warm air and a gleam of sunlight through the opening. "Thank God the atmosphere is still there and the sun is still shining," cried Alan, as he drew the machine back and ran out into the open air. He looked about him for a few moments and then turned and walked back to his companions, who were already crowding towards the opening with faces glad with new hope and drawing deep breaths of the life-giving air, which the mysterious alchemy of nature had restored and changed to the earth. He stopped them with a gesture and said, "Don't go out yet till we have made the tunnel safe. You will find an awful change out yonder. Area is no longer a paradise. It is only a swamp surrounded by naked rocks." And so they found it to be when they at length passed out through the tunnel and stood upon the black oozy shores of the dreary lake which still half filled what had once been the lovely land of Area. The once verdure-clad mountains rose up bare and gaunt and blackened, a vast circle of ragged rock, unrelieved by a blade of grass or a single tree of all the myriads that had clothed their slopes 3 days before. It seemed as though the clock of time had been put back through countless ages and the world was once more as it had been before the first forms of life appeared upon it. But still the air that fanned their cheeks was fresh and warm and sweet, and the afternoon sun was shining across the western peaks out of a cloudless sky of purest blue. The calm had come after the storm and the world was waiting to begin its life anew. The Alma and the Isma had utterly vanished, and were probably buried deep in the black slimy mud. Of the city of Area not a vestige was visible. The first thing that Alan did as soon as the last momentous question had thus been asked and answered was to ask his father to order one of the smaller airships, which had been stored in sections in the cavern, to be put together and charged with motive power as rapidly as possible. "Certainly if you wish it," he replied, "but what is your reason for being in such a hurry to reassert your empire of the air?" "I can tell you now," said Alan in reply, "what there would have been no need to tell you if we had not been able to leave the caverns." Just after sunrise on the last day of the battle, Bruno Vincent brought the Iran as near as he could to the Alma and told me by signal that he had seen the Revenge leave the fight and head away at full speed to the southward and westward. That means, I think, that Olga's courage failed her at the last and that she meant to try the forlorn hope of saving herself in her old stronghold at Mount Terror. I am going to see whether she is alive or dead, and suppose by a miracle you should find her alive. What then? Said Alma, who had overheard his request, coming up to him and looking up into his face with melting eyes as she slipped her hand caressingly through his arm. "The world is beginning its life anew in us, dear," he replied with tenderness in his eyes but none in his voice, "and there shall be no snake in our Eden if you have to be the Cain of the new world to prevent it," interrupted Alma, reading his dark meaning at a glance, and interpreting it with a directness and force that startled him. "No, Alan, that must not be. If she has escaped the vengeance of God, you may well forego yours. I can hardly think that she is still alive, but it is right that we should go and see. We," echoed Alan before she could finish. "Do you mean that you will come with me?" "No, Alma, you must not do that. Remember that if she has by any chance escaped, the crew of the Revenge may be alive too, and then we may have to fight. No, no, Alan, not that. Not that," she cried with a gesture of horror. "The world has done with fighting, for there is nothing left to fight about. We will go as friends with open hands to them, and the new life of the world shall be begun with the forgiveness of our enemies. Who are we that we should judge after the voice of God has spoken?" In the end she had her way, and so it came to pass that soon after sunrise on the following day an airship, which 100 skilled and willing hands had toiled all night in fitting together and equipping for her voyage, rose into the air above the ghastly wilderness that had once been Area, and winged her way towards the southern pole. 20 hours later she sank down onto the ice that had already recovered the rocks in front of the fissure in the side of Mount Terror, and as she did so a figure came forth out in the darkness into the half-light of the polar morning. "Look! There she is," said Alma in an awe-stricken whisper to Alan. "Alone in this awful place. Come, let us go to her." As she spoke the gangway steps were lowered and she descended them first, followed by Alan, his father, Alexis, and Isma. Some strange influence held the others back as she advanced with outstretched hands and words of kindly greeting on her lips towards the piteous wreck of womanhood that slowly emerged from the gloom of the chasm. Olga Romanoff had survived the doom of the world, but the hand of a just vengeance had fallen heavily upon her. Her once splendid form was shrunken as though 60 years had passed over her in as many hours. Her left side was half paralyzed and her shaking limbs hung loosely as she tottered along. Her golden fillet and jeweled wings had been cast away, leaving bare the great livid scar that crossed her forehead. Her white, drawn face was seamed with deep lines marked by agony and terror, and the thick masses of the once glorious hair that hung about her head and shoulders were streaked with grey and clotted with blood. The fire had died out of her eyes and the red from her shriveled lips, and the weak broken voice in which she answered Alma's greeting quavered like that of an old woman in her dotage. "I have been expecting you," she said as Alma took her trembling hands in hers. "I thought you would come." "You have come for Alan, haven't you? He is yonder, but he is dead. I kept him alive as long as I could, but he was wounded, and when the world was changed to hell for my sins the fire choked him. I tried to die too, but it wouldn't kill me. There was air enough for me and I wanted to give it to him to breathe, but he wouldn't take it. I suppose you have been dead and are an angel now like those others behind you. Come, I will take you to him. It is dark but I know the way." The moment she began to speak, Alma saw the awful calamity that had befallen her. The haughty daring spirit that had essayed and almost achieved the conquest of the world was dissolved in the bitter waters of the mire of madness. The soul that had quailed before no human fear had collapsed into imbecility under the superhuman terrors which she alone had witnessed and survived. Without a word she suffered her to lead her into the gloom, beckoning to the others to follow. They turned on the electric lamps they had brought with them and entered the chasm. They reached the black ash-strewn floor of the gloomy subterranean lake in the heart of the mountain, and Alan, pausing for a moment, flashed the light of his lamp round the vast chamber that had once been so terribly familiar to him. The walls were burnt and blackened, and here and the masses of rock and boulders had been calcined to dust as though the long pent-up lava that had once flowed in fiery torrents over them had again been let loose. Then the light fell upon something that was not rock and which gave back a dull metallic sheen. He took a few strides towards it and soon recognized it as all that was left of the once shapely and beautiful Ithuriel, the old flagship of the Aryan fleet with which he had lost the mastery of his own manhood and his people the empire of the air. The crystal dome of the roof was gone and lay in patches of congealed glass about the blackened and shriveled up deck. The wings were burnt away and the transverse ribs of Azurine stood out bare and twisted like the bones of a skeleton, and in the fore part of the hull a great gap showed where her magazine had taken fire and burned with such terrific heat that it had melted even the Azurine plates of which she was built. "The poor old Ithuriel has flown her last flight," he said to himself with a sigh as he turned away and followed the others, thinking sadly of all that had come to pass since he had last trodden her deck. Olga, holding Alma by the hand, led the way from the lower gallery to the council chamber. As she pulled the curtain aside from the doorway, a puff of foul air that seemed to bear a faint smell of blood was wafted in their faces. Alan called Alma back, fearing that she would faint in the sickening atmosphere, and at the sound of his voice Olga stopped short and looked back with a reawakened gleam in her eyes. "Who is that?" she cried, pressing her hand to her brow. "Why, it is Alan." "But no, Alan is here. He has been with me all the time since Khalid shot him. My God, can he have come to life again?" Her voice rose to a shrill wavering scream as she said this. She dropped Alma's hand and ran with faltering, stumbling steps towards a divan on which lay the form of a man whose black beard and moustache were thickly clotted with blood. She stopped and bent over it for a moment, then she raised herself and faced them with her hands locked in her hair and the light of frenzied insanity blazing in her eyes. "No, no," she cried in a voice, half a scream and half a wail, that rang weirdly through the great chamber. "He is dead still and that is only his ghost. Oh, Alan, my love, Alan. Why could I not die with you? Curse the hand that wounded you. Curse dash." In the one syllable her voice died away from a scream to a whisper, and at the same instant the paralysis, which had already smitten her once, laid its swift icy hand on her heart and brain. She swayed to and fro for a moment and then fell forward across the corpse of the man whose love for her had plunged the world into madness on the eve of its doom. "What an awful end!" gasped Alma, shuddering in the close embrace she had sought in Alan's arms. "And yet, Alan, she loved you to the end through all. That love for you was the one true thing in her life, and for its sake I will say God forgive her. Come, let us go."